children. I meant no disrespect, I hurriedly said. It's a great honor to join your house. I couldn't put a price on Feala, so it doesn't matter what her dowry is. I felt a brief, crushing pressure, as though trapped in a shield wall. Khan's eyes widened at the presence of the aura, and he nodded his head. Well said, God marked. He seemed to set the matter aside, for which I was grateful. Krill was smirking at me from the side of Khan, but when the patriarch turned to look at him, his face flowed seamlessly into polite attentiveness. Have your dreams revealed anything more of Hakubin's plots? He asked my mentor. We had decided to conceal Glimpse's power from everyone but me and the old rascal for the time being. We could pass off seemingly prescient knowledge as either his dreams or my tactical genius, and hopefully no one would think to go after the giant crow that always seemed to be near me. He's scared, cackled Krill. He won't dare go against a man marked by Eresk, but he expects you to split the herds. Currently, he is planning some light raiding on our herds once we settle. He'll send shadows out after us to track our trail, but he won't move against us in strength. He's also panicking about what Urkash will do over the next few months. Losing our strength leaves him vulnerable, but he doesn't know how to stop us going. Desperate men make rash decisions, said Atas sagely. We should be on our guard until we reach Mondit. Surely they should have chosen Rayet or Cobblerit as the town name. That Mond was now my given name among them. Were they all calling me by what they thought was my individual name or something else? We'll have outriders and rear guards, but Hakubin isn't a fool. However much he might want to move against us, he can't risk losing any of his remaining warriors. He knows we've taken his crown. He'll get rolled up into another federation as a junior member, whereas we will strike out on our own and bring other tribes to heel. Khan chuckled to himself. Agreed. If there's nothing else? I asked politely. They shook their heads. I'll excuse myself then. I'm bone-weary, and we've got more bloody traveling to do over the next week. Good night to you all. I stood and went to my own tent next door. As I stretched out on my furs, I considered my soul bank balance. I had just over 10,000 to play with. I wanted to level my magic, but I needed to leave enough for my fangs. Boosting them up to having something close to D-grade bodies would take 600 or 700 from my reserves for each of them. Feala wanted magic as well, and I'd earmarked enough to make her so strong I wouldn't need to worry about her safety. Would it be worth giving some souls to Halin and Grable as well? A coven of witches could be an advantage in the short term. And in the long run, I wanted a handful of people who could enchant, and the crafting was largely done by the women of the tribe. The risk of losing the souls invested in a warrior if they died in battle was also a problem. The women would at least be safe with the main camp most of the time. I spent 280 souls to bring my life resistance up to 19%. Now I'd be immune to all low-level spells, like rot. I winced as I spent 2,870 souls in one go, leaving me with a still substantial sum of over 7,500 in the can. I examined my new affinity screen and grinned for a moment before my face sagged. I'd need to start mass-producing bloody magic rocks for Krill again as soon as he finds out. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 45 meters. Intensity, plus 76%. Lasts 10 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 1.5 meters cubed. Firewall, area, 10 meters squared. Lasts 10 seconds. Barrier, 20 HP. Fire spirit, duration, 10 seconds. Affinity, life. Heal, self, 15 HP and 48% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, Stealth, 58%. Resistance, all, 19%. Projectile, Speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth, Area, 1 meter squared. Projectile, Speed, plus 3%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 100 seconds. Affinity, Space. Size, Range, Touch. Intensity, 30%. Mass, Range, Touch. Intensity, 30%. Area, 5.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 10 seconds. Resistance, 2%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear. Range, 11 meters. Imbue. Enchant. Soul transfer Aresk's boon. Carrion feeder's gaze. I was now far more formidable than I had been back at Gethanol. The jump in my enhancement spell, which cost me a measly 10 mana to cast, was insane. I would have to start wearing baggy tunics as well if I ever wanted to use the size spell to grow 30% larger in combat. I had enough left to make my friends, and soon-to-be wife, stronger than any mortal ought to be. I might even have enough left over to boost Krill up a bit more as well. Altogether, helping them would probably cost me a few more thousand, but it would leave me some free time to pick up a few choice items from the shop. Now that I was getting access to metals I had never heard of, I was sorely tempted to find out what they were like. Knives made of what sounded like magic alloys would be handy, as would some armor for my friends. Glimpse sent me a mental nudge to wake me just as Krill opened my tent flap. I resolved to come up with some sort of lock, and a way for him to bloody well knock before swanning into my bedroom. He tossed me a leather pouch that I caught without thinking. "What's this?" I asked, waving the sack at him as I stood up. "Rocks, boy. I know you've spent some souls on magic. I need better rocks." He cackled at my shocked expression. "Thought so. You can do it in the chariot. First, we get to say farewell to good King Hakubin." Krill watched slack-jawed as I loaded the contents of my yurt into the pocket dimension. I couldn't figure out a way to get the yurt to vanish into it as well, which was a shame, but my chest, bed, and meager possessions seemed to disappear before his eyes. "Righto, bloke. Let's go kiss the ring for the final time." I grinned as we headed out towards the palisades. The Herm and Hotrick patriarchs were waiting for us by the paddock. The horses were ready in the traces of our chariots, and the wagons had already begun to roll out onto the nearby plains to wait for the rest of our party. "You cannot abandon your tribe now. We're faced with the wrath of Urkash, and you want to go running off after that fraud," Hakubin snarled. "Nonetheless, we will travel north with the God-marked," Khan replied calmly, his basso voice echoing out to the growing crowd of spectators. "He isn't one of us." "You cannot break faith with me, with the rest of us, for the sake of an outsider," Hakubin's wife called from where she held a surly-looking Hakudan by the hand. "You felt the god's aura, woman. Be silent," snapped Khan. Hakubin went red in the face, and Atas coughed as an excuse to cover his smile with a hand. "You will be forsaken by our ancestors. Our families have been united since Hakutakas and Hatrikilik joined our families generations ago," Hakubin argued fiercely. "All things must end, Hakubin. We don't want to split the herds with bad blood in the air. Aresk bless you with trials you may overcome," Khan said as he offered his hand for a warrior's clasp. Hakubin glared at the outstretched limb, then reached out and clasped arms. He pulled Khan in close and whispered something in his ear. Khan snatched his hand back like he'd touched a hot coal, and he scowled but took no further action. "Take us with you!" called someone from the crowd. Atas turned and raised his hands. "Any who wish to join are welcome, but please think hard. We are going north to make war on the Koprigin. It will be a winter full of violence and glory," Atas called out. Did he know who he was speaking to? These people were battle and honor mad. Ah, of course, he bloody knew the effect his words would have. We waited a while longer as the wagons formed up. Atas and Khan spoke to a number of brightly dressed men privately before we mounted up and the chariots rolled out ahead of a dozen wagons. In the camp behind us, I could see a significant percentage of the yurts being hastily pulled down and wagons beginning to roll along in our wake. Will we be able to feed this many? How will they complete the processing? I asked. There was still a lot of the herd to cull, although I had done the lion's share in the last few days. "They'll cope," snorted Krill. "And we're the stronger group now. Hakubin will think twice before he tries anything against us." "You shouldn't be worrying about that now, though." A cackle drifted back over his shoulder, somehow dirtier than his usual evil giggle. "What the hell are you talking about? Feeding everyone through the winter is going to be a bloody nightmare," I snapped. "Nah, rapid growth, remember? You probably didn't improve it, but I certainly did. What you ought to be worrying about is your nuptials, boy." Krill grinned back at me as he cracked the reins. Oh shit. I was getting married when we got back to Mondit. Chapter 45. Aresk blesses this union. Krill accelerated our chariot ahead of the slowly moving wagons. Two more of the rickety-seeming vehicles sped up to pace us as we raced north towards Mondit. "What's the rush?" I asked, as we bounced along, the wind blowing through my unruly hair and beard, sweeping them both back behind my head. "Have you ever been married, boy?" Krill snapped over his shoulder. "Yes, a long time ago. It didn't work out." Regret wasn't present in my voice, but it lurked in my mind. "Why not? It's not that hard. Pump a few babies into them and don't piss away your wealth," Krill cackled in reply. "It's not like that where I'm from. Well, it kind of is, very broadly speaking. But I went to war when I was young. I came back different from how I was when I went. Jenny put up with it well enough for a while. But then we lost a baby and things fell apart," I replied. The sadness from the miscarriage and the collapse of my marriage was well behind me, and I repeated the thought to myself to make it true. I spoke about it in an almost clinical fashion. "Losing one child broke her?" "She wasn't a good woman," Krill barked. "Infant mortality must be very high among the tribes," I carefully reminded myself. "Well, you remember the day you wed, I trust? How much faffing and pomp and ceremony was there?" he demanded. I had a sinking feeling in my stomach at this point, but I couldn't deny his point. "How much ceremony is there among the Ereskine?" I asked tentatively, as I clutched onto the rim of the chariot with one hand, the other clamped onto Krill's shoulder. "We're the Mondin now, boy, and don't you forget it again. As to the ceremony, about the right amount. There'll be the sacrifice, the pledges, the celebration, and then the consummation. You'll have a grand old time." The cackle was back in force today, it seemed. As we headed north, I kept checking in on Glimpse, who I had left orbiting Ereskine. The cold had slowed down somewhat, but the remaining people were clearly still focused on that monumental annual task. A trickle of wagons and riders had left town to follow our trail, converts to our cause, I assumed. But there was no sign of Hakubin preparing any kind of military response to the splitting of the herds. I reached out and directed my crow to head north to find Mondit and give me some idea of what I'd be walking into. Crows aren't terribly good at judging human activity, But after he overtook us and arrived at Mondit, I was surprised. 2 squadrons of horse archers, 20 riders apiece, were practicing charging, launching a barrage of arrows and turning to retreat. They all had saddles and stirrups, simple things compared to what someone from Earth would expect, but effective enough nonetheless. More chariots had been completed and were rattling around the nearby steppe as the horses were broken into their new roles. I couldn't help but respect the quiet efficiency of the Eriskin Mondan. I caught myself. Their barbaric professionalism was truly a wonder. Glimpse landed near the impromptu forge at the center of the town and cocked his head to one side while he observed the activity below him. The apprentices were now doing the crude shaping of the stirrups individually, all 3 holding the partially formed metal in the fire with crude tongs, as one of the prisoners from Gethanol worked a bellows to keep the fire burning hot. Clip was busily smashing the final pieces into the proper shape as they were passed to him, and cursing his apprentices at the same time. The smith had an impressive ability to multitask. As our chariot got closer to Mondit, I started seeing more and more aurochs and goats. The families must have kept hundreds of beasts back from the cull, leaving us a large enough herd to survive next year. With the additions I was sure were trailing along behind the final Herm and Huttrick wagons, we would be a formidable force, perhaps over 1,000 people in total. For a brief moment, the thought of the paperwork required to organize such a mob made me worry. But then the bustling efficiency of the illiterate tribespeople came back to mind, and I smiled as the wind rushed past my face. When we arrived at Mondit, I hopped down and left the chariot and horses with the guards at the palisade. "You don't know our ways, but you'll figure it out as you go," Krill snickered. "Right now, your job is to sit in your tent and wait. When people come in, do as they bloody well tell you, okay, boy?" he snapped. He escorted me through the camp to my tent. Along the way, every warrior insisted on a warrior's clasp, and every woman bowed her head and smiled at me. The smell of the smoke and curing hides filled the air with a sulphurous mix of piss and fire. None of them stopped to speak to me, the simple gestures being all they seemed to need. It was unnerving. My gray man days were truly behind me now. Everyone here seemed to know me on sight. Krill abandoned me in my tent with a wink and a cackle, which I didn't find very reassuring. I set a fire and began boiling water before pulling the chest and bedding I'd taken from my temporary tent in Eriskit out and arranging them in the cozy space. I felt a double bed would probably be in order for later. I was on my 3rd bowl of ched when I got a sense of urgency through the link with Glimpse. Halen was heading towards my tent carrying a small chest with a leather-wrapped bundle on top of it. I stood and turned so I was facing the flap before she entered. She followed the local tradition of neither knocking nor announcing herself. "Mond, you need to be made presentable for your bride. Sit. I will cut your hair and beard." There was a formality to her words, so I simply nodded and sat down on the soft earth near the fire. She unrolled the leather package and revealed what I mistook for implements of torture for a moment. I realized they were grooming tools as she picked up a sharp piece of flint with care and began shaving away at my hair. "Wait, let me wet it first or I'll be covered in cuts and pimples," I offered. She slapped me on the head, hard enough that even with a strength stat of 30 it made my ears ring, and resumed her task. When she was done, the sides of my head were shaved down to the skin, the razor-sharp flint doing an excellent job and leaving the skin smooth. My fringe had been cut back to just above my eyebrows, and the back of my hair was left alone. I was now officially sporting the clan mullet, and I found I didn't mind at all. My hair had not been properly cut since I arrived, and the lack of mirrors had kept it from being something I'd thought of much. I called Glimpse into the tent, having to stop Halen from attacking the poor bird in the process, and examined myself through his eyes. I looked savage, like a bearded barbarian or a Norman knight of old.
However, Halen wasn't finished with me yet. My beard went next, the smooth, chipped stone sliding across my skin to cut the hair away at the root. Glimpse had moved to sit opposite me, so I enjoyed the uncanny sensation of sitting with my eyes shut while a primitive tribeswoman ran razor-sharp stone across my face and neck. As the last of my beard fell away, I opened my eyes and looked up at her. "Thank you, Halen," I said solemnly. She snorted. "You can't see what I've done, fool. Maybe I've left jagged lines in places you can't feel." "I know you haven't. You be good to Faye. They're going to make you king. But if you turn out like Hakuben, or worse, Hakudan, I'll slit your throat myself." She was fierce, like all the Eriskin. "I'll be a good man for her," I promised. And I realized as the words left my mouth that I meant them sincerely.
Whether it was her perfect eyes or the mark affecting my mind, I couldn't be sure. But I knew I wouldn't do anything to hurt her. I hadn't realized my coronation would also take place today, and I quietly cursed Krill in my mind. Sneaky old bastard. "Here." Halen opened the chest, moving the leather wrap to the floor, and pulled out a brilliantly red tunic. She passed it to me, and I marveled at the texture. This wasn't the rough wool felt Aresk had told me it was felt that I was used to. It was clean and smooth, some kind of linen, almost as soft as silk. "Your tunic for the night. There are trousers and boots in the chest as well. There is also a flask of York if you need to steady your nerves." She smirked slightly at the last. The York fermented mare's milk was potent enough, but not so strong as to be able to affect me after my recent leveling, I assumed. "Thank you, Halen. Will I see Fayala before the ceremony?" I asked, as she stood to leave with her grooming tools tucked under an arm. "What sort of bloody savages are your people, Mond? Worse than the Coprigin, I'd bet." "No, you won't see her until after the sacrifice." She stooped to put a hand on my shoulder and leaned forward. "Don't worry, Mond. Just be good to my friend," she whispered, before rising and stalking out of the tent like a lioness on the hunt. However much I came to know and respect them, these nomads were strange folks indeed. "Halen, can you send in the fangs, please?" I called as the flap closed behind her. "Yes, O mighty king," she muttered, before I heard her feet pad quietly away. I got changed, then borrowed Glimpse's vision again, and now I truly looked the part of a warrior of the tribe. The smooth chin and weirdly appealing mullet, combined with my bright, blood-red clothing, all combined to give me an air of barbaric splendor. The only thing setting me apart was my bright blue eyes. It set my old instincts off. I was still too noticeable, but I fought down the urge to change back into my regular tunic. The sound of boisterous voices approached from outside, and I recognized Jandak as he made a joke at Mun's expense. "Mond!" he called as he led the fangs into my tent. I poured out bowls of still warm ched and handed them to my friends. They sat around the fire, but I chose to sit on the bed. I didn't want to risk soiling my wedding clothes, even though I wasn't even sure if anyone would care if I did. "How's the training been?" I asked, once we'd exchanged greetings. "Always straight to work with you. You're marrying my sister in a few hours, you dolt," laughed Kaz. "It's going well. The stirrups and saddles are incredible. We're working through the horses to train them to accept the new equipment as fast as we can," enthused Mun. They filled me in on the progress they'd made while I slaughtered cattle, and I couldn't help but be impressed. In a few more weeks, I'd have a formidable force of chariots and mounted bowmen. I made a note to add lance training to give us a close combat unit of cavalry as well. "I've got a gift for each of you. The Cull gave me a lot of souls, and I'd like to share some of them with you," I offered.
I was confident they had embraced their new capabilities with rabid enthusiasm, but I wouldn't force them to accept any more if they would prefer to refuse. I needn't have worried. I spent 1,500 souls to give them each another 250 to spend. Their body stats all jumped to D, as I cautioned them to spend some souls to improve their basic spells. After being quizzed about which affinities they should choose, I explained as much as I could. They all chose time, wanting the haste spell to further boost the effects of the enhancement spell in the life tree. They would be formidable warriors, unmatched by normal men. We shared the bottle of yalk, but before they became drunk, they stood to excuse themselves.
"Won't be long now, brother," grinned Cause. "You should see my sister in her bridal gown. Such a beauty." "I'll take her if you refuse," offered Mune, earning a slap to the face from Cause, but Jandak fell about laughing, and any tension fled the tent. "I look forward to our adventures, Lord. I expect fell deeds and great honor in my future," Jandak said when he stopped giggling. "Please extend my thanks to Halin for the grooming. She has deft hands and a gentle touch. She'd make you an excellent wife," I sniped back at him. He blushed and tried to stammer something, but Mune and Cause each grabbed an arm to drag him out of the tent in fits of laughter as they quizzed him about making her an honest woman. Glimpse cawed and ruffled his feathers as he settled on one of my chests once they were outside. "I know, right?" I muttered to the crow, but I was smiling to myself as I said it. I sat and stared at the tent walls as I drank more bowls of ched. I listened to the excited chatter and bustle as preparations were made just outside my tent. After a while, I sent Glimpse out to circle over the camp to get a feel for what was happening. A fire pit had been dug nearby in the open central space, and most of the normal work had stopped, except among the prisoners who continued to craft saddles, stirrups, and simple furniture from the green wood that had been brought into the camp while I was away. I sent Glimpse off to look for food, and eventually dozed off, stretched out on my bed. "Time to wed, little king!" Jandak shouted into my ear from close range. I jerked upright and lashed out without thinking. He blocked my fist, but went skidding back a few feet from the force. "I see you aren't neglecting your physical stats as well," he chuckled as he shook out the hand he'd used to block. "Come on, Mond. It's time." He led me out of my tent and to the fire pit that had been dug nearby. Khan was standing at one end of the depression with a stern expression on his face. Krill stood next to him, with a gap-toothed grin. As we arrived, Jandak guided me to stand facing the pair of old men, and backed away to stand by Mune at the front of the crowd. Every bloody person in the camp must have been present. Even the prisoners had now been relieved of work and stood to one side of the gathered tribe. "You are pledged to wed my daughter. Will you honor your word?" Khan demanded loudly. I flinched at the sudden silence following his call. "I will." He nodded, and a faint trace of a smile lit a face I'd only ever seen scowl and grimace. "Bring out the offering!" yelled Krill. I turned to look behind me, but a slight shake of Krill's head told me I should stay as I was. A perfectly white heifer was brought forward and stopped in front of the dreamer. Pink eyes rolled in the beast's head. I had no idea where they'd found an albino aurochs. "Aresk blesses this union of your families," Krill called, as the bone dagger that I'd only seen once so long ago flashed out and crimson blood painted his lower legs and feet. There was a wash of pressure as Aresk flexed his aura over the crowd, and a hushed murmur ran through them. "Thanks, Aresk, but I'm pretty sure you weren't invited to my wedding." I felt rather than heard the faint chuckle in response to my thought. Another murmur ran through the crowd, and I started to turn, but Krill coughed and glared at me, so I stayed facing Khan and my grumpy mentor. A presence stopped next to me, and I dared to glance across. My jaw dropped. Fayala had flowers woven into her flaxen hair, giving her a colourful crown of organic beauty. She was wearing a long dress of sheer linen, pure white, and sealed at the front with lacing to hold it together. The braiding ran from halfway up her thighs to her throat and gave the dress a simple elegance. As she stopped next to me, I saw a flash of cream skin as the dress parted briefly over her bare feet. "Daughter."
"Your price is 6 heifers and a bull, which I will cede to Mond if you are willing to accept his hand," Khan said.
Wasn't this all agreed on in advance? I briefly worried I'd missed something, then narrowed my eyes at Krill, as I assumed he'd neglected to mention this detail for his own amusement. "I am, father." Her voice rang out, full of pride and joy. "I have a gift for my husband." Oh shit. Was I supposed to bring a gift as well? Krill snickered softly as he watched my face shift ever so slightly, and I swore to take revenge on the old goat no matter what. Halin stepped forward and handed an ornately worked leather belt, already hung with pouches, to Fayala, who smiled as she passed it to me. "Thank you, think, you moron." Too late to pop to a garage and pick up some flowers. No shops here anyway. But wait. I dived into the shop and pulled up something I'd been considering for myself. I bought 2 of them for a total of 2,000 souls. They arrived in my dimensional pocket, and I opened it with 40 mana to pull them out. A susurration ran round the crowd as my hand seemed to vanish into thin air, then emerge holding 2 long silver objects. I clipped one to my new belt as I locked it around my waist, and held up the other. The Ajuntium sheath looked like glowing silver to my eyes, and I slid the matching blade out. I held up my bronze knife in the other hand and effortlessly sliced it in half with the shop-bought weapon. As the front half of my old dagger fell to the muck at my feet, I sheathed my gift and offered it to Fayala with an awkward smile. "A blade fit for a queen," I said, unable to think of anything else to say. She passed the knife to Halin, who retreated back into the audience with it, and Faye bowed her head slightly. "My thanks, my lord." She spoke softly, so only those nearby could hear. "Giving such a weapon to a woman may upset some of the warriors, Ray."
"Speaking of queens and kings," Krill called out, taking control of the ceremony once again. "With this union, we become a new tribe, the tribe of Mondin. The primary clans are the Herm, the Hatrick, and the Mond. I swear on Erisk's holy spear to serve as a true dreamer to our new tribe. Who will pledge themselves to the newly formed house, Mond?" A roar went up from the audience. Even some of Tennille's people, prisoners though they were, joined in happily. "In accordance with the ancient rites, the strength of Mond is tied to the beauty of Hatrick. We are no longer Eriskin. We are now Mondin in truth, and any man who dares to disagree will be met with spears and stones." Krill was really getting into this. I got the feeling this kind of shit was why he'd become a dreamer in the first place, and it had bugger all to do with his brother's rise to power back in the day. "King Mond will lead us to ever greater glory." He practically screamed the last part, but the crowd seemed to love it. So who was I to judge? I'd just been married and crowned a king, by the local standard at least, in less than half an hour. A bench was brought out for Fayella and me to sit on as gifts were presented from the various clans and families. Krill presented us with a pair of large wooden chairs, the nomad equivalent of a throne, and Fayella and I switched to them, letting Khan and Atas take our places on the bench. Hides, bags of herbs, and food were offered up, mostly modest offerings,
But the heartfelt nature of people with so little offering as much as they could left me strangely affected. I was a professional, cold-blooded and meticulous. A pile of leather or a bag of grains shouldn't have touched me as much as it did. Is the brand messing with my head again? I didn't know, so I decided to roll with the situation and just enjoy myself. Most of my time here has involved endless traveling, boredom, or pain. I reminded myself that those times had been interspersed with moments of terror and rage. It felt to me like I'd earned this brief reprieve from the horrors of my new world. Once the gifts were given and taken away to our new tent, which was considerably larger than the previous one, the real entertainment began. Krill thrust a jar of red liquid in my hand and told me to drink with a no-nonsense tone. In a much more polite fashion, he offered Fiala a jar of white liquid, which she accepted with a laugh and took a long slug from. "Drink up, my lord. It will give you energy for later." She emitted a throaty laugh as she took another swig of her yolk. I took a tentative taste from my jar. It tasted like sausages? Or maybe black pudding? This must be the fermented blood drink they prepared after the cull, and it was much stronger than the yolk I'd enjoyed previously. Fortunately, as the night wore on, I found my new body statistics preserved me from obvious drunkenness. I definitely had a buzz going by the time Krill stopped telling the stories of the first tribes and the heroes that led them. Next, the ladies danced, a mesmerizing display of simple movements perfectly choreographed. They flowed back and forth, their skirts swirling around them, and even the shit-sitters clapped along to the beat of the drums and the atonal humming that passed for singing among my warriors. They were my warriors, I realized with a shock. These were my people. To round out the celebrations, the now thoroughly drunken warriors pitted themselves against each other in feats of strength. Aside from wrestling and something like boxing matches, they formed teams and held a wooden rod over a fire. On each side, the groups tried to pull their opposition into the flames or force them to drop the rod. In every competition, my fangs proved too much for anyone else to match. I smiled as Halin planted a kiss on Jandak's cheek after he and my other captains yanked 12 men off their feet from across the fire with a single heave. Fiala laughed and joked with me as we watched the antics of the tribe. The people were finally blowing off steam after the tension of the last few weeks. We had parted ways on moderately friendly terms with the Eriskin and successfully set ourselves up as a new faction on the steppe. Her breath seemed to creep closer to my ear, and her words were clearly only for me as she drank more flagons of yolk. "It's time to retire, my lord," she whispered. She stood and offered me her hand, the sheer dress highlighting the contours of her body. I rose and took her hand. Then Jandak raised a mighty cry. "It's time to consummate!" he crowed, and I flinched, flushing red in embarrassment. Glimpse circled down to land on my shoulder, briefly startling Fiala, and cawed loud enough to silence the raucous laughter. The bird circled up and then shot into my new tent without another sound. After a few seconds, Jandak, impervious to the opinions of others as ever, made a crude joke about 3 being a crowd, and the entire mob howled with laughter. "Well, my husband," said Fiala once we were inside the tent, hooting and grunting noises echoing around from outside. "I think you know what is expected of you," she finished in a breathy voice. I stepped forward, but stopped as her new dagger appeared in her hand, aimed at my chest. Flint daggers barely cut me anymore, as Halin had accidentally tested earlier, but I was sure that blade would slice straight through me. She backed away until her calves were pressed against my bed, and then she slid the blade I gave her as a wedding gift through the cords holding her dress together from the bottom to the top. She shrugged out of it, letting it fall across the furs behind her,
She had been naked underneath the whole time. Her creamy skin seemed to flicker in the firelight, and I stepped forward, pulling my tunic over my head as I did so. "Husband," she whispered, in a voice that sent shivers down my spine.
"Wife," I grunted as my tunic came free, and I threw it into a corner of the tent. The word felt right on my lips. "Send the bird outside?" She sat down on the furs and put her arms behind her, arching her back as she crossed her legs. Glimpse took off like a rocket, shooting through the tent flap and away into the night. Chapter 46. The Power. I awoke alone, which surprised me into sitting bolt upright. I scanned around my empty tent and reached out to Glimpse, but he was currently devouring every scrap of meat he could find that had been dropped or cast aside at the party last night. I sent him a warning not to get fat, but all I got in reply was a mental raspberry. I shrugged the furs off me and looked around for my new red tunic, just as the flap swept aside and Fayala entered the tent wearing it herself. It was an uncanny sight, like a girlfriend back on Earth wearing one of my t-shirts the morning after. "Raymond," she said with a smile as she rushed into my arms, slender legs flashing as she crossed the short distance, and kissed me. She stepped back and pulled the tunic over her head before tumbling me back into the pile of furs. After an extremely pleasant rematch, we lay tangled in our bed, her arms and legs wound around me, and she snorted as she lifted her head from my shoulder. I was wondering if they had tobacco in this world, as now would be a good time. Mattresses also went up a notch on my list of tech for the nomads. "You owe me a few things, Ray," she whispered in my ear. What tradition had I missed this time? I would be having serious words with Krill about his throw him in at the deep end and see if he can swim attitude towards my education in the local norms. "You want to know about my world?" I asked tentatively, remembering our first conversation. "Of course. Now you've no excuse for keeping such things secret from me. I'm in the right moon phase, and I'm sure Aresk will bless us with a son. No more secrets from the mother of your children." She kissed my nose and lay her head back down on my shoulder. "Moon phase?" I repeated, dumbfounded. Family planning apparently involved a fuck her and see approach on Earth. "Yes, I do want to know about your world, but you promised me magic." "I appreciate the shake-the-bed furs kind of magic." She let out a throaty laugh. "But I was promised real magic." "That wasn't real enough for you?" She giggled in reply. "I've saved some souls for you from the cull. I remember what I promised." As our naked bodies were pressed against each other, I could simply will the transfer to happen, and she would receive the souls. Another 2,000 vanished, leaving me with about the same left in reserve. Her body went rigid for a moment, then melted back against me. "What does focus do?" she asked quietly. "You can read?" I gasped, raising myself up on an elbow to stare down into her hazel eyes. "Of course. Most of the noble women are passably competent in Crathen. It's just the men who refuse to learn. It's effeminate." I cursed Krill once again. I'd had a large group of literate people available to me for fucking months, and he hadn't mentioned it. "What are your starting stats?" "Don't pick an affinity just yet. You've got enough souls to unlock 3 of them and boost your spells a bit if you spend the souls wisely. But they won't go as far as you'd want. Trust me, I know how frustrating it is," I babbled excitedly. "I can do basic arithmetic," she replied with a laugh. I'd been wishing for a calculator every time I stopped to spend souls, but I wasn't about to argue as her legs tightened around my own. Faye ended up picking ice, life, and space as her affinities. "You have to spend enough stat points to go past 10 in the physical stats," I insisted repeatedly.
I didn't want her to be as fragile as a run-of-the-mill mortal. It took some persuasion, but she eventually agreed and raised her strength and reflexes to 12, as well as bumping her health points to 120. The rest she poured into mana and magical strength after pushing focus to 10.
Body, E. Mind, D. Souls, F. I could see the status floating over her head in faint red letters, and the knowledge that she was considerably stronger than even the fittest man filled me with a sense of comfort. If, as she was determined, it was already the case, she was carrying my child. I needed her safe, especially as I would have to go away shortly to try and recruit Sulk the Smith to our cause. A throat was cleared outside my tent flap. Apparently, the tribe had some sense of announcing themselves, but only if a couple was within the tent in question. "Go see who it is. Come back before you leave for the Jaggernon," she whispered as she snuggled deeper into the furs, not coincidentally sliding her breasts down my side. I grunted and kissed her, then extricated myself from the entangling limbs that seemed to work to trap me in bed. I threw on my new linen clothes and stepped into the sunlight outside. "Good job, Mond," Jandak grinned. He pointed at where the white dress Faella had worn last night, which she'd spread on our bed, now marked with red in places, was draped over one of my guy ropes. So that was what she'd been doing outside when I woke up. Jandak smirked as I blushed. "What's the problem?" I demanded gruffly, unamused by his amusement. "Clip wants a word before we leave for Jaggernet. He's been bleeding to see you since he woke up. Be grateful we put him off this long. Saying no to a smith isn't natural for us," Jandak replied, as he slung an arm over my shoulder and led me over to the prisoners. The sounds and smells of the camp washed over me. Despite the celebration last night, the bustle and efficiency had already resumed. "So, how was she? Ripe fruit, I'll bet," he chuckled. "I'll ask Koss how I should answer that question," I replied, and he jerked his arm away. "That's just cold. His strength stat is higher than mine. As soon as they become king, they all turn into pricks." He laughed to take away the sting of his words, and I couldn't help but join in as we stumbled into the area set aside for my prisoners. "You! What the fuck was that metal?" rang out, cutting through the noise of the bare bones smithy and the other work going on around us. A brief silence descended. "Did I tell you to stop hammering, you bloody layabouts?" Clip spun and snarled at his apprentices, who had frozen as their master harangued the new king. The smell of the forge and molten metal filled the air here, giving it an acrid tang that kept most of the tribe away. "It's called adjuntium. It isn't common." I was getting good at understatement. "I might be able to get you some ingots, but I'm not sure you could work them. I mean no disrespect," I added as his face darkened. "It's just that I don't even know what ore they come from." Clip strode forward and held up a small lump of orange metal. "It's sliced through this effortlessly. This is fucking good bronze. Forge Master Badanik couldn't make a better alloy." He threw the end of the dagger I'd cut off yesterday at me, but Jandak's hand blurred out to snatch it from the air. Jandak glowered at the smith while he tossed the gleaming piece of metal up and down in one hand. "Apologies. I forget myself sometimes." "You must get me some of that metal," Clip insisted. "It isn't cheap," I hedged. "I'll serve your filthy nomads for the rest of my days for a hide ingot of the stuff," Clip snapped. "What the hell is a hide ingot?" I asked in confusion. "About yay thick and about yay square, with curving edges like a hide stretched out to dry." He had pinched a finger and thumb to perhaps an inch wide, then spread his hands about a meter apart to give me the dimension. If that was the same as the ingots I could buy in the ever-cursed shop, it was the same shape as the images attached to the option for the ingots in the shop. Maybe it wasn't such a ripoff?
That was a lot of arrowheads from one purchase.
I bought 2 ingots of bronze from the shop on instinct and spent the mana to retrieve my acquisitions from my dimensional pocket. 2 lumps of meter-square bronze appeared as if by magic in my hands. For 300 souls, and factoring the value of bronze to my tribesmen, that wasn't such an awful price as I'd first thought. Well, that's not so bad after all, I muttered, and Clip snatched one of them from me and laid it down. He began tapping and scratching at it with a wedge of bronze that appeared in his hand without me catching where it came from. "This is the finest bronze I've ever—" "How much of this can you provide?" His voice was full of command, and Jandak stepped forward slightly. "My king," he added hurriedly. I couldn't quite see Jandak's face, but I assumed the glare had been enough to remind the arrogant crafter of where the real power lay. It suddenly struck me that I was indeed the power now, at least in this place and among these people. Warriors raised a fist in salute at me as they passed, and the women nodded their heads. Bowing and scraping were alien to my savage and independent-minded people, but those small shows of deference that I'd largely ignored this morning were more significant than I'd realized. "It isn't cheap, and you cannot buy it with salt or trade goods. When we get to the Northlands, you'll understand about the iron," I replied. "I know about fucking iron, Lord. The gray metal that turns red. It's more brittle than this bronze," Clip answered. "Pure iron is brittle, but it has 2 major advantages over bronze. You don't need to find tin and copper to make it useful, and by mixing in a little carbon, you get steel. And steel, my friend, is the kind of thing that will make Velkit love you." For a moment, there was a sensation of a hammer striking an anvil all around me, similar but different from Eresk's aura. Oh, great. More bloody god friends. "I hear you, Forge Maker," Clip called to the sky. You aren't a lying savage, are you? He didn't give me a chance to speak before he continued. "I'll journey north with you, Lord." "What do you want me to do with this metal?" he asked, pointing to the ingot resting against his legs and the one I still held casually in one hand. "I'm not really from around here," I answered his first question before continuing. "Same as I asked for before. Stirrups. We'll use iron for arrowheads, spears, and knives when the time comes. I want all my riders to have saddles and stirrups by the time I return from the Jaggernon." "Can you do it?" I asked. He nodded furiously. "I'll need to train some more apprentices. Perhaps some of your nomads might be worthy. I'll look at any who wish to offer themselves to Veltik. You'll be away for how long?" He belatedly realized he'd forgotten to ask the determinative question. I glanced at Jandak and raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps a week and a half," he said with a toothy smile, "assuming the negotiations go smoothly." "That's too little time," Clip muttered unhappily. "We won't move the main camp north until the hides from the cull are cured. I'm told it will be 3 weeks or so. Is that long enough?" I asked, cutting the suddenly cooperative smith a little slack. "Yes, Lord. And to help with your negotiations, King Mond, please swear on your honor to return this to me," he asked as he tugged at a leather cord around his neck and produced an exquisitely cut rectangle of bronze. "What is it?" I asked as he passed it to me. I turned it over and couldn't make out what the markings were meant to represent, but it must have taken a lot of work from whoever cut the dense, angular lines into the metal. "The mark of my profession, damn fool. Lord. This is my journeyman's token. Any smith north of Settle will recognize the marks showing I'm a student of Master Badnik. A prodigy of a student, if I might say so. Master Badnik always spoke highly of me. If this sulk is truly a smith, he'll understand when he sees it." I tucked the trinket into one of my belt pouches and patted it happily. "Thank you, Clip. I'll leave you to your work. Here." I passed him the other ingot,
and he sagged under the weight as he tried to take it with just one hand. "Consider these ingots a retainer?" He nodded and dragged them towards his forge, barking orders at his minions as he pulled them along behind him. "Well, that was surprisingly easy. The old bastard has been throwing his weight around all morning," muttered Jandak as we walked away. "The tribe won't argue with a smith?" I asked. "Mostly. Smiths are always a bit mad, and bickering with them isn't worth the trouble. But they're also useful, and it doesn't do to slit your pony's throat while you're riding it." "A lovely turn of phrase," I muttered. "Anything else? Or can I go back to my wife?" I asked. "You need to go back to pack, not plant another spear. Krill's already organizing a warband to head to Jaggerneet. You've got until noon," Jandak replied, and I cursed. "Packing won't take long. Who's coming with us?" I was really starting to appreciate the dimensional pocket spell. "The Fangs and Krill plus 20 horse archers and 10 chariots, with spare mounts and whatnot. We're planning to travel fast. The main delay to getting back to your warm bed is going to be winning over Sulk," Jandak said with a smile. He left me outside my yurt as he set off whistling to make his own arrangements with Halin. I took a deep breath and stepped into the gloom within. "Fela," I began as I took a step towards her. She was wearing a long dress of bright red felt, and while I regretted that she had gotten dressed, she still took my breath away. A disk of ice, 1.5 meters in diameter, appeared in front of me, halting me in place. "Raymond," she said in an acid tone, as she arched a perfect eyebrow at me, peering over her magic shield. "Faye?" I tried experimentally. Her face dissolved into a broad smile, and the shield vanished as she moved over and pulled me into an embrace. "Better, husband. In public, I'm Fayala, and you are King Mond. Under the felt, we are just Ray and Faye," she whispered into my ear. I liked the sound of that. I pulled back and gave her an uncertain look. "How long will you be away, love?" she asked. A shiver ran down my spine as she used that word. "A week, maybe 2, I replied, expecting an outburst. Not long enough to know for sure." She kissed me lightly. "You'll be traveling light. Take a good tunic to impress the Jaggernan, but otherwise just take food and weapons." She pulled out a set of clothes similar to the formal wear I'd worn last night from one of my chests. "They're a fractious tribe, but Sulk is married to Kayla. She's a niece of the Hedhip patriarch and a distant cousin of mine. She had dreams of being a proper brood mare, but Sulk has no weight to his spear, if you take my meaning. She's a little bitter, but has made the best of it. Tell her we're wed and give her this note. It might help. Win her love, and Sulk will do whatever she tells him to. Hurry back to me?" She finished with a slight quaver in her voice as she passed me a bundle of clothes.
Chapter 47. Being Brash. We traveled quickly to Jaggernet. We stopped to make camp twice on the way, and I spent the evenings instructing unarmed and short-blade fighting, as well as giving lectures on what I could remember from Mongol and Turkish mounted archer strategies. The concept of a feigned retreat was sneered at. At first, they felt it was dishonorable and inglorious. It took a great deal of persuasion to explain how, by drawing the enemy out of formation and position, or even just elements of an opposing force, it created the opportunity for even greater glory. My savages were nothing if not glory hounds. "What's ahead of us?" asked Krill, as we rattled towards the final rise between us and Jaggernet. Glimpse was circling overhead, and I was observing the camp ahead of us. The cull. They're still busy processing the meat and hides, but they seem to be taking it a lot easier than Ereskine, I replied. The machine-like bustle of the cull in Ereskine was nowhere in sight. They were almost laconic as they went about the annual ritual. "They keep a smaller herd," Krill spat to the side, and I dodged the phlegm as the wind pulled it back in my direction.
I really must have a word with my tribe about spitting all the damn time. Having a pet smith, they tend towards trade and craft. Most of the warriors here will have bronze weapons, even if it's just a small knife. They're rich enough to spend less time herding. So they have more crafters than Ereskine. Leather workers and carpenters. Their women are some of the best weavers in the steppe. They can afford fine linens from the shit-sitters. Another ball of spit flew past my ear. Don't tell Fiala I said that about this lot being better. He turned to give me a glare. So, they'd be a good trade partner? I wondered. My dimensional pocket had been loaded up with Krill's favorite trade goods, drugs and dyes. He was hoping to make a killing and acquire more metals for Clip, even if Sulk rejected us.
I'd also loaded an entire chariot and a bunch of spare parts for the vehicles into the storage space, as well as a note from Fiala to Kayla.
Pah! Can't trust the bastards. They'll screw you over any chance they get. They're fighting mad, so don't be surprised if some hotheads start throwing out challenges to our warriors. For an Ereskine to consider these people unusually belligerent, they must be extremely violent. I had no fears for myself or my fangs, and Krill was sacrosanct, as he was a dreamer. No one would raise a hand to him. The other warriors could find themselves in trouble, though. If they were forced to use their healing trinkets, questions would be raised. What if they find out about the magic? The healing trinkets the warriors have? I asked. Best make sure they don't. At this point, lad, it will only add to your reputation. But we're a small band, and all their warriors are here. If they decide to take them from us, it would be trouble. Think you can kill 1,000 warriors at once? I suspected that with my magic upgrade, I could probably do a passable job, but I had no wish to find out. We rattled over the brow of the hill, and Jaganit was spread out before us at the bottom of a shallow valley. It looked much the same as Araskit or Mondit, a circle of wagons around yurts and an open central area with a wooden palisade and livestock area at the south-facing side. The people were dragging cattle from a shed built just outside the town into the camp proper and processing them under the autumn sun. Rows of hides stretched out on crossed wooden poles were arranged around fires or along the sides of the paths to dry out before being properly cured. Glimpse was perched atop the culling shed and eavesdropping on the humans below. He seemed to feel condescending towards the lowly earthbound creatures, but his eyes were greedily watching out for any opportunity to swoop down and steal a lump of meat that came away as the bodies were hauled into town. He wasn't alone. Dozens of airborne scavengers were circling around or watching from the peaks of wagons or yurts. They're sending a group to greet us. Pull up here. No point going closer until we're invited, I called into Krill's ear. He began to slow the chariot, the rest of our troop following his lead, and we parked the contraptions perpendicular to the approaching horsemen. They'd sent out nearly 100 riders, and as many warriors were following on foot behind them. We were severely outnumbered, but we had enough quality to counter their quantity, especially with Krill and my own magic available as fallback options if things went badly. I hopped down and walked a short distance in front of the rest of our group. Jandak was muttering to himself about damn fool kings, but I ignored him as the riders approached. As the Ereskine had done when we arrived back at that camp, the riders spread out to form a partial encirclement and kept 30 meters or so distance between us while they waited for the infantry. "Hail, Jagan!" I shouted over at them. "We're here to trade and speak to Sulk." "And who the fuck are you? You look like Ereskine dogs, but none of his retainers are with you." The rider who replied rode forward slightly. They cut their hair differently, leaving the sides and back to grow out, but shaving the top of their heads. I assumed it was the coiffeurs that identified us to him. "I am Mond, of the Mondin tribe. We split the herds with Hakubin," I called back. "Never heard of you. An unknown kinglet comes to trade for metal with some stunted wagons? Ha! You've got balls, at least." He began muttering to one of his colleagues, who wheeled about and galloped back towards the infantry. "We've got rare herbs to trade for bronze, but I would also like to speak to your king," I called back. I heard Krill muttering in the background and glanced over at him. He made a variety of facial expressions that suggested I had just put my foot in my mouth. I was winging this whole conversation, having no bloody idea what the protocol was for visiting royalty, but I thought I'd handled it well enough. "Do you now? Well, I'm sure Jagapan will greet you with happiness. He'll be here in a minute." The rider laughed, and several of his men chuckled along maliciously. I heard what sounded like Krill face-palming, and glanced back to find he had indeed covered his eyes with a hand. What the hell had I said wrong? The infantry contingent arrived, and the opposing cavalry contracted to occupy the flanks. The warriors all sprouted the same haircut as the riders, and their tunics ran the usual gamut of colors I'd grown used to among my own tribe. They moved apart at the center, and the smallest tribesman I'd ever seen strode through the center in a purple tunic like a peacock. He held a spear casually over his shoulder. "I hear you want to speak to me, boy," he asked as he stopped 2 meters from me. His right eye was a deep brown, but the other was an orb of polished bronze. A deep scar ran down his face across the metallic eye, starting at the top of his forehead and ending at his jaw. "Jagapan, I am Mond, king of the Mondin. I'd like to spend a day or two I began, but he snorted and interrupted me. "Demanding to speak to me? Without even waiting for guest rights? We all know what that means." He spun in a circle and raised his arms over his head. He slipped the leather sheath off the tip of his bronze spear and reached up to his face as he turned back to me. He pulled out his bronze orb and slipped it into a pouch on his belt, leaving me staring at the hole where an eyeball ought to be. "Defend yourself, fool!" He lunged at me with the spear. He moved faster than anyone I'd seen who wasn't a soul-bound servant. I slapped the spear aside and thrust out a hand to smash into his chest, but he somehow pivoted, using the force of my parry to twist his body out of the way. I flashed out a foot to catch his leading leg and swept it from under him. He rolled and flowed back his feet like he was made of rubber and launched another strike at my face with the spear. "I came to talk, not fight," I snapped as I blocked once more. I hadn't bothered carrying a spear. All I had was my shop-bought wedding dagger in my belt. "You don't demand to speak to a king, moron. You ask his guards to pass on your greetings, and he will see you if he thinks you're worthy." A flurry of blows flickered out at me, and I leapt backwards to avoid them. He had switched tactics, no longer going for a killing blow, but trying to wear me down and make me bleed. It wasn't going to work out for him. As he moved in again, I caught the spear in my left hand and held it still. He jerked to a stop and tugged before releasing the spear and leaping away to pull out a bronze short sword. I flexed my hand, and the spear shaft snapped in my fist. "I apologize for being brash. I did not know the correct protocol. Can we stop this and talk, please?" I asked calmly. "Breaks my fucking spear and then demands to talk again. Boy, you're going to die here," Jagapan snarled as he slid forward, keeping his weight split across both feet, trying to get into range for his blade. I stepped forward into his range, and the bronze flicked through the light, aiming to slice into my left arm just below the elbow. My dagger sliced through his sword, about halfway along, and the tip sailed into my shoulder before it glanced off the god mark and flew into the long grass. I lifted him up with my free hand by grabbing his tunic and dangled him at arm's length. His legs swung back and forth for a moment, as his remaining eye gleamed almost as brightly as the bronze prosthetic had. Then the remains of his sword sliced across my wrist in a lightning-fast cut. I tossed him aside and looked at the thin line of blood. That blow would have removed my hand before I started leveling up. I glared down at him, where he had tumbled to a stop in a purple heap, and stepped forward. "Enough! A friendly bout is all this was. Honor has been served," he called out loudly, before continuing much more quietly. "You owe me for the spear and the sword, King Mond." I paused and nodded, backing off slightly. Jagapan rose to his feet and brushed himself off. He retrieved his bronze eye from his belt and slipped it back into his empty socket, blinking rapidly to settle it in place. Then he gave me a grin that made his scar twist and writhe. "King Mond, you're welcome to trade with us, and I'd ask you to join me for a meal this evening. You're not the only visitors we have at the moment, and it will be interesting to bring such divergent people together." He winked his bronze eye at me, then spun and walked off. The infantry and cavalry followed, bar the rider who had spoken to me before. He trotted over and dismounted to scrabble around in the grass and retrieve the various parts of the king's weapons. "What the hell is that dagger?" he demanded, then glanced up and hurriedly added, "King Mond." "A wedding gift. Where can we camp?" I asked. "That's a fine gift indeed. Park your baby wagons to the west of the palisade, then you and 5 others can come into town." He glanced over at my men and seemed to be examining them with a hint of fear. "None of those bastards, then," he muttered. "I'd like to speak to Sulk and Kayla. I've got a note from my wife for her," I said. Krill had hopped down and picked up the sheared-off section of sword to pass to the rider. "Here, boy. Is Jagabant still your dreamer?" "I'd have words with him as well," Krill said in a friendly voice. "He was till not long ago. Everyone wants to speak to Sulk whenever they come. If that mad dwarf would stop hoarding his secrets, it would give some of the other traders a chance," muttered the Jaggernan man. "Thanks. I'm Hastajep, by the way. You're Haku Krill?" "The one and only," Krill cackled, pleased by the recognition. "Hakubin must be pissed that this boy poached you away," Hastajep said. "Jagabant died a few moons back. Hastakark has replaced him as the dreamer." He was clearly proud that his kinsman had become the new spiritual authority for the tribe. "Then I'll call on him later. Bant was a good man. His dreams were often almost as true as my own," Krill grumbled. "If you rest your horses over there, I'll let the guards know you can enter freely."
I'd rather not have to fight every time I meet a new tribal leader. Chapter 48. I've never met a wizard before. "Does this place smell bad to you?" I asked Krill as we walked into the town. I nodded to the guards who gave me wary looks in reply. Krill took a deep sniff and shook his head. "Nah, it always smells like this at the cull." We moved aside as a dead aurochs was dragged past us by a pair of ponies. "I don't like it," muttered Jandak. He, Mune, and Koss were accompanying us to see the smith and dine with King Jagapan. The 3 of them all had 2 sacks of Krill's finest dope swinging from each hand, having left their spears back at the camp. "Should have brought the spears," muttered Koss as he eyed the hostile looks we were getting from the locals. "Nah, we're twice as strong and fast as any of them. Jandak's just being a baby," joked Mune. "Enough. Keep your guards up, blokes. These guys aren't friendly," I said quietly, and the grumbling stopped. The camp was similar to Ereskine in most ways. Many more of the men carried bronze weapons, and some of the women had woven bands of metal holding their headdresses in place. Krill led us towards the sound of hammering, and we arrived at a large open-sided shed. It looked like a permanent building, unusual for the tribesmen, but I noted the fittings at the side that suggested it could be broken down and loaded on a cart. Under the sloping roof of wooden shingles, a man worked with a hammer, smashing it down on glowing metal. He was short, even compared to the nomads, and had a hunchback. Maybe he didn't?
Perhaps his right shoulder and back muscles had simply grown disproportionately large compared to the left. The hammer in his right hand swung down, and sparks flew. Krill called out to him, then waved a hand at us to wait. I watched him refining the edges of a neat bronze dagger, having to reheat the metal several times in the process, then dump it into a bucket of water waiting nearby. Only then did he turn and look us over. "What you want?" he barked.
His face was lopsided as well, like he'd had a stroke at one point, and now his left side drooped slightly. One eye was open wide, the other squinted, half closed, and from only a few meters away I couldn't see his pupils. They must be pinprick small. "Sulk, we come for trade and opportunity," said Krill jovially, as he walked under the roof and offered his hand. Sulk looked down at the hand and clamped his right hand on Krill's forearm. A look of confusion passed over his face before he yanked his hand back. "You got stronger, old man. A lot stronger," he grumbled as he lowered himself down onto his anvil and shook out his hand. "I repeat, what do you want?" He waved at the rest of us, and we moved in to join them. "Trade and opportunity," Krill repeated with a broad smile, but he hurriedly continued as Sulk glared at him. Krill never seemed to care to be polite to anyone, but this man was clearly exempt from his lack of respect. "I've got dream spice, ched, and crimson dye for trade, as well as a proposition." "I'll trade good metal for the herbs. You can speak to Kayla about that. What is the nature of your proposition?" He leaned back and unhooked a cup that he then lowered into the semi-boiling water that he'd dropped the dagger into. He took a long drink and smacked his lips. "We're going to set up a new venture in the north," said Krill as he glanced around to ensure we wouldn't be overheard. Glimpse was parked on the roof above our heads, and I knew no one was close enough to eavesdrop. "New metal and new methods. We've got a smith trained by Forge Master Badanik to join us. He told us to tell you he recommends it as a worthy adventure." I stepped forward and offered the small talisman Clip had given me to the smith, who squinted down at the intricately carved metal on his broad, burn-scarred palm. He harumphed and passed it back to me. "I've got a note from my wife, Fayella, for your Lady Kayla as well." I passed him the folded scrap of incredibly valuable paper and stepped back. "You're the new king? Split Hakubin's herd, I hear," he said to me in a gruff voice as he slipped the note into his belt without glancing at it. "Yes. What makes you special enough to break that tribe? Those clans have lived together for hundreds of years." I raised my left sleeve and showed him the god mark. "That'd do it. Strange rumors have been going around recently. Talk of magic and armies gathering in the south. Settle fell to Urkash this summer, as well as a dozen other major cities. You know anything about that, King?" He fixed me with a beady glare. "I've heard some of it," I hedged. "I'll bet. I'm not marching north for no one. Now, if you want to trade, you lot," he pointed at my fangs and myself, "can fuck off over there and wait while the wise men talk." "Boy!" he screamed, and a nearby tent flew open. A young man wearing a leather vest and trousers that matched Sulk's scurried out. "Jagalut, take this to my wife and tell her there's trading to do." The boy nodded his head as he accepted the note and ran to another yurt before calling out and entering slowly when a muffled reply came back. Jandak sat and complained about the smell as Mune and Koss teased him. He was right. Something smelled off. But I couldn't be sure if it had been like this at the Cull in Ereskine. I'd been soaked in arterial blood 18 hours a day and then staggered off to sleep after a quick wash. I expect my nose and lungs were painted red by the time I quit the horrible task. A woman, tall for a nomad and with broad hips and large breasts,
emerged from the tent Sulk's assistant had entered, and moved over to where Krill and Sulk were bickering good-naturedly. She glanced across the four of us and locked eyes with me. She winked and smiled faintly before she settled next to Krill and began kicking his ass in the negotiations. His voice became increasingly shrill, and his gestures became wilder, but Sulk just laughed and turned to pull the dagger out of the water and take it to a grindstone for finishing. "But this is theft!" yelled Krill. I couldn't catch Kayla's quiet words, but he glowered at the end, and she burst out laughing. "Fine. I only want raw materials for Eresk's sake. This is what I'd expect to pay for finished blades." "You've got your own smith now, old man. That's competition, and we don't need it. This will keep your finished goods too expensive, stopping you from undercutting my dear Sulk." Kayla's voice was warm and gentle as it finally rang out loud enough for me to pick out her words. "Damn it, woman, this is robbery!" Krill complained again, but he began handing over sacks that she opened to examine the contents. Once she was satisfied the herbs were as promised, she called out the boy and ordered him what to take back to our camp. Then she turned and walked over to my little party. "King Mond, a pleasure to meet you. I'm afraid dear Faye's request is impossible for now, but I'll bear it in mind. Please, could you pass this back to her?" She passed me the same paper I'd given her, but Faye's message was now on the outside. "Lady Kayla, Fayala spoke highly of you. Is there nothing that can be done to persuade your husband? I have access to some things that might interest him." I drew out my dagger and offered it to her hilt first. She narrowed her eyes and looked up at me questioningly. I nodded permission, and she took it over to Sulk, who damn near leapt out of his skin after he'd had a look at it for a minute or so. He hobbled over to me and waved the blade in my face. "Where the fuck did this come from? This is a Juntium. No one can work it anymore, but here's you with a shiny tattoo and an impossible blade," he barked at me. I deftly snagged the blade from his outstretched hand and sheathed it at my waist. "I can only give you details if you come away north with us," I said firmly. "I can get more of it, though." While technically true, I had no wish to spend the amount of souls I'd need to buy that metal in bulk. Sulk went bright red and looked ready to explode, but Kayla laid a hand on his arm and pulled him gently backwards. "That's understandable, but I'm afraid we cannot go north with you. You'll be riding to war with the Koprig, and it's not safe for a smith and his wife to wander at times like that," Kayla said, as Sulk seemed to melt into calm at her touch. I was fairly confident she wasn't a witch, but her power over her husband was every bit as impressive as Faye had promised. "We're eating with King Jagapan this evening. Would you join us?" I asked, silently hoping I wasn't breaking some obscure rule by inviting another guest. To be honest, even back on Earth, that would have been bad form. She laughed, her whole body shaking as the surprisingly deep sound rang out. "Thank you, mighty king, but I wouldn't presume on Jagapan's hospitality. I'm sure we can speak again before you return to your people." Kayla nodded her head at me and went back to her tent with a spring in her step. "I want to see that blade again before you leave," muttered Sulk as he gave me an angry stare, his tiny pupils flaring slightly. I nodded, and we began to make our way towards Jagapan's tent in the center of the camp. "Bloody thieves," Krill grumbled loudly. "4 ingots for all those herbs. They were out to shaft us." His voice dropped, and he glanced around, then grinned at the rest of us and winked. "Good thing they don't know how easy it is to grow more," he whispered as he waved a finger like he was casting a spell. The fangs grunted in amusement as we threaded our way through to the heart of the camp. Jagapan's tent was the largest in the settlement, perhaps 8 meters across. It was even larger than Hakubin's. 2 guards with bronze daggers, maces, and spears waited outside the entrance. I eyed their simple armor in appreciation. It was much more refined than the junk I'd inherited from Jatan.
Smooth discs of bronze overlapped from their throats to their thighs and provided impressive coverage all around their bodies. "Here at Jagapan's invitation, King Mond wishes to pay his respects," Krill said with a mocking bow to the one on the right. He scowled and spat to one side before heading into the tent. We waited patiently as the remaining guard fidgeted and glared at us. A few moments later, the other guard returned and held the flap open for us. We ducked inside, and I was impressed with the place. Bronze sheets hammered thin and cut with intricate designs hung on the walls, and there were metal swords and spears propped upright all around us. The light from the central fire danced and flickered on all the reflective metal, giving the place an aura of constantly shifting light. "Come in. This is my wife, Lady Habeen," said Jagapan from his throne-like chair. The elegant woman bowed her head to us. Her face was hidden by a scarf, but her eyes were blue, almost as bright as my own. "Please be seated. I'll arrange some food for you," she said in a gentle voice, a strange counterpoint to the harsh and staccato speech of her husband, then moved past us and out of the tent. "You fight well, boy, although you lack manners. It would have been better to let me win at least a little," chuckled the one-eyed man. His bronze orb flickered in time to the fire. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense," I started, but Krill snorted and Jagapan chuckled, slapping his knee. "A king doesn't apologize, Mond," he laughed. "If we fuck up and get away with it, that's what we meant to do in the first place. Please, sit." He gestured to the cushions placed around the fire. They were the first soft furnishings I'd seen in this world, and I resolved to buy as many as were available before we went back to Mondit. "Thanks. We're looking to establish a more regular trade with your people," I said. "Pah! Krill and Kark can sort that out between them later. Where did you learn to fight that way? You moved like liquid metal." He leant forward to stare down at me eagerly. "I've had some training that your people may not be familiar with," I offered, hoping to avoid any comments about my abnormal strength and speed. "Where are you from? You speak the language fluently, but with an accent I've never heard before. I've been to 40 Halath festivals and never heard its like. You aren't one of us, so you must be either from the tribes in the far west or somewhere in the south. You're not a shit-sitter, are you, boy?" he asked with a mock glare. Speaking as a shit-sitter myself, I must say I do not recognize the accent either, so it must be the far west, said a mellifluous voice from the entrance. As my head snapped round, I was already reaching out to lock a hand on Jandak's arm. He'd started to rise and draw his knife at the same time. At the entrance to the tent stood a man in flowing robes of fine linen, dyed red and lined with dense yellow threadwork. His face was angular, and his eyes were intelligent. Gray hair that had retreated from his brow covered his head, but what remained was gathered in a ponytail at the back that he had pulled over his shoulder and stroked with one hand. Every finger had an iron ring on it, and behind him stood 4 bandaged men. I tightened my grip on Jandak's arm and forced him back into his seat. This man didn't have any stats floating over his head in pale red letters. He wasn't a soul-bound servant. The stink of rot floated into the tent on the draft that passed by his escorts. "Wizard Grell," said Jagapan, rising from his seat and nodding his head at the man. "Friends, please meet the emissary from Urkash who has chosen to grace us with his presence." Kaz and Mune had risen to their feet, but I quickly stood and stepped between them and the newcomer, one hand behind my back, gesturing for them to sit back down. "A pleasure," I nodded my head. "I've never met a wizard before. What's that like?" Chapter 49. No one will know. Grell smirked at me in reply. Crow's feet marred the otherwise smooth olive skin around his eyes, and he held out his right hand. A ball of orange fire appeared floating above it. I feigned shock and stumbled backwards,
deliberately knocking over my captains, as I didn't trust their acting skills at all. Direct, brutal, and honest were the traits of my adopted people. Subterfuge and subtlety were reserved for the oddballs like Krill. "Herisk's balls!" I exclaimed in a passable impression of shock and fear. I fell backwards and landed on Jandak. "He's not soulbound. He's just got trinkets. Play along," I whispered quietly in his ear. Fortunately, Krill had leapt into the air and was bouncing up and down excitedly. "I told you my dreams were true, Mond. Look, magic has returned to Earth. Master Wizard, can you teach a humble dreamer to wield such powers?" he gasped out, covering my quiet words to Jandak. "Only those deemed worthy by King Mortimer are permitted to attend his school for the magical arts," said Grell in a smug voice as the fire vanished. 5 seconds, and only a fist-sized ball of orange flames. Since my recent spending spree, my summon fire now produced a ball of blue-white flame the size of my head. Whoever had made these trinkets had not put many souls into improving their spells. "I'm sure some of my warriors would be worthy of such an honor," I said, as I stood back up and pulled a scowling Jandak to his feet. He flashed some hand signs to the others as he helped them back up. They glanced at me, but nodded reluctantly. "I'm afraid not, but you might be worthy of retaining the services of a wizard. Perhaps this is a happy coincidence." He took a seat on a cushion opposite me, and I sat down as well. He scowled and flicked some lint from his robe, glancing unhappily up at Jagapan, who was above us all on his throne.
"I came to offer the chance for a respected tribe to receive wizards in exchange for pledges of fealty to Urkash. I was expecting one king, but now I find a pair of you. You barbarians are such colorful people." "Fealty to a city lord? I'm not sure," I began, but Krill cut me off. "What else can you do?" He hopped back onto his own cushion and gave the wizard a look of bright eagerness. "No respect for authority," Grell muttered. "We can heal injuries almost perfectly, cast fire, ice, and lightning, as well as cause weakness in our enemies." "Thanks, Krill. So they've got the elemental affinities as well as life and death covered for trinkets. Useful to know." "And what is the King of Urkash's price?" I asked, pretending enthusiasm at the new information. "To serve him, you would need to pay a tax, you people call it a tithe, I believe, on all your earnings, and your warriors would have to join him in times of war. My king is a wise and generous ruler who only seeks peace with his neighbors, but some people are simple-minded peasants who cannot see the sense in his kindness. Already we have had to settle accounts with Setall, among other primitive cities." Grell was waxing poetic, his voice flowing smoothly from one well-rehearsed line to the next. "What do you think, King Jagapan?" I asked. "I think it would be a great sacrifice on my part," grumbled the old king, his bronze eye reflecting the fire at me. "Pfft, you should be honored, Jagapan. If you do not accept, you'll find the northern towns closed to you for trade, and you need the raw metals for your—" he sniffed pointedly. "Smith." "And why should this be a problem? The trade truce cuts both ways. If they won't trade, then we will raid." Jagapan leaned back and crossed his arms. "Those towns are under the protection of Urkash now. You would not like the reprisals should a cadre of my brothers be sent to deal with you." Icy confidence. Grell truly believed what he said. How many of these buggers had old Morty trained and equipped with trinkets? How far behind the curve was I? "Nonetheless, nomads rule the steppe. You'd not be able to chase us down, and we'd be constantly cutting at your flanks," Jagapan replied with a toothy smile. Grell sniffed again. Perhaps sniffing was the shit-sitter equivalent to the tribe's constant spitting. "You could not stand against us, mighty king," Grell said sarcastically. "I am here to offer peaceful terms, not badger and harangue. I apologize. I will excuse myself for now.
Perhaps we can speak again tomorrow? Grell asked as he rose to his feet. Jagapan grunted and nodded. The air freshened noticeably as the wizard and his bandaged men left the tent. Jagapan snorted and moved to get some wood from a corner. He tossed it on the fire, then sat back down on his throne. No Aurochs shit. What do you think? He glared at me. My acting may not have been all I'd hoped it was. I don't trust him. A man like that at my side, I'd end up dancing to his drum and not the other way around, I replied carefully. You'd seen them before, his guards. Jandak would have attacked them if you hadn't interfered. Tell me why you hate them, Jandak. Lord, they seemed off to me, Jandak hedged, glancing from the king to Krill and me. No lies, warrior, I said, and nodded to him. Jandak sighed, then turned to face Jagapan properly. They are dead men, made to walk with magic. They're hard to kill, he said simply. The smell? That doesn't prove what you say. Is this simple superstition? Jagapan asked. No. We've dealt with their kind before, I interrupted, as Jandak opened his mouth to reply. Only damaging the brain will truly stop them. If they took off those bandages, you'd see rotting faces and the rictus grins of those already taken by the god of the dead. Hadestes minions? The gods haven't troubled us for a long while, but here you are with Aresk's mark on your shoulder and too many herbs for trade. You've a pet smith as well, and wanted to steal Sulk away from me to join you in the north. Oh, don't bother denying it. I'd opened my mouth to deny it. I was a young leader once as well. I know how you think, or how Krill thinks at least. Who is the master here? He glanced between me and my rascally mentor. Mond is my god-marked lord, and I am sworn to serve him until death. He commands, and I obey, Krill said in a serious voice. Ha, so a bit of both then, Jagapan said with a grin, and Krill cackled back at him. This is a lot for me to think about. Do you have anything else you'd like to share, King Mond? He fixed me with a glare, one eye brown and the other bronze. Urkash isn't the only source of magic. I know another. In the north, we are going to mine the grey metal, I began. Iron. It's called iron, Jagapan muttered. Iron and then make steel, which is much stronger. We will sweep across the steppes in the near future with new ways of fighting. Once I unite the tribes, we'll ride south and teach the shit-sitters who the real power is in this world, I declared, channeling my inner dictator. Perhaps I don't know how you think then. That's ambition beyond anything I'd thought possible. I like you, kid. You've got balls. I look forward to the next spring festival. Now piss off and let me think. I've lost my appetite, but I'll have some food sent to your tents. We departed, nodding our heads to the man brooding on his fancy chair as we left. Where are they? Hissed Jandak. I know where his tent is, but now isn't the time. I'll deal with it after dark. Just keep your shit together, bloke. We do not want this Grell character to get away. I'd resolved that he had to die. Not a chance I was letting him take a description of my physical appearance back to Mortimer. The height and my eye color alone would give the game away. Glimpse was perched on a nearby wagon, staring down at the unmoving zombies as they guarded the tent Grell had retreated to. We didn't speak until we were back at our camp, and I dismissed the captains to go and join the rest of our party. I went into my tent to find 4 large, hide-shaped ingots of bronze waiting for me. I resisted the urge to dump them in my storage space. I was going to need all my mana this evening. Krill swung the flap aside and swanned in like he owned the place, glaring at me as I turned to face him. He knows, Krill hissed quietly. Grell? I think we fooled that arrogant, not that fraud. Jagapan. He knows you're Shikrikin for sure. The only question is what he does about it. Krill interrupted me. We could use him on our side. He seems like a decent bloke. A bit hot-headed, maybe. He's not a hothead. Wait till you meet the Koprigan shits. He's a smart man. He has to play the bully in front of his warriors. The Jaggernin are looked down on by the rest of us. And we're jealous too, he muttered. Too much metal, not enough herds. They're all battle-mad as a result, Krill added. Should we leave? We've got the metal. With Clip, we don't need Sulk. He'd be a boon, but he's not vital to our plans anymore. Not yet. We'll see what the dawn brings. What are your plans for Grell? I feigned a thoughtful expression, then grinned. I think Mr. Grell is going to vanish during the night without a trace, I said. Best do it quietly. These warriors won't take kindly to it if you're caught. We can cut our way clear, no doubt, but it will make it impossible to ally with Jagapan, advised my mentor. No one will know. Knocking people off and getting away with it is something I've gotten very good at. And I didn't even have magic before, I chuckled, and Krill cackled. I couldn't help but worry that my laughter sounded almost as evil as the old man's. The moons were both thin slivers of light in the sky when I slipped out of my tent in a mucky green tunic rather than my royal red clothes. Glimpse circled above me, and I had a bird's-eye view of all the nearby Jaganin warriors. I went north, away from the palisade, until I was able to duck into the shadow of a wagon. I stripped off my tunic and boots, hiding them in the darkness behind one of the wheels, and when I was naked, I used a spell I'd been eagerly looking forward to playing with. 60 mana vanished, and my skin became a matte black from head to foot. I lifted the pair of flint daggers I'd brought with me, then rubbed them in the mud to hide the faint gleam they gave off in the thin light. I slipped between the wagons and headed for Grell's tent. I paused occasionally to let a wandering warrior pass me by and fretted as I counted down the duration of the spell in my head. I had 1 minute and 40 seconds per cast. I'd chosen to infiltrate the town as close to Grell's tent as I could, and fortunately, possibly due to the stench of his undead guards, he had been placed only a couple of rows inside the outer wall of wagons. I had 40 seconds left when I paused next to the yurt along from my soon-to-be victims. 4 zombies. I had to break their brains to put them down. Glimpse let me know that I was in the clear, and I cast Enhancement on myself. I became almost 60% stronger and faster for 10 seconds, and I chose to make the most of them. The undead were arranged in pairs on either side of the entrance to Grell's tent, and I blurred across the 3 meters separating us. A blade slammed into the base of each of their skulls, and they sagged as I tried to snatch the blades back. I had not made a sound thus far. One of my blades snagged and snapped, the crack making me skittish as I whirled to the other 2, who were turning to me in what seemed like slow motion. They pulled iron swords from their hips, but I was next to them before the blades were halfway out. One got the still whole knife driven upwards through its throat, and the last took the stub of my remaining dagger to its temple, knocking it sideways. I abandoned the still intact blade in the 3rd zombie's brain and threw myself onto number 4. My fist rose and fell twice. The meaty thuds turned the skull into a concave mess, brains leaking around the sides of my fist. I heaved the last 2 into a pile on top of my first pair of victims, then spent 40 mana to dump the zombie corpses and their equipment into my pocket dimension. My shapeshifting ran out, and I found myself naked, unarmed, and painted red and pink over my right forearm. Reanimated Humano slain, ×4. 60 souls gathered. I ducked into the tent, ready for violence, but Grell was still asleep, his robe tossed in a pile in the corner of the yurt. His fingers were still covered by his many rings, so I had to do this without him waking up and firing off any magic. I stepped forward slowly, the dry dirt rough on my bare feet. I could throttle him? Or punch him unconscious, perhaps. Either option would give him the chance to cast something, though. I didn't want to kill him. Ideally, I wanted to take him prisoner and smuggle him out of the camp. Glimpse was still circling overhead, so I knew I was currently in the clear from the Jaganin. A revelation struck me. I spent another 40 mana, and the man vanished into my dimensional pocket, along with all his goods. Whether he would survive or not, I couldn't be sure. But I'd noticed food held in my storage space didn't rot as it would in the outside world. I hurried over and pulled his robes over my body. It was too short for me, but I slouched down as best I could. Another 60 mana vanished as I shaped his face and hair over my own.
Then I strolled out of the camp through the main palisade and walked off into the darkness of the steppe, making sure the guards got a damn good look at me in the faint light of the moons. I had to recast minor shapeshifting 3 times before I was far enough from the warriors at the town entrance that they wouldn't notice me reverting back to my own appearance. The robes should be enough to confirm who the stranger wandering onto the plains alone had been when they were quizzed in the morning. Once I was confident I was clear, I crouched low and made my way back to my tent, hopefully with no one the wiser. As I swung the flap up, Krill leapt at me with a dagger in his fist, but I batted him away. "It's me, you fool. It's done." Above me, a crow cawed happily in the night.
Chapter 50. Schrodinger's Wizard.
"And you didn't see him at all?" asked Jagapan, fixing me with his mismatched stare. We were back in his tent, and in addition to Krill and my fangs, we were joined by Sulk, his wife Kayla, as well as Jagapan's wife, Habine. "It seems a remarkable coincidence," said Kayla with a faint smile. "I haven't laid eyes on him since he left this tent yesterday," barked Krill. "Jagarin manners don't include accusing guests of crimes, do they?" The missing wizard and his guards had been noted come the dawn. "No one said anything about crimes. Perhaps a secret meeting with him out in the plains? He was seen walking out alone last night. Strange, though. He never went anywhere without at least 2 of his guards," Habine said softly from behind her mask. Jagapan removed his brass eyeball, put it in his mouth, and rolled it around for a moment before spitting it out and slotting it back into his socket. "I want no friendly dealings with Urkash," I said firmly. It was a simple truth. "Fucking shit-sitters," muttered Jandak from my right. Shit-sitters or not, I appear to have misplaced an emissary from a mighty southern lord. There may be consequences for my people. Jagapan glared at me once again. I was getting used to it now. The bronze orb had been off-putting at first, but now it was just part of who he was to me, despite his method of cleaning it. "The steppe can be dangerous at night," Krill said with a shrug and a toothy smile. "It can indeed. Small bands, let alone a single man, should take care that nothing ill befalls them as they travel," Habine replied pointedly. "What about the trade?" asked Krill to change the subject. "We've more herbs to exchange. King Mond has taken a liking to the fine cushions you use. If you have some for barter, we'd gladly take them off your hands." "You can trade when we're done here. Speak to Jen Tackle. His family makes the cushions." "I'm afraid I cannot allow Sulk to go with you," said Jagapan flatly. Sulk bristled a little, but Kayla put a hand on his shoulder and he stilled. "I cannot. But if you wish to trade for more metal, or can tell me more about your dagger, I'd be happy to offer you good prices," Sulk grumbled. I glanced at Krill, who nodded. "Plan B, then. The offer remains open to you and all the Jagarin. If you ever find yourself in need of warriors, the Mundin will come to your aid. We'll be heading for the Paliat Pass to winter in the north. You would be welcome to join us." Krill had drilled me on the correct language to use for this possibility last night, and I'd repeated it verbatim. "I'll remember your offer.
I think the Coprigan will not be happy with you, though, Jagapan replied gruffly. We exchanged some small talk, during which Kayla caught my eye and winked at me. Was she working for us or against us? I couldn't be sure, but I didn't want to try and force the issue with Sulk and the king. I'd just have to hope things worked out in the end. My old job had been so much simpler. Get access to someone and kill them. None of this swaying them to my cause bullshit. I sighed as we left the tent, and Krill scurried off to do some final trades. Let's get back to camp and pack up. We'll set off as soon as Krill is back, I ordered, and my captains grinned back at me, happy at the thought of heading home. Finally! I need to wed Haylin soon, you know. She was pretty pissed off about Lady Faela getting married before her, Jandak grumbled. I'll get you a nice wedding gift, I promised, although I had no idea what would be appropriate. I couldn't afford 1,000 souls to get him a fancy knife. What about you two? I asked Mune and Koss. Koss blushed bright red, and Mune cackled in his best impersonation of Krill. It might be an idea to keep some of your captains free and easy for the sake of political marriages in the future.
There'll be your sons, and any daughters you have in the future. But close friends are nearly as good, and you don't have to wait a decade for the union, laughed Mune. I gave him a flat look, but concluded that if they were happy with arranged marriages, who was I to judge? Krill returned with a number of women following him who were carrying large wrapped bundles of things that looked soft. My heart warmed. No more sitting on the cold ground in my tent. If we were going to winter in the north, we'd need to look at more furniture and cushions. Possibly felt mats would help at least a bit for the prisoners and the poorer freemen, or the chill could begin to cause health problems. I loaded all the goods into my dimensional pocket inside my tent. Then we finished breaking camp and rode back towards Mondit. A group of Jaggernon riders shadowed us for half a day, but they turned back eventually, and Glimpse made sure none of them turned around to resume trailing us. We were free and clear. I'd failed to recruit Sulk, but it seemed we'd made a good start towards a possible future alliance. We skirted north of Areskit and made camp well out into the wilderness. My bird's-eye view assured me we were alone, and once our tents were up and the animals hobbled, I led the warriors a few hundred meters off to one side. I spent the mana from my storage space and dumped out the corpses of the 4 bandaged men. I nudged them into a pile with one foot. I don't know if Grell is alive or dead. He's very much Schrodinger's wizard right now. They looked at me blankly, not understanding the reference. I mean, I don't know what to expect when I pull him out. I ordered everyone but the Fangs and Krill to form into 3 blocks, carefully positioned around the circumference of a circle so they could shoot arrows into the center without the risk of a miss hitting a comrade on the far side. Once I was happy with the positioning, I moved to the next phase. Knock! I yelled, and arrows were slotted into place. The archers put enough tension on the string that they were a heartbeat away from drawing and releasing in one fluid movement. All of them aimed at the pile of zombie flesh in the middle of their formation. I stepped forward into the kill zone and pulled Grell out, letting him fall onto the remains of his guards. He spluttered awake as he landed and rolled to the side, but I was on him in a flash. A single blow rang his bell to knock the sense out of him as I snatched off his rings and tossed them towards Krill. I moved backward slowly as he regained his senses. He glanced around frantically, and his eyes went wide as the realization that he wasn't in his tent anymore sank in quickly. "Urkash will take revenge for anything that happens to me," he snapped angrily. I waved a hand and conjured a ball of blue-white fire near his head that made him shy away and stumble over the zombie bodies. As the realization that his undead guards had been returned to their natural state hit him, he swallowed convulsively. "Have you got any more enchanted items on you, wizard?" I asked coldly. His eyes flashed to his now bare fingers, and he grimaced.
I am a mighty wizard, trained by Haskat the Wise, in service of the House of Mortimer of Urkash. I demand guest rights, and the return of my possessions." He narrowed his eyes at Krill, who was currently juggling half a dozen of his rings. "I thought old Morty would have had a sense for talent. Maybe you're just an idiot who managed to slip through." "Rich parents, maybe?" I asked. "My family is one of the wealthiest in Urkash. A handsome ransom will be paid for my safe return. It was an honor to be chosen to attend the magical academy the king has established, and had nothing to do with my birthright," he blustered. "How many? Students, I mean," I snapped. "More than the stars in the sky."
More than... I blurred forward to punch him just as a bolt of orange fire appeared and slammed into my chest, ruining my green tunic. I pulled the burning scraps away, noting most of the damage had been cancelled out by my Resist All bonus from the life tree. I'd lost a whopping 2 hit points. I had missed an item on him somewhere. I spent 20 mana and launched a bolt of my own to the ground just to his right. A ball of white-hot fire exploded, showering him with dirt and leaving a glassy depression in the soil, like something had taken a 1.5 meter wide bite out of the earth. That was nice. I hastily spent 160 souls to boost the diameter of the detonation up to 6.5 meters cubed, and launched another bolt, considerably further away from the man, to his left. This new bolt was like a mini sun that had opened up to devour a chunk of soil and air. A volume the size of a small house was encompassed in the white fire, leaving a deep dish shape of glowing dirt and glass when it vanished. "Hand it over. Now!" My voice was laced with death. If he didn't obey, he knew it would be his end. He jerked a necklace over his head and tossed it at my feet. "How many students?" I asked again, in a more friendly tone this time. "About 300, Lord," he stammered, clutching his nightrobe around himself like a girl caught changing clothes. "So there are 300 fake wizards working for him?" "No, Lord. 300 per year. This is the 2nd year since the founding," he replied quickly. Shit. By the end of winter, there could be nearly 1,000 of these bastards running around with shit-tier trinkets. "How does he keep control of you? Giving you trinkets and letting you run free? It would be impossible to keep track of you all." "How does anyone keep control of someone?" "Hostages, Lord. My family will be killed if I don't return within a year. My children—" His lip began to quiver, and he stuttered into silence. "Jandak, strip him to check he's not hiding anything else. Then give him a tunic and hold him prisoner," I said flintily. I didn't want his family to be killed, but there was fuck all I could do about it now. He had tried to kill me a moment ago, so my code was happy enough. "I'll have more questions for him. Krill, if there's anything you can think of, let me know." "Are we giving him to the women when we get back?" asked Cause in a bloodthirsty voice. "Maybe," I muttered. I had no intention of letting the poor bastard be tortured to death. I'd kill him cleanly if I had to. Grell was led away under guard to be strip-searched, and I eyed the dead zombies. We'd need to identify all the trinkets. The raise dead ones would be kept aside, but the others could be shared among my warriors. "I'll grill him over these," said Krill, showing me a pouch with Grell's trinkets mixed together within. "The undead summoning ones are going in the fire. Clip can reforge them into something useful." Krill spat to one side of me. "Fine. I'm looking forward to getting home," I said with a slight smile. Another fireball removed the dead zombies from existence. "I want a trinket to do that, and you're still thinking with the wrong spear." Krill chuckled, slapping me on the shoulder. Shortly after noon, 2 days later,
We crested a ridge and looked down on Mondit. As soon as we became visible, one of the 3 columns of horse archers doing exercises in the area, each of which was 50 riders strong, peeled off and galloped towards us. They slowed as they spotted the chariots and waved as they drew close. "Mond!" called the leader of the troop. "Hakubin has sent a traitor. His new dreamer is trying to drive a hard bargain. Clip tried to kill the man last night." "Who's the new dreamer?" snapped Krill, as he whipped our horses, and we rattled down the slope towards my little town.
Chapter 51. That word again. We didn't catch the name of the new dreamer from a resket as we bounced and shook our way past the horse archers who wheeled about to follow in our wake. Glimpse had circled down and landed on Faye's shoulder, receiving a fond pat on the head for his trouble. "Hello, Crow. Hurry home, husband," she whispered into the bird's ear before stopping her meeting with a handful of the female nobles and heading towards our tent. As she vanished through the entrance, Glimpse cawed, took to the sky again, and spiraled upwards to keep watch. The chariots weren't as fast as a pony with a single warrior on its back, but they were still pretty fast compared to a man running. A normal man, at any rate. I clapped Krill on the back, making him jump. "Need to go see to something," I called into his ear, making him wince, before I leapt off the chariot and shot ahead. I left divots in the earth, and each stride threw me forward over 2 meters. I was blurring past the palisade, while Krill was still 100 meters away, the shaman's complaints lost to the wind, and the guards let out a roar as I zoomed past them. I skidded to a stop in front of my own tent and paused to smooth my hair and beard. "Just come in, you fool," Faye called from inside, and I stepped into my home. She rose from the bed and walked towards me with a crooked smile on her face. "What by Aresk's left nut is this?" she asked, as she snagged my week-old beard in her hand and yanked me over to my throne. With gentle but firm pressure, she guided me to sit. "Is my husband incapable of caring for himself? Must his wife be constantly by his side to stop him turning into a shaggy Moloth?" "I didn't think—" "Obviously, Ray. Are any of the rest of your party as unkempt as this?" she demanded, drawing her adjuntium blade and laying it against my cheek. I didn't dare move to speak, as she carefully scraped the blade over my face until the skin was smooth. I raised a hand and ran it along my jaw as she stepped back and sheathed the dagger at her waist. She wasn't wrong. None of the others on our expedition had let their facial hair grow out while we were away. "Now you are fit to greet me properly," she smiled as she undid her belt and let it fall to the floor. Sometime later, when I could feel my toes again, I rolled over and kissed her cheek. Kayla wasn't much help, I'm afraid. Sulk wouldn't come. I rose and pulled on a pair of bright red trousers before scrabbling at my belt where I had dropped it on the floor. I retrieved the reply Sulk's wife had written and passed it over. Faye pulled the twine off and opened it. "You haven't read it yet?" she asked as her eyes scanned left and right. "I can't read your words. Could you teach me?" I asked. "Ha! A warrior king who can read. That will set a snake among the goats. Of course I will, love." That word again. Shivers ran down my back. Even if my infatuation was some trick from Aresk's mark, I wasn't sure that I cared anymore. "She says she'll work on the king and her husband for us, as well as extending her congratulations." She suppressed a giggle that made me think I was receiving a sanitized version of Kayla's comments. "I had a thought, Ray, about better ways to use the enchantments." "Go on." I stretched back out next to her, and she nuzzled in against me, breasts pressed against the side of my chest. "Acorns," she said happily, and I craned my head around to look at her. "Acorns?" "Yes, they'll rot. Within a season, there won't be any trinkets left for our enemies to gather up after a battle. Most of them will burn up in the fires anyway."
Are there a lot of magic items left over from previous games? I asked gently.
Games?
I briefly explained the nature of how I came to be on Earth rather than the Earth.
Bastards, she snarled. Is my world just a board to them? Are we just fucking pieces?
Her face had gone red, and she'd pulled herself up to her elbows to look down into my face.
I think we're all just toys to them, I said softly, hoping to calm her down. Pah! I'm no one's toy but yours, she said fiercely, then took control of herself. I mean, I'm your loving wife, and will honor and obey. She winked at me, and I felt my cheeks flush. There are old stories, Ray. Blades that can slice through stone like our daggers. Men and women wielding magic for generations after the Shikraken passed through the world. They must have been using enchanted items stolen from or given out by your kind. The fantastic weapons might have come from the shop? That makes sense. Switching to less durable stuff like acorns might be useful, but it will also stop us from reusing the items, I pondered aloud. True, but it's easy enough to spend 10 mana on a single fire trinket, she replied quickly. Sure, but that's an hour's worth of regeneration time per item. I can do 33 of those a day, and it would be a day and a half before I could repeat the process, I replied. She lay back down, pressing her body against mine once again, and sighed. You're probably right, but for simple things like an elemental wall, it might be a good choice, don't you think? I thought about it, and I could see the sense. We had lost all of the firewall stones Jandak and his team had used to burn the fields around Gethanel. It's hard to retrieve a lump of stone from the heart of a conflagration unless you're prepared to wait for it to cool and then waste hours scouring through the ash for the rock. I agree. I'll speak to Krill. Other than you and I, he's the only one with a high enough level to enchant items at the moment. What affinities did he choose? Faye muttered as she nuzzled closer. Life, time, and... You know, I never found out what his third choice was. Best you check soon. If he picked death, I'll be having words with him, she chuckled.
Krill had been horrified by the death tree, and there was no chance he'd have chosen it. But I was suddenly interested in finding out what he had picked. Perhaps we could give some of the noble ladies enough souls to be able to enchant simple spells. If this Mortimer Aurochs rapist king is arming hundreds of men with magic trinkets, we should counter with a coven of nomad witches, she chuckled as she finished, and I smiled in reply. Why the women? You don't go to fight, do you? I asked. I'm talking about making the damn things, not using them, she swatted me on the shoulder. Any men you give power to can spend it on making their bodies stronger and still be able to use the artifacts the women craft. In my world, men and women are generally considered equal, I started, but she snorted. Well, that's crazy. Can you bear a child? She demanded. Nope. Can I fight a man with my fists? Well, before I raised my body stat, I mean. Probably, I hedged. Gender politics was not something I was comfortable discussing with someone coming from a late Stone Age perspective, however beautiful and intelligent she might be. Of course I couldn't. It would also mean the women could better protect themselves when you men go to war with the Coprigin. You'd be able to leave a smaller number of guardians and take a larger force with you, she finished triumphantly. Would it cause any problems with the warriors and other women? I asked, turning to look into her hazel eyes. She blinked slowly and smiled. Nothing that I couldn't deal with. Women are sacred among us. If we gain the power to heal and create shields, the men wouldn't complain. Many a warrior has died from blood sickness after taking a wound. If his wife could have waved it away, they'll be fine as long as we explain ourselves properly. How did I luck into you? I asked, kissing her brow.
It was my eyes, wasn't it? She cackled like a higher-pitched krill as I jerked my head to stare at her, and it rather spoiled the mood for me. They were the start, I said ruefully. Ahem, came a voice from outside. Go see what my father wants. I recognize that cough. I'll get dressed and start picking out suitable women to give souls to, she whispered, slipping across me and padding towards where her clothes had fallen. I pulled on a red tunic and stepped out to find Khan glowering at me from a couple of meters away. Work before pleasure, King Mond, he growled. Krill is having some problems with the trade delegation from Ariskit. He's asked for your wisdom. Then he really is in trouble, I joked, and my new father-in-law cracked a faint smile. Lead on, noble father-in-law, I declared grandly. He snorted and turned as Glimpse flew down to settle on my shoulder. We arrived at the unfolding scene outside the cobbled-together smithy, and I was just in time to witness Krill slip sideways to catch the smith by both elbows and haul him backwards. Fucking puppy! I serve whom I choose. Your Hakubin has no claim on my skills. How the fuck are you this strong, old man? He snarled the last over his shoulder, and Krill emitted his signature cackle. Enough! What's the problem, Clip? I asked. Glimpse spread his wings to either side of my head and cawed loudly into the sudden silence. I resisted the urge to stick a finger in my right ear to clear the ringing. A feeling of regret mixed with smugness came through my link to the bird. This man is insisting his king gets a cut of my work, snarled Clip. My lord, he hastily added. Barefoot and disheveled? King Mond, what kind of example are you setting for your people? Asked the stranger, who had been the focus of Clip's ire. I glanced down. I hadn't remembered my boots when I left my tent. What's your name? I asked, stepping between the smith and the trader. Jatopaline, dreamer of the Ariskin.
Lord, he sneered at me. And what do you want, little dreamer? I asked, moving to loom over the shorter man. I require dream spice from the traitor Hakukrill so that our tribe isn't left without true dreams and metal weapons from the smith that you concealed from my lord, he snapped. The Jet family seemed to have a knack for breeding dickheads. Krill, are any of the Jet clan born with functional brains? I asked over my shoulder. It hasn't happened yet, but it might be possible if they introduced an aurochs or two into their bloodline. I hear they've tried that in the past, but not had any luck, Krill replied instantly. The warriors around us laughed, but the trader and his 5 guards scowled angrily. Clip grinned, and Krill released his vice-like grip on the man's arms. Opaline, I'm afraid your request is unreasonable. I feigned regret. Clip works for us willingly, despite being taken on an honor raid for the Hotrick family. Hakubin has no claim on his work, so I refuse. Dream spice? Perhaps we can spare a little. What do you think, Krill? Will Aresk bless this one with true dreams? He can hope. I'll give him a pouch, though, for the sake of our former ties to Areskit, Krill replied. I stared down at Jatopaline. That is my best offer. Take it or leave with nothing, I half snarled. Betrayers, and now thieves, Jatopaline spat at my feet. I moved reflexively, extending a hand to stop Jandak from ripping the man's arms off. My friend bounced off my arm, but I could almost feel his glare as he looked at the members of the Jet family from behind my shoulder. Your tricks won't, said one of the warriors escorting the new dreamer, but Jatopaline raised a clenched fist, and he fell silent. I thank King Mond for his generosity, he growled. Hakukrill? Jatopaline held out an expectant palm. Here. Krill tossed a small pouch of dream spice to the man. He opened it to check the contents and looked up at me with fire in his eyes. This insult will not be forgotten. He spat at my feet again and stalked towards the palisade, trailed by his warriors. What a dick, I muttered. Lord, I've been thinking about your water wheel, Clip began excitedly, but I raised my hands to stop him. Tomorrow, Clip. I've got a few more ideas for new technology you can probably make as well, but not now.
The bad blood between Mondin and Eriskin was not something I'd wanted, but I supposed it had been inevitable. Hakobin was petty and arrogant, nearly as arrogant as I was becoming. Glimpse took off and rose above us to keep an eye on the delegation from Eriskit as they departed. "We need to discuss basic perimeter security," I said, turning to Khan and my captains. "We're far too lax. Sneaking in and out of our towns is a fucking joke. Khan, can you and Atas call your captains? We can lay out the basics this evening and start implementing them tomorrow."
Chapter 52. Just as red as this one. 2 weeks had passed in a happy blur. The hides were cured, and those that weren't, being immediately converted into simple saddles, were packed onto wagons in anticipation of our move north to the iron ore. We now had nightly patrols of warriors with packs of dogs, huge, shaggy things that would terrify people from back home, to ensure our perimeter, and constant sweeps by trios of horse archers giving us more wide-ranging protection. There had been some grumbling at first, but when the first raiding party to try and attack our herds had been stopped dead in its tracks, quite literally, the warriors began to appreciate the wisdom of it. I had 4 squadrons with 50 horse archers apiece and one of dedicated lancers intended to smash through infantry. Clip had grinned almost as evilly as Krill when I explained how scythe chariots worked, and asked him to forge the blades for mounting to the wheels of an expanding fleet of the primitive vehicles. More horses had been hunted down and broken to the harnesses, causing Krill to grumble as he had to spend gradually more mana on casting rapid growth to ensure we had enough food for our rapidly growing herds. I slipped out of bed, gently untangling myself from Faye's legs, and stood in the chill air of my tent. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I hurriedly dressed and lit a fire in the central pit with a thought. Putting a metal pan over the flames, a novelty from my tribespeople that was rapidly gaining in popularity, I pulled some sliced meat from a chest Faye had packed with ice. It was cut thin, and I wasn't too worried about it being partially frozen as I threw it into the pan and began to nudge it around with my dagger so that it cooked evenly. "Add more. I'm hungry," Faye muttered from beneath a pile of furs. I did as she asked and put a few more slices in to start sizzling. "We can move today," I said. I was excited to head north and start the next phase of mine and Krill's plan. "How's your stomach?" I asked. "I don't care, I'm ravenous," she replied, looking over and smiling at me. Glimpse cawed from the roof of our tent, and I checked his perspective to see what had made him cry out. Khan, Atas, Trikilo, and Krill were all moving purposefully towards my home. I sighed. "Looks like a command meeting is about to happen. You'd best get some clothes on, love," I said, and Faye crawled out of the warmth of the nest of hides with a series of quiet complaints. I admired her body as she slipped a red dress over her head and pulled it tight with a thin leather belt. She saw me watching and pulled the belt closed slowly, turning to one side as she did so and shooting me a smoky look. "Enough of that. Here." I passed her half the fried meat in a bowl and took the rest for myself. I'd come a long way from the badly smoked vile bear meat I'd started out surviving on in this world. I still missed bacon, though. The Southerners had pig herds, so I was told, and I made a note to send some raiders out to steal some of the delicious beasts. "Come in," I called out as my visitors arrived outside the tent. "How do you do that? Is it Shikrikin's senses or something?" muttered Khan as he swung the flap aside. "A man must know when to preserve the modesty of his wife," said Atas with a smile. "Lady Fayala." He bowed his head to her. "None of that, Uncle Atas. Would you like something to eat?" she asked politely. "Thank you," said Trikilo. I fished out some more strips of aurochs meat and put the pan back over the fire. Faye nudged me aside and took over, shuffling the meat around so it didn't burn. "Today's the day?" I asked eagerly as I sat down in my chair and received a round of nods. Paliat Pass is a 2-week journey with the wagons. It will get harder as we go north. The cold is already on us, said Krill with a grimace. It was no colder than a mild winter day back home. The temperature was far enough above zero that the light frosts melted halfway through the morning. How much worse will the cold get? Are we looking at deep snow over the next few months? I asked. No. North of the pass it gets a lot worse. But where we're going, you rarely see more than a foot of snow, said Khan firmly. A foot of snow sounded like a lot to me. It would interfere with our training and make forage for the herds, a useful supplement to Krill cheating with magic, much more challenging to find. How will the animals manage? Mond, this isn't the first time we've wintered in the north. We don't do it unless we have to, but it's happened often enough. We know what we're doing, replied Atas. Clip is packing up his forge, and we're breaking down the town now. We'll be ready to ride out before noon. We should arrive before the snows come, and that's all we need to worry about. Are the gathering parties from yesterday back? I checked. We'd sent out groups to fill wagons with wood for fires and hunt some game to pad out our food supplies. Not yet, but they'll catch up by this evening. We'll only move 15 miles or so today, a light camp overnight, then we start early tomorrow. Excellent. Krill, I'd like us to take a chariot and scout ahead. I want flankers and a rear guard as well, I ordered, then rose to my feet. Gentlemen, once we get to the pass, you'll see the wisdom of it. We need to hold that place permanently. We won't become shit-sitters, snapped Khan. Father, we'll still live under felt and move the herds. We will just have to keep control of the iron and the wealth we can gain from it, chided Faye. Khan glared at her before one side of his mouth quirked upwards. I'm proud of you, daughter. Your son will be a fine addition to our families, he replied. Son? We don't know if it's a boy yet. It's too early for those signs. But my breasts already ache, and that is a good omen, Faye replied casually. I carefully controlled my reaction as a wash of emotion flowed through me. Thanks, gentlemen. Krill, I'll see you at the palisade shortly. Good day. I ushered them out hurriedly. You're pregnant? I hissed as soon as they were gone. Of course. The wedding was perfectly timed. She winked at me, and I wondered how much the date had been quietly planned behind my back. Krill had wanted to stay for longer at the cull, but Khan and Atas had both urged me to split the herds and move back to Mondit for a day or two, before I agreed. That's great, I said, and I genuinely meant it, somewhat surprising myself. How long? Christ, we need to get all the baby stuff, bottles and blankets and a cot. We need a cot. I'll get the carpenters to work on it as soon as we reach the north, I babbled. Faye laughed gently and came over to take my face in her hands. The women will make all the arrangements. And why would we need bottles? It's so strange, my alien husband, to hear a man speak like this. Tonight, you can get drunk with your captains and boast about our child's future glory. That's all you need to worry about. Why didn't you tell me? I was sick every morning for the last week. I told you to be gentle with my breasts when we made love. Are men in your world completely ignorant about such things? She raised an eyebrow at me. Ah, no, just me, I guess. Cogs clicked into place, and my shock was replaced with a deep glow of happiness, but it was laced with fear. Jenny and I had lost a son, and it had been the end of our relationship. My marriage had died by inches over many months, but from that moment on, our divorce had been inevitable. The thought of losing Faye filled me with terror. Go, you lump. Find Krill and scout our path. I'll be riding in a wagon for the trip, rather than walking, and there's no point in you traveling like an invalid as well. She kissed me fiercely, and then spun me about and slapped my arse to send me out of the tent. As I stumbled outside, I took in the hustle as the camp was broken down.
Half the tents had been taken down and were being packed into wagons, while teams of warriors and women moved on to those still upright. I waved lackadaisically at the warriors who called out my name and raised their fists at me as I passed them. I was still in a fugue state when I reached the palisade. I found 3 chariots hitched to horses and a dozen horse archers waiting nearby. "You've found out you'll be a father before," muttered Krill, as I took my position behind him on the chariot. "What's got you so soft in the head?" Nothing. I wasn't going to rehash everything, only for Krill to smirk and mock me for feelings I had no control over. These people, my people, were brutal about life because life was brutal to them. I'd have loved to see Krill try to blend in on any city street back home. He'd be in a fight and then arrested, or just arrested for shouting at women to cover their skin in less than 10 minutes. "Don't worry, boy. She's strong. A bit slender, but her mother bore 7 children, and 3 reached adulthood." His surprisingly gentle reply didn't do anything to assuage my fears. Bloody infant mortality rates. How the hell did we discover penicillin on Earth? If only I had bothered to pay attention to that kind of shit when I'd had all the knowledge in the world just an internet search away. "Thanks," I muttered. "Let's move out," I called, and the chariots lurched into motion, keeping a safe distance from each other so the whirring metal blades sticking out of each wheel were a safe distance apart. We moved north, and glimpses flew back and forth between our scouting party and the rear guard of 100 horse archers. For 10 days we spent our days like this, throwing up temporary camps, most people sleeping in or under the wagons, and moving on again as dawn lit the sky. On the 11th day, flakes of snow began to fall around noon, but Krill laughed and cracked his reins. As we sped over one of the many low hills that covered the steppe, I finally saw our destination. A narrow gap, perhaps 50 meters wide, lined with almost sheer walls of smooth stone. It couldn't be natural. This was a feature made by man to create a level road through the hills that rose up behind the mouth of the valley. The sheer walls were perhaps 20 meters high. We'd have to patrol along them to stop us from being bottled up in the pass. I marked a couple of places to build watchtowers to provide some oversight over the area. As Krill drove the chariot into the mouth of the canyon that I was convinced was artificial, the sound of our wheels bouncing off the stone echoed back to us from every direction. He pulled us to a halt and hopped off, then scurried over to a shadowed cleft in the otherwise smooth wall and disappeared into the cave. I trailed after him cautiously, my hand on my knife. The last time I'd wandered into a cave, I'd nearly been eaten. "Give me some light," he called, and I summoned a ball of white fire ahead of me. The narrow entrance tunnel opened out into a large space, several meters wide, that stretched away into darkness. The walls were perfectly smooth, and above the entrance was a lintel that was carved with beautiful images of the local wildlife. I moved past the entrance and summoned another ball of fire. Hollow doorways left gaping black shadows along the walls, the rooms beyond them missed by my fire and left in the darkness they'd known for however many years. Dozens of them on either side marched away into the hill as the main tunnel gradually sloped downwards into the earth. Running a hand along the nearest wall confirmed that this place had not been made with primitive techniques. The stone was polished smooth, and there weren't any tool marks as my fingers brushed along. Krill emerged from the darkness, carrying a lump of red rock, and held it up to me. "This what you were hoping for?" he cackled. The noise filled the space and echoed back and forth. I turned it over in my hand and looked closely at it. It might be right. "I'll need to check with Clip, but I think so." "How much is there?" I asked. "Cast another fire that way." He pointed deeper into the darkness, and I summoned a ball of white fire as far away as I could. The main chamber narrowed as it sloped downwards, but the walls reflected red light, and the floor was covered in lumps of what I desperately hoped was iron ore. There are dozens of these tunnels, all just as red as this one, Krill said with a grin.
Chapter 53. Damsels in Distress. Step forward, I called from my chair. Faye was sitting next to me on her own, wearing a stern expression on her face that looked almost comical to me. She was usually either joking, teasing, or seductive in my recent experience. 10 warriors moved out of the crowd and stood proudly across the fire pit from me, chests puffed out and shoulders pushed back. The snow was falling lightly today, and I was starting to hope the worst of the winter was behind us. By my reckoning, we were somewhere around the end of January, but the locals had 13 months based on lunar cycles in a year, so I was probably off by a few weeks, one way or the other. You have completed your training as lancers, and now join Jandak as the armored fist of our forces. I spent 40 mana, and 10 saddles appeared at my feet. You may choose your mounts. 10 iron-tipped spears, nearly 3 meters long, followed. Take up your weapons for the tribe. 10 sets of armor, thick felt lined with crude steel discs from neck to knee, came out of the dimensional pocket next. Do not throw your lives away, I finished, then nodded. They came forward in a line, scooped up their new equipment, and headed off to the paddock, laughing and joking with each other about who would claim the best pony. Jandak commanded the lancers, and he'd soon whip them into proper shape. The man was merciless when it came to discipline among his troops. Faye rose to her feet and stepped closer to the fire so her face was lit from below, throwing harsh shadows across her cheeks and plunging her eyes into shadows. Munden, are you prepared for the summer season? She called. A roar went up in reply from the crowd. With our new weapons, none can stand against my king. When our son is born, a new prince of the steppe will take his place among us. At the Haleth festival, we will show the other tribes what we've become, Faye called out in a weird, atonal chant. Her voice was flat, but carried across the mob gathered on the other side of the fire. Another roar came back, and shrill cries from the women added a counterpoint to the basso rumble of the warriors. Eat and drink, I called. We've worked hard and deserve some pleasure. I rose and whispered to Faye that I was going to the forge. She scowled prettily, but kissed my cheek and took her seat to oversee the feast. We were almost ready. I had 300 mounted archers, split into 2 squadrons commanded by Mune and Koss. 100 lancers answered to Jandak, and we had 60 chariots, which I commanded personally. With our steel equipment and innovations like stirrups, I was confident we would be able to stand against any other tribe, even before factoring in the enchanted items the warriors had all trained with. Faye, Krill, and I had been pouring our mana into enchanting items every day for weeks, and our stockpile had grown significantly. Every warrior had a healing trinket, and arrows enchanted with firewall and fireballs were kept in special compartments of the quivers fixed to their saddles. The lancers all had small hide shields capable of creating ice or fire shields. I knew we weren't capable of facing down Urkash by a long shot yet, but the seeds of the army I'd need to go against Mortimer had started to come together. I slipped away and strolled out of town to cross the few hundred meters from the camp to the entrance to the canyon. Glimpse orbited above me, and I could see the guards in the watchtowers on either side of the pass were alert and watchful. The forge had originally been set up under wooden coverings, just like Sulk had used back at Jaggernet, but it had grown over the last few weeks. A dozen prisoners, and some of the boys from the tribe worked feverishly around the clock to smelt the ore being wheeled out of the ancient mines in handcarts. Clip. It might be time to talk about the water wheel, I said as I exchanged a warrior's arm clasp with the man. Lord, there's no fucking water here, he grumbled. If I'd known you'd bring us to a day's walk from the nearest river, I'd have insisted we set up over there.
Water isn't the only option. The wind can be made to work for us as well. I pulled out a piece of paper I'd covered in meticulous designs and notes and passed it to him. He wouldn't be able to read the writing, but the pictures should make sense to him. If we build at the top of the walls, we'll get the most out of the wind, and we can transfer the power down here with a series of shafts and gears. Look here. I explained the drawing as best I could, and his eyes narrowed as I continued talking. I can't spare the men. When the ore dries up, I'll have bodies to spend on this, but until then, it's iron or your fancy windmill, he grumped at me. It seemed nothing could change the man's general disagreeableness. Damn. For now, focus on the iron. The water wheel will come soon enough, and once it's up and running, we'll have more free labor to build the windmills here. It might be best to move the smithing over to the river anyway. What about the smelting? Clip asked suspiciously. Best keep that here. Windmills can run bellows to do that work here, and we can ship the finished ingots to the river in wagons, I said as I scratched at my chin. Bloody logistics. Fine. You going back in again? He asked with a raised eyebrow, and I nodded. He moved over to the forge and lit a torch, the end wrapped in felt and dipped in pine resin. He passed it to me with a glint in his eyes. Here, no point wasting your magic, Lord. Torch in hand, I went into a nearby tunnel. They were all crafted to look like small gaps in the cliff face from the outside, and they all had a short corridor that opened out into a wider tunnel lined with rooms on either side. I'd grilled Krill about the history of the place, but he didn't know very much. There were stories of a mighty kingdom that stretched across the tundra and the plains, long stone roads connecting various fortified settlements. The name was lost to time, apparently, but some ancient stone monuments and abandoned cities remained. I moved into the first room on the left of this tunnel and lifted my torch to illuminate the marks that had troubled me for days. The flickering light shifted in the faint breeze as I stared at the carved words on the wall, throwing dancing shadows around the room. Set above the lintel, carved into the living stone, was something written in an alphabet I was certain was from Earth. Hunc locum Julius Narbo, in 30 anno regni, sui regem septentrionalium gentium fecerat. Was it Italian? It was certainly from my world. The letters were angular but cleanly cut into the stone in the Latin alphabet. How long ago had someone from Earth taken power here and ruled as an exile, far from home, stranded among an alien culture? I ran my hands across the letters, as I'd done 100 times before, and felt a faint sense of kinship for whoever had been responsible for leaving this sentence behind. A sense of alarm from glimpse snapped me back to reality, and I hurried back to the campsite, throwing my torch to the side as I left the abandoned mine. Long strides let me cover the distance from the pass in a minute, even while I watched 5 unknown warriors make their way into the camp from the south, under escort by Jandak and 2 of his warriors. The newcomers had their heads shaved except for a fringe cut level with their eyebrows. The rest of their heads gleamed faintly in the moonlight. I sent Glimpse closer to listen in. "The king will be back shortly. We have food and water for you if you want," said Jandak. The leader, walking ahead of his companions, snorted but inclined his head gracefully. "I accept guest rights. This is a violation of our lands, and it will be held to account. But if you're lucky, we can avoid violence." His voice was like gravel sliding down a metal pipe, discordant and harsh, high and low notes mixed together in a strangely accented version of the steppe dialect. I sped up and covered the last 50 meters to the town in a couple of seconds. Then I had to slow as I wove my way through the camp to the central fire, just as the strangers arrived. "Lady, The leader nodded his head to Faye on her throne. Coprigan, we've been expecting a visit from your tribe. Please. Faye stood and gestured to plates of meat and vegetables. I strode out into the cleared space, having taken a moment to straighten my tunic and smooth back my mullet. Greetings, warriors. I moved in and offered an arm clasp, which the leader accepted. His grip was strong, and I carefully applied the same amount of pressure on his forearm before releasing him and sitting down next to Faye. These lands are empty in the winter, so we haven't prevented your use of them. Come spring, most of us will move south. Lord, come spring, none of you will be left if you do not leave now, he ground out as he lifted a piece of meat and dangled it over his mouth. As he opened his jaws to eat it, I saw his front teeth were filed into sharp triangles. This is our sacred land. It is for us to decide who stops here and which herds graze on our grass. King Mond, I understand you have only recently been appointed to lead these air-skin rebels. Did they not tell you how the world truly is? His shark-toothed grin was cold and malicious. I am aware of the transgression, I said softly. This man was triggering my aggression, and the urge to attack him had to be pushed down. Half a tribe, stolen from one of the weakest tribes on the plains, no less, has trespassed against the Coprigan. His voice increased in volume as he spoke, until he boomed out the last part, stopping any conversations in the area.
Pillaging our land, putting your warriors in silly metal skirts, he sneered, and pointed at Jandak and his armored companions. Can this be made right? I ignored most of his points, and wasn't particularly worried if he said no. War with the Coprigan was built into my plans based on their bellicosity and the fact that we had breached their territory. In exchange for all your metal, your smith, and 4 years of slavery for your people, I am willing to forgive this grave breach of the law. I was favored with another jagged smile. Perhaps it doesn't need to be this way. Trouble is coming, Coprig. Trouble from the south that will make the old wars seem like childhood stories, said Faye. Silence, woman, he snapped, and I slowly released my grip on the arms of my throne as I heard the wood creaking between my fingers. I was confident Faye could put this idiot down on her own, even without magic, and I reminded myself that my people had no concept of white knights and damsels in distress. If Snow White had been set in this world, she might well have forged an army of dwarves, laid siege to the wicked stepmother's castle, and hung her from the highest window by a hook through her ankles. I am the wife of King Mond. If you speak to me like that again, you will be crippled and thrown out into the wilderness, Faye said quietly, fingering the dagger I'd given her on our wedding day. Oh, do stop prattling, he stuttered to a stop, as Faye was suddenly next to him with her blade against his neck. I had one of his companions swinging from my left hand, his feet ineffectually kicking at me, and my own poniard had stopped an inch from his other friend's now unblinking eye. I had moved without thinking as soon as Faye blurred into action. Jandak had the final member of their party, both arms pulled behind his back and locked in place. I should take you for the women, Faye snarled, a feral note in her usually soft voice. We'll take your balls and your eyes. The boys can kick your head about for a few days. Her blade flicked twice, carving lines from either side of his mouth up to his ears. The man gasped and stumbled away, clutching at his face. Faye advanced on him and kicked him hard enough that he landed in a pile 3 meters away from where he'd started. I smacked the one I was threatening with my dagger in the temple with the pommel, knocking him out, and tossed the other towards 3 of my warriors, who beat him down as he landed at their feet. I moved towards Faye, but she had stopped over the leader and lashed out again with a foot.
She struck down on his ankle, and I heard the bones crunch as she twisted a foot I used to think of as dainty. She ignored his screams, and her dagger flicked out to slice into the man's right elbow. I watched in horror as his bicep rolled up into a ball under the skin as the tendons holding it in place were cut. She'd crippled his left leg and his right arm. A warrior should have better manners when it comes to women. No wonder all the Coprigan women prefer to fuck goats. Her tiny foot lashed out again into his balls, and he cried out, all the bass missing from the high-pitched groan. "Throw these animals back into the steppe," Faye commanded, and warriors began dragging the poor bastards out into the wintry plains.
Chapter 54.
Did they eat them?
"And this is what they do?" I asked Krill in icy horror. It had been 2 weeks since we sent the Coprigan emissary packing, and they had finally made their move. "Coprigan are savage bastards," he muttered. Our gathering party, which the bastards had attacked, had been composed of a handful of men escorting women and kids who weren't yet eligible for marriage or going on Coriolis. The kids had been pre-teens. Their bodies had been laid out like they were the markings on a clock face, with the burnt wagon at the center. All of them had had their left legs removed, the flesh stripped, and then the bones laid back out in about the right places for the limb to be. The macabre set piece was meant to send a message. They weren't going to like my reply. "Anything from your dreams?" I asked flatly. "Aresk doesn't like to give too much away when it comes to wars, boy. Makes it more interesting for him, I guess. I've seen their wagons moving north, but that's it. The warriors will run ahead of the main camp, won't they?" He nodded at me. "Then we hunt them down and prepare a reception for the rest of them. Looks like Clip will get the extra workers he's been begging for." I was ice-cold inside. "They'll be too much bother. No one takes them as slaves. They've got no honor. We should just kill the men and let the boys and women run back south," Krill growled. "How many?" I asked the critical question. "They're a large tribe, Mond. Maybe 5,000 or 6,000. Less than half are warriors, but they're Sicarescan like us. Even the women and boys are tough compared to the shit-sitters." "They're nothing like us," I snarled as my mind ran the numbers. I had 400 cavalry and 60 chariots. "How many of them will be mounted?" I asked in a calmer voice. "Fewer than you'd expect, I reckon," he spat to one side. "We usually fight on foot. Without saddles and stirrups, fighting on horseback isn't easy. Maybe 400 or 500 will be riding? With a bit of luck, they'll send the riders out ahead so that we can pick them off piecemeal and even the odds in terms of cavalry. They'll try to raid and harass? Attack the herds? Probably. If they can kill the herds, we'll starve or have to raid from other tribes. When we get back to town, we push most of the herds north through the pass. Keep a couple of dozen back to act as bait. We'll keep our forces close to Mondit. As soon as they get close, Glimpse will spot them, and we can move on them united to overpower them. We overwhelm the smaller forces, then move out to fight the main group as far away from home as we can. It's harsher through the pass. Some of the aurochs will die from exposure, Krill said with a shrug. It's not a bad idea. We'll lose 1 in 10 rather than maybe losing them all. But it will have a cost, Mond. We'll be inheriting a bunch more cattle before I'm done with Coprigan. What do you do with the bodies of the dead? I asked. Some tribes leave them to scavengers in sacred places. Some bury them, some burn them. We burn ours, like Gedrick, he said softly. I cast enough fireballs to immolate the entire area, reducing the remains of the wagon and my dead workers to ashes. With a thought, I sent Glimpse circling around us with instructions to find the band that did this, then to head south and find the main force. The Crow would find these bastards, and when he did, I'd take revenge for the poor buggers I'd just burned. Let's go, I growled. We got back on the chariot, and Krill whipped the horses into a canter towards Mondit. As Krill started to slow down, I leapt off the chariot and ran to the palisade. "Warrior, what's your name?" I asked, as I offered a forearm clasp to the nearest guard. "Jokutrak, Lord." He gripped my arm and gave me a gap-toothed grin. "Please ask all the patriarchs, the Fangs, and my wife to join me in my tent before noon."
He nodded and rushed off to carry out my instructions. I strode through the camp, and while warriors called my name and women nodded their heads as I passed, I ignored them. The expression on my face must have been terrible, as no one dared to approach me for any kind of more personal greeting. I flicked the tent flap aside and strode over to my chair, plonking myself down and resting my elbows on my knees, chin cupped in both hands. "Ray?" asked Faye as she entered. "What's wrong?" "We need to step up production of healing charms. I want every rider to have at least a single use of a healing spell in the next few days," I said firmly, giving her an apologetic look. "The Coprigan have started raiding. We need to pull back the gathering parties from the south and send them north." "Can Glimpse see them?" she asked, as she nodded in agreement to my plan. "He's looking for whoever hit the group to the east, then heading south." "Did they eat them?" she asked. "Bits of them, from the look of it." "I burned the bodies," I growled. It was going to be a day for growling. The flap swung aside, and the rest of the leadership of my little tribe came in. "We're organizing for war," I began, and then explained my plans. The herds would move north, the warriors would stay close, and the gathering parties would be suspended or only go north to look for wood to keep clips supplied. "The band that did this?" asked Atas in a furious voice. "I want to ride them down myself." The nobles had all been trained in the new weapons and tactics I'd introduced. "Send me, Mond!" barked Tricolo, who'd come along with his brother. "I'll deal with them myself. Keep the main forces gathered close around the camp and the mine. We have to protect the metal." "How many enchanted arrows and javelins have we got in reserve?" I demanded. "Perhaps 200 arrows and javelins," said Khan. "Without expanding the number of sorcerers, we can only produce so many." He was preaching to the choir, but I only had so many souls. I had plenty in reserve currently and could probably spare a few, but it would cost 440 souls to give a new soul-bound servant the 220 they'd need to be able to enchant equipment. They would only have the most basic forms of the spells, and without spending souls to boost them further, they wouldn't be terribly effective. "I've got perhaps 1,000 firewall stones," offered Krill with obvious reluctance. He'd been a busy bee, it seemed. I took it as a mark of how seriously he was taking the situation that he'd mentioned them at all. I sat in silence, and the room gradually became quiet as all eyes focused on me. For 300 souls, I could raise someone to level 10, giving them access to imbue, for a cost of 110 souls. That would leave them 40 souls left over to get a few basic upgrades to the fire tree, or the life tree. Their mana would limit them, and I knew the warriors would all want to dump their stat points into body and reflexes, but that was fine. Frontline troops with superhuman strength and stamina would probably be for the best. "Get me your 5 best horse archers." Glimpse had sent me an image from the top of a tree. 25 raiders, Coprigan, judging from the haircuts, were camped 5 miles south of the site of the attack. "Make it your best 6 horse archers. I've got a little something I need to do first, but this evening I'll give them all enough magic that they can imbue spells into arrows." I rose to my feet. "Why not my lancers?" complained Jandak. "I want to give us ranged attacks. I suspect after this war, I'll have enough souls that every squadron will have a group of warriors boosted with souls. But for now, it's best to kill your enemy before he's in arm's reach." "I hope there'll be an allowance made for the women. A cadre of healers would be very useful," said Faye. Tricolo snorted, but immediately looked contrite as Faye glared at him.
There's a lot of killing to do first, but I think it's a good idea, I reassured Faye. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to deal with the bastards who ate our gatherers. I'll be back in a few hours. No krill. My dreamer had stood up as well. I'll run. I'm faster than the chariot anyway. I grinned savagely at them and got toothy smiles in reply. Faye laid a hand on my arm and smiled gently at me. I kissed her quickly, then strode out of the tent and the camp without a backward glance. Glimpse took to his wings and guided me in. I ran flat out for 2 hours, faster than any horse the tribes had, then skidded to a halt when I was a mile away from the raiders. The run had invigorated me, but I wanted to catch my breath before I attacked. Once my breathing returned to normal, I approached cautiously, slipping from cover to cover, until I could hear them talking quietly over the next rise. I crouched and snuck up to the lip of the hill at the same time as I sent Glimpse to attack one of their ponies. The crow dived down and snatched one of the horse's eyeballs before flapping to a stop on the tree that the pony train was tied to. He swallowed the organ greedily and cawed loudly. The scream of the horse had snatched all the warriors' attention away from where I was, and I jumped forward. "For a resk!" I called, and their heads spun back my way. 5 fireballs appeared around me and flew forward like falling stars. Glimpse launched himself upwards as soon as I moved, and the spheres of white-hot fire enveloped all the warriors and their ponies. Normales humanos slain times 26. 260 souls gathered. Normales equus slain times 40. 200 souls gathered. All that was left was ash and smoke. I looked at Glimpse and sent him a command to circle around us. There had to be more than one advanced party nearby. I sat and watched the flames die down for almost an hour.
Smoke still rose into the sky, marking this position to everyone for miles around. But the divots of molten earth had cooled from glowing hot. It looked like a series of meteors had smashed into the ground in a precise pattern, leaving nothing behind. I raised my head as I got a tug on the link from Glimpse. Another party was 5 miles to my east. I rose and headed in their direction at a flat sprint. I didn't bother with a distraction or magic this time. Krill would bitch at me if I spent all my mana on jobs that could be done just as easily by a bit of physical labor. I didn't slow down as I approached either, just charging in with my dagger in my fist. I bellowed my war cry, dedicating the kills to my god. The first one didn't know what was happening as his head left his shoulders. 5 seconds later, 6 more corpses littered the ground, and crimson gushes painted the thin snow. The rest had scrambled to their feet and brandished their weapons, but it was like fighting children to me now. Their spears slipped past me, or I sliced through the wooden shafts before carving the wielders up like a butcher at work. My blood was up, and I flowed around them faster than they could follow. The last 3 broke away and tried to run, but I covered the ground in 3 long strides and sliced them vertically up their spines. As they thrashed and gurgled, I turned my eyes on their ponies. Normales humanos slain times 29. 290 souls gathered. Normales equus slain times 53. 265 souls gathered. Glimpse had located another camp by the time I had caught my breath, and I set off once more with blood in my eye. These cannibals were not going to live to regret attacking my people. Normales humanos slain times 21. 210 souls gathered. Normales equus slain times 36. 180 souls gathered. Normales humanos slain times 18. 180 souls gathered. Normales equus slain times 32. 160 souls gathered. The sun had set as I finally saw Mondit again. I trudged forward as a swarm of horse archers charged out at me. "It's me! Mond!" I yelled as they got closer. They didn't slow down, falling into an orbit around me with arrows nocked and bows drawn, until one slowed and rode forward. "Mond, are you hurt?" Mune demanded as he slid off his pony and ran forward. He slapped his hands over my chest and shoulder, but I shoved him away. "I'm fine. The Coprigan raiders in the area are all dead, though." I chuckled in an evil enough way that Krill would no doubt have approved if he were here. "I need the 10 best archers to meet me at the center of the camp. I've got a few more souls to share than I did earlier." I found my throne set out in front of the central fire, and Faye was already sitting in hers. I smiled at my wife, and she flashed her teeth in a vicious grin at the sight of me. I was painted head to foot in blood. I'd wiped the worst of it from my face, but I was confident I had long streaks and smears across my skin. I gingerly lifted the cushion from my chair with my fingertips and tossed it towards my tent before sitting down and facing the gathered people. My commanders were all present, as well as a sizable crowd of warriors in their armor. 10 archers were called out by name, at least one from each of the families that made up my tribe. They stepped out and formed a line across the fire from me. "You've been nominated for your skill and bravery to receive power, like that which I gave to my fangs. If you do not wish to be tied to me in a way that you can never escape, speak up now. There will be no hard feelings or punishments." None of them moved, so I went around the fire and issued them 150 souls each, 3,000 spent in a matter of moments. "Krill, explain what they need to do. Fire affinity first. Advance to level 10 and put the rest into intensity and area of the firewall spell." They can pick their own second affinity, but I'd recommend life. I smiled at them, and I must have looked terrible as they blinked through the writing. They could each see floating in front of them. They let out a bloodthirsty roar. "You're now part of my family. The Fangs, Krill, and Feala will guide you in how to use your new powers. None will stand against us," I said in a sibilant hiss, the rage at what I'd seen this morning boiling over into my voice. They nodded quickly and turned to my captains with questioning looks. I staggered over to the water barrel outside my tent and began stripping off to wash myself down. Killing to gain souls had seemed limiting at first, but now, with a war against thousands of enemies, none of whom could hope to match me physically, I was beginning to see the bright side. Chapter 55. War. Looking down from Glimpse's perspective, at first glance, this seemed like it would go very badly for us. My 60 chariots held the central position, flanked by 50 lancers at either end of our double line. The mounted archers were formed into 2 groups on our flanks. All told, I had just over 500 men in my army. We had taken position on a small hill devoid of trees opposite the main Coprigan force that had set itself up along a ridge 500 meters away from us. They had a small forest to their backs, so they probably trusted that our cavalry wouldn't be able to attack their rear. Roughly 2,000 infantry formed the center of their force, split into 4 groups of 500 or so, but warriors moved from one blob to another seemingly without a pattern. On each of their flanks, 200 riders waited for the order to charge. We were heavily outnumbered, but I was confident things would work out to our advantage. I sent a command to Glimpse, and he circled down to fly over Mune on the right, emitting 3 short caws as he passed. I saw the archers tense and ready themselves, but they didn't move quite yet. Using a crow to issue orders on the battlefield was unwieldy at best, but we'd worked out a series of coded bird cries. Glimpse passed over the center of our line and flew down to Koss, emitting the same 3 short caws. Koss raised his bow over his head and waited until Mune's troopers did the same, then they all thundered forward at once. The earth shook to the sound of the hooves smashing into the dirt
as both of my flanking units charged. They moved at an easy canter, not pushing the horses at this point in the battle, and began to approach the enemy cavalry. A shower of regular arrows flew out at the Koprigin, but didn't do much damage. The enemy took the attacks for a minute or so, but they were ill-disciplined, and soon enough, a handful kicked their ponies forward with javelins in their hands to try and retaliate. As soon as a few warriors moved, the rest all lunged forward to join them. Moon and Koss did as we had planned, and peeled away into a feigned retreat, showering arrows on their pursuers as they fled before them. "Give them a minute to pull the cavalry out of position," I said to Tricolo, who was in the chariot next to me. He grunted and fingered his bow. Pairs of steel-tipped spears were mounted on either side of the drivers of all our vehicles, pointing at the sky and glinting in the early morning sun. I'd ordered strips of red cloth tied to the ones on my chariot that fluttered in the wind. Waiting for the enemy riders to be pulled out of position seemed to last forever. But soon enough, my cavalry had them far enough away that they wouldn't be able to intercede in what was about to happen. I nodded to Tricolo, who flashed his teeth at me in something that certainly wasn't a smile. "Aresk! Witness the might of our warriors! This battle is dedicated to you!" I screamed at the great blue sky above me. A brief wash of the war god's aura spread over us, and my warriors whooped and cheered. "Advance!" Tricolo called out. His voice was long and deep, washing over our position like a wave. The chariots moved into a slow walk and started to descend our hill. The lancers formed wedges and carefully kept their distance from the slowly spinning blades that protruded from our wheels. As we began to move, the Koprigin infantry roared their defiance and charged down the slope towards the shallow valley, where they would die. Flashes of blue and orange started going off in my peripheral vision, and I checked with glimpse. Koss and Moon had started using the enchanted weapons a bit too soon, but the enemy cavalry was going to collapse. Those that hadn't already burned were turning away from my mounted archers and the rest of the battle. As my archers wheeled around and charged to pursue the Koprigin riders, I focused on my immediate surroundings. Their infantry had reached the bottom of the hill and had spread out into a single line, 3 or 4 warriors deep, as they sprinted towards us. We were still a few hundred meters apart, and I mentally reached out to the 4 iron rings on my right hand. 20 bolts of white fire appeared above me and shot forward to explode in the densest parts of the enemy line. I spent my mana to summon 15 more and launched them into the places I'd neglected with the first barrage. The chariots immediately charged. They had been expecting the barrage as the signal to get close to close quarters. Air whistled in my ears, competing with my heartbeat for the privilege of deafening me. We shot forwards, closing the distance quickly. Next, the fighters on the chariots opened up with javelins and arrows, focusing their fire on the remaining center of the Koprigin forces. The spheres of white-hot destruction from my firebolts swallowed swathes of the enemy, leaving nothing but ash. Then the blue and orange walls of fire from the enchanted projectiles erupted among the terrified survivors. The firebursts were random, and the lack of a common pattern seemed to terrify the ones still unburned as much as the actual attacks. My lancers peeled away from the chariots and swept into the flanks of the infantry, then pounded on into the distance after killing as they passed. They were going to secure the wagons and as much of the Koprigin herd as we could catch. I snatched up a spear from next to a madly cackling krill, who slewed our chariot sideways and cut us along the line of disrupted infantry. The whirling blades on our wheels buzzed, and they tore through legs and torsos. He threw the occasional fireball into knots of warriors far enough away to escape the mechanical death of our vehicle. He pulled us back to the left as I stabbed out with a spear into a warrior mad with battle lust, and then we were through the ranks of the enemy and turning around for another run. I checked the crow's eye view as Krill cut another line through the surviving enemy. The fight had clearly gone out of them. Koprigin survivors were fleeing as fast as they could, except for the poor bastards who'd been surrounded or cut off. Normalis humano, slain times 1,235. 12,355 souls gathered. Well, damn. War, huh? What is it good for? Shitloads of souls. My greed was rubbing its hands together while my conscience tried to raise a complaint. The memory of those kids with their left legs stripped of flesh settled my ethical concerns, and my code quietly retreated into the background of my mind. Enough, Krill. They're done. Let them run, I yelled into my mad mentor's ear. Like fuck! Chase them all down! Kill every last one of them! He screamed as he spun the chariot onto a course to take the legs off a handful of routed warriors. I clung on as he drove our ponies into a lather, murdering fleeing men. The concept of surrender, or letting a beaten enemy flee, was not something my savage people understood. I stopped fighting, except to block the occasional attack aimed at Krill from a panicked Koprigin. We hadn't had it all our own way. The mounted archers were unscathed as far as I could tell, but we'd lost 3 chariots and a dozen of the lancers as they slammed into the unbroken flanks of the enemy infantry. Most of the lancers were alive, but they'd lost their ponies and had been forced to fight on foot until the rout began properly. What happens now? I called to Krill, who stopped giggling and shot me a look that suggested I had been dropped on my head repeatedly as a child. Now we claim their animals and women. The tribe is broken. A lot will run and die on the steppe. Some of them will reach other tribes and beg to be taken in, with varying results. No one likes the Koprigin, he snickered. Take me home, Krill. There's no point in us chasing them down. How many? What? I asked distractedly. How many bloody souls? He demanded. 12,000 plus bloody souls. Enough to make it so 10 men in each squadron can imbue weapons, and a bit left over for the rest of us to share, I muttered. But I was considering just spending them all on myself. I'd be an absolute powerhouse if I poured them all into leveling and boosting my magic. I'll take a few hundred off you, Krill called as he wheeled us about and began trotting back to where we started the battle. Cause, Mune, and Tricolo were already waiting for us when we got there. We shouldn't have done this well, called Tricolo as we arrived. I jumped down, and he rushed over to wrap me in an extremely unexpected bear hug. Thanks, bloke, but we still lost a few. It wasn't all in our favor, I muttered as I slapped him on the back to try and get him to let me go. He pulled back and grinned at me. We killed 4 times our total number and lost only a handful. This is a heroic victory, Mond. Krill, you'd better have been paying attention so you can tell the story when we get home, Tricolo called, as Krill jumped down from the chariot. The horses were lathered and sweating, stomping their feet with nervous excitement. I was keeping my eyes open, he lied. I caught his eye, and he winked shamelessly at me. I've split my troops to hunt down the remaining riders, said Mune, as Kaz nodded in agreement. They'll be gone for a few days. You mean they've broken up into little packets of troops without orders? In the future, they'll need to chase for a few hours, staying together, and then come straight back. I'll add it to the training regime. We can't allow ourselves to disperse because our warriors want to chase glory, I muttered unhappily. It should be fine this time. There weren't any other large forces nearby. But if this were a skirmish against the outriders of a greater power, it would be dangerous for the warriors to take off after prizes. Jandak has the wagons. The women have mostly fled, but there are a few hundred prisoners. What the hell do we do with them? I asked. Slaves, said Kaz. They can work the mines. That's dangerous work. It would be kinder to just kill them, I answered.
Isn't there something gentler for them to do?
You're a good king, Mond, but you're soft in the head. 2 winters of slavery, then they're free to leave or marry into the tribe. They're Coprigan women. I think they'll be happy that our men don't fuck goats when their backs are turned, laughed Mune. I'm heading back to town. Send out riders to pull back our more enthusiastic warriors. I'll be able to share some souls with the tribe. If Mortimer has hundreds of trinket-wielding wizards in addition to his soul-bound servants, we need to find a way to counter him. Urkash is a problem for the summer, snapped Krill. You need to focus on winter and spring. The Heleth Festival is your best chance to gather more tribes to your cause. Urkash is the threat we need to plan for. He'll have tens of thousands of soldiers backed with trinkets and soulbound. Shit-sitters, all of them. Even without magic or the new weapons, any of us is worth 3 of them, barked Cause excitedly. Tricolo, what do you think of the new tactics and weapons? I asked. The old warrior's opinion would carry a lot of weight with the patriarchs and the rest of my fighters. They're something I wish we'd known about before. We'd have ruled the steppes. As it is currently, no tribe can stand against us. We will rule the plains. His voice faded away as the realization sank in. We will. But the other tribes aren't our enemies. We need their numbers. After this, I waved at the burned and blasted landscape strewn with bodies behind me. The tribes will know we're serious. If they ride against us, we'll put them down, but it's better if they join us. We need an alliance. I'm afraid I don't know how you arrange that kind of thing, I grumbled. Give it a few weeks, then send emissaries to the nearest camps. The Coprigan women and surviving warriors will have spread the song of our victory for us, Krill chimed in. Let them carry the word for us. Then we send small groups of traders and talkers. Diplomats. Do you have anyone trained in that kind of thing? I wondered. Ha! Talking is easy, laughed Mune, but he stuttered to a stop as I looked at him. Not if we want the right things to be said. No headstrong, arrogant warriors. We need people with a deft touch. Can women carry trade between the tribes? You want to set Fiala's friends on them? Just don't send Halen or Jandak might mutiny, barked Koss. Tricolo cuffed him on the back of the head, but Koss's head didn't move, and the old leader shook out the pain in his hand from the impact. No, but Kayla and Habene carried a lot of sway among the Jaggernan. Could it work? I asked. No one would attack them, but they might not listen either, said Tricolo slowly. I assume you mean the men won't listen. Do you think they'll listen to their own wives, though? I smirked. Oh, that's nasty. It might just work, said Krill with a chuckle. His evil cackling from earlier seemed to have worn him out, and a mild chuckle was the best he could manage now. Glimpse landed on my shoulder and rubbed his head against my cheek. I knew what he was after and sent a mental confirmation. He flew off to look for eyeballs among the fallen. Send out riders to bring back our crazies. We might need to move some of the archers over to the lancers if they can't learn some discipline. We'll regroup at Mondet, share the loot, and make plans for spring.
And yes, Krill, I'll share some of the souls I've gathered today. My mentor grinned, hopping up and down happily. Chapter 56. Levels and Loot.
So what's the final tally? I asked Tricolo. His savage grin looked sinister in the dancing firelight. It had taken 3 days for us to round up the Coprigan herds and bring their wagons to join our main camp. Hundreds of warriors and women stared at me from the cleared area in the middle of the camp. They were almost all nursing hangovers and practicing the old adage of the hair of the dog that bit you. Lord, we've taken 1,000 wagons and all their carried goods.
The aurochs that pulled them, plus 800 from their roaming herds. Nearly 1,000 slaves as well. The old leader took a swig of yalk, the fermented milk dribbling down his chin as he smacked his lips and swiped it away with his forearm. We'd quadrupled our supplies of tents and wagons, and our herd was larger than it had any right to be. We were rich by the standards of the steppe. The slaves will serve for 2 more winters, and then become free men and women. They can choose to stay with us, or can leave in peace at that time, I said firmly. Taking the losers and their families as slaves was common practice for these people, and as much as I loathed the idea, I couldn't fight centuries of tradition without losing a large chunk of my support among the nomads. I could ensure they were treated properly while they served their time, though, and I had just doubled the population of my little tribe with a single battle. They'll be put to work in the mines. If any show signs of talent, I want Clip and the other craft masters to look them over and take them on as apprentices. I glanced at the smith, who grinned and nodded at me. He'd become a firm supporter since the iron mines had proved so productive. "And the goods?" asked Khan greedily from my right. 2/3 will be split among the families. The rest I claim as a warlord.
Does anyone dispute my claim? I stared around with a stoic expression, but I could practically feel the ice in Faye's eyes as she glared at the crowd from my left. A roar of approval echoed out, and I relaxed slightly. I had no idea what the hell I'd do with so much stuff, other than maybe sell it, but Faye had assured me she'd make good use of it. I want to establish a permanent presence here. No, I won't ask you to become shit-sitters, I added to cut off the immediate grumbling. We'll still live under felt and move our camps as the seasons change, but the mine is too important to abandon over a little snow. There's a river to the west, and I want to start building there. Machines, to make all our work easier, will be powered by the flowing water. Looms to weave and hammers to shape metal will increase our wealth beyond your imagination, I announced. Lord, we don't care about wealth. We want to ride to glory with you, called one of Jandak's lancers as he thrust a spear at the moons. There'll be plenty of that. I rose to my feet and stepped closer to the fire so it lit my face from below. Now for the real loot. I killed over 1,000 of the cannibal bastards with my magic. That means I can give some more of you access to the system and affinities. Jandak, I want your 10 finest lancers, those who showed courage and determination and followed your orders. Those who ran off to loot and chased down the enemy for the longest are not yet worthy. I need men I can trust to obey the instructions they're given. Lord, Jandak said, as he stepped around the fire and stood next to me. He rattled off 10 names, and the men in question moved out of the crowd and nodded their heads at us. Jandak will explain the details to you. Do not spend any souls until he has explained everything to you. You are to be my greatest fighters, unstoppable warriors, capable of dueling Erviles single-handedly. Put your points into your body statistics. I recommend life as your first affinity, and fire as your second. But you can choose as you see fit, once Jandak explains them to you. I passed down the line, clasping each warrior's arm and muttering a few words of congratulations as I spent 300 souls on each of them, to give them half that amount. Enough to get them to level 10 and gain imbue. They'd all be beyond peak human capabilities physically, and have access to weak spells for their own protection. Mune, Kos, each of you send me your 5 most disciplined archers. I wanted to drive home that following orders led to better rewards than charging off like a berserker for personal glory. The riders called out, stepped forward, and smiled at me uncertainly. You aren't like the Lancers.
You need to put your stat points into your mental abilities. Magical strength and mana are your best choices. You don't need to fight up close. You rain death on our enemies from afar. I paused for breath and looked at the slightly disappointed faces. You kill at range, so the enemy never even gets a chance to hurt your brothers. Your honor can never be questioned. You are my left hand, as the Lancers are my right. There is no difference between you in my eyes. I passed down the line and gave them each enough souls to get to level 10. 6,000 souls gone in the space of a few minutes, and a couple of cringe-inducing speeches. I wish I'd studied rhetoric back home, but school had been one of those things I'd avoided as much as possible. I was fairly confident that rhetoric and public speaking weren't big parts of the curriculum anymore anyway. Lady Fayella, have you found the candidates I requested from among the women? I asked, as I turned to look at my wife. This pomp and ceremony bullshit were for the birds. I wanted this done, and then to rush her back to our tent for some privacy. She quirked a slight smile, as though she was reading my mind, and rose to her feet.
Her long red dress swirled as she stepped closer to the fire and to my side.
Halen, Grable, Jeston, and Calasti. Step out, she called, and the named women stopped forward. We need more magic items, but we cannot ask warriors to spend all their days putting spells on arrows and necklaces. She waved a hand, and a ball of ice appeared over the fire and spewed steam into the night. Women are the better crafters among our people, she added, and I saw Clip snort to himself. He was a proud man. These women are from the 4 major families in my husband's tribe. They will be empowered to create the weapons and healing items we need, and I will teach them how to cast magic in combat. You'll never need to fear leaving us women behind again when you go to war. She nodded to me, and I passed down the line again, taking each of their hands in turn and giving each of them 250 souls, enough to get to enchant at level 20 and have some left over to get basic spell upgrades. Another 2,000 souls gone. The warriors were silent, not quite sullen, but clearly not entirely on board with this shift in the power wielded by the women. Ladies, please join me in my husband's tent, and I'll explain the writing you can see, said Faye. But I raised a hand. One moment, please, wife. Krill, Mune, Koss, and Jandak, please step forward. Krill bounced from foot to foot as he moved forward and was joined by my fangs. Faye, I have more souls for you as well. I touched her cheek and sent her 250. My mentor and my greatest warriors, I would be remiss not to include you in these rewards. I exchanged a warrior's clasp with each of them and gave them the same. Another 2,500 souls gone. I had just over 1,500 left for myself. I'd had a few sleepless nights worrying over the best way to share everything out. I could have elevated myself and become a powerhouse, but I would be facing hundreds of wizards armed with enchanted items, and from what I could gather, tens of thousands of warriors from the south would be massed against me when I moved against Mortimer. Plus, however many soulbound he'd made as well. Alone, I would be pulled down sooner or later by some lucky spear throw or arrow. However strong I became, I couldn't cut my way through tens of thousands alone. So I had chosen to follow in my enemy's footsteps, elevating some of my followers to be potent enough to make a difference in the fighting to come, while making sure I retained enough to progress my own power steadily. Whoever our next enemy was, and I suspected it would be more of the nomads as I moved to consolidate control over the steppes, would just be more fuel for our growing fire. I could feel my new soulbound servants in my mind. The link was like a ghostly muscle that I could flex if needed. I didn't want to find out how much control I could exert over them. I feared that kind of power would be intoxicating, and I'd become an addict. For 20 souls, I could give someone a single level, and they'd be under my sway. I had a sinking feeling Mortimer might have taken that kind of an approach, and I would have to do the same to match him. Perhaps next time I got a windfall, I'd consider it. I sat back down on my chair as the celebration resumed. Yalk was passed around. Soon enough, drunken dancing and singing filled the air, as it had every night since the battle. Faye led her new coven of witches into our tent to instruct them on how to spend their souls, and I stared moodily at the fire. 1,500 souls. They wouldn't go as far as I'd have liked. The further down the trees I went, the higher the cost was for each step. It was the same with the levels, but I had enough to take a big step up in power, whichever option I chose. I pulled up my status and rested a chin on one fist as I thought.
Primary stats. Body, D+.
Mind, D+. Soul, D.
Available souls, 1,552. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 30. Reflexes, 20. Health, 200. Magic strength, 20. Focus, 20. Mana, 330. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 45 meters. Intensity, plus 76%. Lasts 10 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 6.5 meters cubed. Firewall, area, 10 meters squared. Lasts 10 seconds. Barrier, 20 HP. Fire spirit, duration, 10 seconds. Affinity, life. Heal, self, 15 HP and 48% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 58%. Resistance, all, 19%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth, area, 1 meter squared. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 100 seconds. Affinity, space. Size, range, touch. Intensity, 30%. Mass, range, touch. Intensity, 30%. Area, 5.5 meters cubed, optional. Lasts 10 seconds. Resistance, 2%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear, range, 11 meters. Imbue, enchant. Soul transfer, Eresk's boon, carrion feeder's gaze. I was pretty happy with my magic at the moment. Increasing the intensity of the summon fire spell in conjunction with the area of the projectile version had let me delete half of the Copregan infantry in seconds. It had been a while since I'd gained some stat points, and the sense of progression that came with improving my stats called out to the greedy part of me. I could buy some equipment from the bloody shop, but I still resented the cost for a single item. We were churning out crude steel weapons and armor now, so I didn't see the point, other than perhaps getting the weird mythical level equipment. But that was still too expensive for my tastes. I spent 1,320 souls to move up to level 70. Level 60, synthesized spell. Rolling. Based on the most commonly used magic, new spell unlocked in the fire tree. Burning skies. Level 70, advanced affinity unlocked based on previous choices. Looking. New affinity unlocked. Earth. I sat bolt upright and stared at my status screen in shock.
Were there more affinities? This changed everything. My enemies would get the same. I pondered for a second before spending my stat points, and then quickly spent them. Level 70. Primary stats. Body, C. Mind, C. Soul, E. Available souls, 232. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 40. Reflexes, 25. Health, 250. Magic strength, 30. Focus, 20. Mana, 430. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 45 meters. Intensity, plus 76%, lasts 15 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 6.5 meters cubed. Firewall, area, 10 meters squared, lasts 15 seconds. Barrier, 20 HP. Fire spirit, duration, 10 seconds. Burning skies, area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Affinity, life. Heal, self, 20 HP and 48% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 58%. Resistance, all, 19%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 1 meter squared. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 100 seconds. Affinity, space. Size, range. Touch. Intensity, 30%. Mass, range. Touch. Intensity, 30%. Area, 5.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 15 seconds. Resistance, 2%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear. Range, 11 meters. Affinity, earth. Shape, earth. Range, touch. Duration, 15 seconds. Imbue, enchant. Soul transfer. Eresk's boon. Carrion feeder's gaze. I flexed my fists in pleasure. My muscles had become like steel bands under my skin some time ago, but now they felt like machine presses as I flexed my fingers open and shut. The additional mana I'd gained would be useful, seeing as Shape Earth and Burning Skies each cost a whopping 100 mana to cast. How the hell could I protect my warriors from someone like me? I could throw a spear hard enough to impale 10 men in a line. I could lob 20 fireballs a day that would incinerate huge areas with each hit. All the levels and loot were great, but I needed to start thinking about how to counter myself. My enemies would all be just as strong, if not more so, than I was.
Chapter 57. Barefoot King.
I cannot believe you aren't wearing shoes. The ground is still frozen for Eresk's sake, Faye grumbled good-naturedly as we walked from Mondit to the pass hand in hand. I paused and stamped a foot, leaving an inch-deep imprint in the frozen earth, and then raised it to show her my soul. Foot beats stone now, I grinned. You wouldn't believe how happy I was to finally have shoes after I first got here. They weren't even shoes, just cloth and hide wrapped around my feet. I need to be in contact with the ground to use one of my new abilities, so— Barefoot King, she snorted. It's hardly an impressive sight, Ray. You'll see the benefits soon, love. How's your coven doing? I asked, hoping to change the subject. Trinket production is steady, about 60 a day for single-cast items, but it doesn't leave us any mana to learn to use our new powers, husband. Some more souls would be helpful. Faye was now almost as avaricious for souls as Krill had become. When she called me husband,
I knew she was being deadly serious. It's at the top of my list. It's why going north on your own in winter, without shoes no less, is crazy. You should take guards and hunters to process the meat, she interrupted me. I could come along as well. We'd been low-key arguing about this for 2 days now, since I told her my plans. It's almost spring. I'll put the loot in my storage space. You know I can outrun the cavalry now. They'd only slow me down, I gently repeated once again. And what about me? Weeks on my own? No one to warm my bed for me? She rested her free hand across her gently curving stomach. You had to pay attention, but the growing bulge was just starting to show. It made me a little uncomfortable. I didn't have to worry about my more violent tendencies and professional inclination in this world. Hell, here they were viewed as bloody advantages.
But I felt vulnerable when I rested my palm on Faye's stomach in a way I'd never felt back on Earth, where I was usually only a single slip away from blowing my cover.
It won't be that long, I tried to reassure her. 10 days, tops. I've got Glimpse to scout for me, and the tusks and meat will just go in my storage space. I didn't mention my other idea. Neither Krill nor my wife would appreciate what I was considering. Faye continued to grumble, but the fight had gone out of her, and a resigned annoyance settled in. We reached the pass and stepped aside as a slow-moving wagon rumbled past, carrying finished steel products, arrowheads, spear tips, and the new helmets I'd asked Clip to produce, back towards Mondit. The Paliat Pass was now thoroughly changed. The western side was lined with crude smelters being serviced by dozens of apprentices. They were mostly from the prisoners, slaves, I suppose, but more and more of the warriors who hadn't made the cut for the horse archers or lancers had made approaches to Clip, looking to learn the smithing arts. The eastern side was composed of streams of people pulling hand carts in and out of the small entrances to the previously excavated tunnels. They dumped their loads by the smelters and went back for more, weaving between each other. Whoever had been here before, however long ago it was, had created a huge network of winding tunnels and artificial caverns below the surface. I suspected most of the hills around us would look like Swiss cheese if I had access to LiDAR. My people had currently only explored a fraction of the old tunnel system. I paced the width of the mouth of the pass a couple of times, Faye watching bemusedly, then made a couple of cuts into the stone with my dagger. I sliced a pair of neat lines into the stone that were about 3 meters apart and roughly in the middle of the opening. "Clip!" I called loud enough to be heard over the smashing of hammers and the hiss of molten metal being poured out. A minute later, the blacksmith walked over to me, head held high. "Lord," he greeted me. "I need to stop the traffic through the pass for a few minutes. I'm going to build you some walls," I told him. He twitched and looked at the 30-meter-wide entrance to the pass for a moment, then shrugged and nodded. "Oi, keep the stock on the loading spot for now," he yelled back towards his open-air workshop. A chorus of surly replies and waving hands came back to him. I grinned at Faye, who was looking at me with a raised eyebrow. This is why I'm not wearing shoes. After striding over to the cliff wall, I spent 100 mana, and my perception flowed out into the ground below me. It began with a radius of about 1 meter, but for the first 5 seconds, it spread out until it was 10 meters in either direction. As soon as I cast, I bent my will and began moving the stone around me. I rose up on a column of rock and soil that solidified into a pillar 3 meters tall and half a meter wide. I flowed across the mouth of the canyon, leaving a wall of solid stone behind me. When I got to where I'd cut my first mark, I stopped, the 15-second timer on the power having elapsed. Moving by mentally controlling the muck around you to push your feet along felt a bit like ice skating. I glided rather than walked, and at a much quicker speed than I could manage with my legs. I could also condense or expand the material as long as it was within my sphere of influence. Rather than create styrofoam rock walls,
I'd pulled the materials from the south side of the wall in, creating a wide, shallow trench that attackers would have to cross and increasing the effective height of the wall to outsiders. I wanted this place to be as secure as possible before I went north. Of all my little satellite settlements, this one could not be lost. I glanced down with a broad grin on my face, then stared dumbstruck as Faye leapt upwards. Her enhanced body made leaping 1.5 meters vertically simple enough, but as she reached the peak of her jump, a disk of ice appeared under her, and she launched herself off it. At the second peak, she summoned another ice shield, and then stepped daintily onto the top of my new wall, like she was strolling out in the steppe. "It's high up here." She looked south over the steppe, towards Mondit, and the well-worn tracks leading to our little town. "Is this what it's like looking down from Glimpse's eyes?" The crow cawed loudly from where he circled above us. "Not even close, I'm afraid." I spent another 100 mana as I leapt down to the other mark I'd cut into the floor of the pass. I repeated the procedure, then passed through the little town to the north and built walls to seal that end of the pass as well. When I got back, Clip was still in awe, smacking his fist gently against the first wall I'd built. "You could be a rich man. Mining's dangerous. Making the rock flow away with a thought would let you beat out all the competition. Is this... Lord, I've been down into the tunnels. There are no supporting beams, and the walls are smooth. Did someone like you make this place?" "I think so. I don't know how long ago or who they were, but there are signs beyond the sculpted walls that it was someone, or a number of people maybe, like me." Kilp stared up at the sheer cliffs that had penned him in for months, with a look that bordered on reverence. I stuck out my hand in the traditional warrior's clasp. Even the shit-sitters recognized the correct form after so long among us, and he stuck his arm out and gripped my wrist. When did the nomads become my people? I couldn't point to any particular event, except maybe my marriage to Faye. She landed next to me, perhaps having grown bored of the view to the south while I reinforced the north. I spent a whopping 2 souls on soul transfer, in order to hopefully give Clip a single soul and awaken his first affinity. It didn't work, because that would have been too easy. I tried again, going up through the numbers in steps, until it clicked. He had been starting to look a little uncomfortable as I failed to release his arm, but then his eyes went wide, and he snatched his hand back to swat at the air. "Crathen? Why the fuck is it in Crathen? What the hell are affinities?" he gasped. Affinities are the types of magic. Normally, I'd say pick life, but you being you, fire might be a better fit. I grinned at him. You can boost your spells a little, or get a level and improve your stats. He was completely F-tier at the moment. "Why me? You know I'll leave when my time is done," he wondered, as he continued swatting at the words floating in his vision. "There's a cost," I replied ominously. "What?" he demanded in a panicked squeak, a far cry from his usual brash baritone. Among the nomads, the women are the crafters, while the men are herding and hunting, or at war. Look at the women for new apprentices. "But, Velkit, I think it's a good idea," Faye interrupted. "I've got a few strong ladies I'd like to present to you, Master Smith." His eyes flicked between us, and a look of resignation crept into his gaze. "Why'd you give me the souls?" he asked. I wanted to establish how few souls I had to transfer to give. "What? That's insane. We need to concentrate the souls we have, Ray." Faye stomped her foot, and a circle of dust spread out from the impact. "I'm not going to be able to get enough to seriously level more than 1 or 2 people until after our next battle. If we get to that fight, and all our warriors have access to the life affinity, even just the weakest spells, it will go better for us. The Coven and Krill could stop churning out healing charms and focus on shields and attack magic," I answered quickly.
Marriage was never an easy thing, but when your wife could break rocks with her bare hands and was riding the hormones of pregnancy, that took it to a whole new level. Faye was remarkably understanding, but her temper had been flaring a lot more over the last few weeks than was usual. "How many?" she asked, suddenly calm again. 20. I have to transfer enough to give someone a single level. This is huge. It means that I paused and tried to do the numbers in my head and quickly gave up. 2,000 souls. I can get 100 warriors able to self-heal and give them a minor boost to their strength. Can you imagine 100 warriors who just shrug off minor wounds and survive serious injuries? We've got 400 warriors training in the new squadrons. 8,000 souls to make them all like us? We'd be unstoppable, I enthused. I might have been laying it on a little thick, but the idea had been eating at the back of my mind for days. They'll be weak compared to us. Compared to people without that advantage? For the same amount, you could make 2 people as strong as me or the Fangs. But I can see your perspective. It would make us a lot more formidable, collectively. I'll agree on one condition. When they're available, I want more souls for the women. She crossed her arms and fixed me with a glare. The coven hadn't gone down entirely well with the wider tribe. Women were respected, borderline sacred, despite the fact that they couldn't technically own anything. It was ironic that they were so important, but had so few rights. Seeing women snap spear shafts in their hands had upset some of the chaps, to put it mildly. I wasn't on a crusade to bring equality to this world. I wasn't even sure what my crusade was at the moment. Poseidon still sat at the top of my shit list, and I fully intended to kill her if I could. But the longer I'd been here, the more tied to this world I had become. My lists had gotten rather muddled. They were now almost entirely focused on the well-being and strength of my adoptive tribe. Partially out of self-interest, but increasingly there was something else motivating me as well. It was mostly with a view to taking down Mortimer, and then the others, of course, but even in my head, that argument had started to feel hollow. The men are all a little worried about the fact that you keep snapping inch-thick poles of wood when you get cross, I began, praying desperately I wasn't stepping on a landmine. They'll come around in time, and I'm more than happy to give the women's souls as well. This summer is going to see a lot of fighting, whatever I do. I'd rather get the other tribes to join us, but some of them are going to fight us. Whatever I do for the warriors, I'll do the same for the women, eventually. This might annoy some of the warriors, but I was, somewhat embarrassingly, viewed as something of a demigod to a lot of them. I had the social capital to burn on keeping Faye happy, and it was kind of the right thing to do anyway. "How long until you go?" Faye asked as Clip wandered off, happily staring at screens that no one else could see. "I'm going now, love," I said softly, pulling her into an embrace and moving for a kiss. She allowed the hug, but she pulled her face back. "No. You get that when you come home. Be careful, Ray. The Erviles," she whispered in my ear as she moved to lay her cheek against mine. "Won't know what hit them," I said with a savage smile. I kissed her ear and stepped back. Krill needs to keep focusing on his project. If he skulks back into Mondit, tell him Glimpse is keeping an eye on him. I said it lightheartedly. My crow would be watching my back and looking for my prey, but Krill might not know that. "He'll know that's a lie. If I see him, I'll make sure he gets back to work," she said. "Safe travels, love. Hurry back." Without another word, she turned and walked back towards Mondit. I looked around me and smiled. The mine was doing well, and Mondit was rich and thriving. My army was constantly training under the Fangs or Trikilo,
and the side project I'd foisted on Krill was coming together nicely. I sighed as Faye moved into the distance. I was getting soft. I looked to the north and felt a sense of freedom. The tribe would be fine without me for a couple of weeks. It was time to go hunting.
Chapter 58.
No shorty could do this. I ran north on bare feet. The cold was uncomfortable, as were the occasional jagged stones, but it wasn't painful, and it didn't do me any harm. Whether it was my strength stat or my increased hit points, or perhaps some combination of the two, the force of my feet pounding into the semi-frozen ground didn't bother me at all. I silently thanked Hakobin for my time hanging on the back of the wagon. That had been pain unlike anything I'd ever known, and in comparison, the discomfort I felt now was negligible. Glimpse flew ahead of me, soaring over the end of the Paliat Pass and moving into the northern tundra to look for prey. The vast expanse of snowy plains stretched out endlessly in the bird's eyes, and he began sweeping north in a wide zigzag to find me targets. An hour later, I turned to the west and sped up. I was running at the best speed of my chariots, but it was only a casual lope for me now. Each footfall cratered the ground slightly and launched me 2 or 3 meters along my path. Glimpse had spotted a small herd of mammoths, but they were huge in comparison to the ones I'd faced before. A third or more taller at the shoulder, and while I couldn't be certain, I was confident I'd found some vile mammoths. As the crow flies is a fitting phrase for the fastest possible route. It took me another hour and a half to close in on the herd Glimpse had spotted for me. As I drew near, I slowed to catch my breath and checked my reserves. Health points, 250 over 250. Mana, 64 over 430. The cost of building the walls would take me most of the next couple of days to recover. 10 mana per hour was a bottleneck, and I hadn't figured out any way to improve it. Health and mana had set regeneration rates, and I hoped that they applied to my competition as well. They'd been here longer than I had, and were likely stronger than I was. I'd need to find ways to get them to burn their mana down before I made a move against them. A problem for another day. It was a herd of 12 beasts, 8 adults and 4 juveniles. They were much more intimidating up close than the last lot I'd faced had been. Huge, towering slabs of hair and muscle, with 2-meter-plus spears of ivory sticking out of their faces. I moved slowly closer, and they ignored me as though I were beneath their notice. The occasional fist-sized eye rolled in my direction, but otherwise they were utterly unthreatened by me. I had 6 steel spears in one of my storage rings, but I wanted to try and push myself. I hadn't faced any real threats since I leveled after the battle, and finding out what I was capable of now seemed like a good idea. Besides, killing these things with spears would take longer than I wanted to spend on the job. The metal heads wouldn't penetrate the thickly armored skulls, and crippling them, then bleeding them out, felt needlessly cruel when there was a more professional and efficient option available. Once I got to about 10 meters away, a pair of the bigger ones, the bulls perhaps, turned ponderously towards me. They were slower than the regular versions of their species, but I had a feeling they would be much harder to put down under normal circumstances. I slipped my shop-bought knife from the silvery sheath at my waist and weighed my options. I was short on mana, but I had a few trinkets and enough to try a spell that I'd wanted to experiment with for a while. I was wearing 8 iron rings, 1 on each of my fingers. The 4 on my right hand were all loaded with fireballs. 2 of the 4 on my left were enchanted with 12 charges of Krill's best heal self spells, considerably better than my own version. And the other 2 were storage rings I'd enchanted myself. I could only access them twice a day, but they had the same capacity as my upgraded spell and would be very useful in the long run. The fact that I could store living people in them had offered a number of interesting possibilities for the future. assuming anyone was mad enough to let me hide them in a dimensional pocket without time, and no guarantee of being released if anything went wrong. I'd find someone. Jandak would probably be up for it if no one else were. I scooped up a small rock from the ground and tossed it up and down in my right hand. The two bulls that turned to face me snorted and made quiet trumpeting sounds. I couldn't tell if the sound came from the swaying trunks or their mouths. Either way, it was clear they weren't pleased with my presence. With a swift flick of my wrist, I sent the little rock arcing across the space between us to smack the beast on the left in the forehead. It briefly went cross-eyed, then trumpeted more loudly at me and stomped a foot in anger and confusion. I wasn't where it thought I would be. As the pebble had left my hand, I'd spent mana and ripped open a spatial tear. It appeared in front of me as a jagged rip in reality, lined with pink and purple light. The oval was about 2.5 meters tall, and perhaps half that in width. I dove through it and appeared in the air a foot above the mammoth's neck. As I felt my impossibly sharp dagger flick out and stab into the animal's spine just behind the thick bone of the skull, my feet hit the ground, and I ricocheted like a pinball to launch myself towards his companion. The dagger carved effortlessly upwards through the second neck, and I landed neatly to one side of the pair of collapsing beasts. I buried the blade in the skulls of the paralyzed animals, and they were dead within seconds of my attack. The rest of the herd trumpeted in fear and started to lumber away from me. I could have cut more of them down. I probably should have, from a purely utilitarian point of view. I knew I was a monster in a lot of ways. Killing these beasts bothered me about as much as immolating the front lines of the Coprigan army had, which is to say, not very much at all. But I'd spent a long time training my monster to fit in, and frankly, given my new power, I was worried that if I let that control slip, even for an instant, I'd spiral into madness. I'd taken 2 bulls from this herd, so the rest could go on their way in peace, and that was enough for me. My greed complained briefly, but I quashed it mercilessly. There'd be other herds nearby. Vilis mastodon slain ×2, 80 souls gathered. This could work. I hastily cut the tusks free with my impossible dagger, then skinned and harvested as much of the fat and meat as I could in a couple of hours. I dropped my harvest into one of my storage rings and sent my senses out to glimpse. He'd found 3 more herds not too far away, one of which was big enough that they were likely the vile variants of the giant mammals. I ran, killed, and harvested the ivory and meat for the rest of the day. Vilis mastodon slain ×4, 160 souls gathered. Normalis mastodon slain ×8, 160 souls gathered. I had 642 souls when I settled down to sleep under the stars that night. The storage spaces for my rings both had 24 tusks, the same number of sets of hides, and as much meat as I could easily butcher in them. The rest had gone into my own personal space. I needed to recover my mana before I went hunting anymore. It was unlikely I'd be able to remain on the hunt for as long as I had hoped, unless I started abandoning the tusks as well as the valuable meat and fat. It felt wasteful to me. However terrifying to the locals these mammoths might seem, to me it was like being sent to knock a toddler. It felt wrong, and I was quietly disappointed at the lack of challenge. I'd been careful only to take a couple of animals from each herd, letting the rest escape. I'd only killed adults, leaving the juveniles alone. Despite these concessions, my code was arguing with my greed, but I phased the internal bickering out. I stretched out under the stars and watched the night sky wheel overhead until my eyes closed. Before I dropped off, Glimpse flew down and nestled in at my side to get some sleep as well. The god-forged creature didn't seem to have the same needs as regular animals, but he couldn't go indefinitely without some shut-eye. Not as nice as Faye curling up against me, but better than being alone, for sure. When I opened my eyes, as pink light filled the world, my crow cawed a greeting from above where he circled, and I sat up in the long grass that had hidden me during the darkness. I stretched, yawned, farted, and did what every man with a decent amount of fiber in his diet does first thing in the morning. Glimpse had already found my next targets, and I chewed on some dried meat I'd pulled from my storage last night before I ran to catch up to them. For 3 days, this routine lasted. I racked up another 1,400 souls in the process. I was over 2,000 in total, and when I got back, our warriors would receive a considerable increase in power. I wasn't sure if spreading the souls wide was better than going tall. Would 2 level 40s just steamroll 100 level 1s? Maybe. But I had a feeling the natural viciousness of my adoptive people would help swing the odds in their favor. How would I fare against 20 level 10s? Physically, there would be no comparison. I could rush from one to another and put them down with a single move. But while I was moving to the first one, the rest would be launching attacks. I didn't have any data one way or the other. My gut told me I was thinking along the right lines. Going wide might just be better than going tall.
Mana regenerated slowly, so once spells were cast, it would come down to how many there were and how physically capable each one was. If I had more, I'd win. Hopefully. My storage rings were nearly full. They would be a godsend when it came time to move the tribe to war against Mortimer. We could move fast without worrying about lumbering wagons or having to carry the weight of our supplies. I still had some room left in my own space, but I wouldn't get a chance to fill it. Glimpse had been watching them fall in on my trail behind me. I had headed northwest the first day, then turned northeast. I'd been zigzagging across the tundra as I hunted the different herds. Each day, more of them had fallen in on my back trail. They didn't always like to work together, it seemed. Whenever they bumped into others, there were 2 possibilities. They either joined up or had a brief skirmish and spread out to chase me separately. They didn't start fires on a night when they stopped to rest. Glimpse had kept an eye on them for me since he noticed my tails. I'd carefully avoided spending my own mana to let me get back to full strength for this evening. I stripped naked and put my clothes in one of my storage rings, hoping they wouldn't get rubbed against the raw meat and fat it was largely filled with. Then I took off towards the nearest camp of Erviles. There were 4 of them, a few miles behind me, and I crossed the distance like a ghost. As I neared them, I slowed down and stopped to listen. "You sure it's just one man?" "No shorty could do this," rumbled the deep voice from the darkness. "Only one set of tracks, you tusk fucker. How many times do I have to say it?" came back a whiny voice. "But one Gary Huskar is incapable of this. The clans are already planning a great raid next year in revenge for Latrikos. The trail led to the southern plains, and next summer, it's just the one. He moves like us. His strides are long," replied the whiner. "Shut it, Wapisk."
You're so full of shit you might as well be a shorty. That was voice 3. Hard to tell apart from the first voice. Beyond that, it came from a different giant. My brother is right. You are full of shit. The 4th one boomed with a laugh. Your tribe's weakness is why you lost a brother to a mortal. As the mortal in question, I'd like to say it had nothing to do with that. He attacked me, so he died. "For a resk," I called out. I was moving as the first words left my mouth. I'd seen these things' reflexes before, and while I couldn't resist spooking them, I had no intention of monologuing. They looked towards where I'd been and started to rise to their feet just as I emerged from the darkness 10 meters away. Achilles' heels turned out to be a thing for these monsters, just like regular humans, and the first one collapsed to the ground with a strangled scream as I blurred past him and cut the back of both of his ankles. I left him behind and rushed to the next closest giant. He was fully on his feet now, and he moved with a predatory grace despite his size. A fist swung down towards me, and I activated my self-enhancement spell. For 10 mana, it was a bargain, and I slipped past his attack effortlessly, running my dagger up his forearm as I passed. I leapt forward and drove my blade into the throat of the whiny-voiced one. It sank in deep, and I twisted it to drive it between the vertebrae of his neck. He keeled over backwards, but managed to latch onto my left leg and fling me away into the darkness. I lost a few health points as I hit the ground and rolled away. As I tumbled through the grass, I cursed silently. I'd left my blade in his throat, and I had a lot more work to do tonight. I was reluctant to spend my mana this early in the mission, but I didn't really have a choice. I cast limited shapeshifting, and my skin turned a mottled gray, black, and green. "We will find you, little one," said a giant. "You're 2 down, and I'm not even sweating."
"You fucking cannibals are in deep shit," I hissed as I rushed sideways silently to throw them off my location.
"These weaklings? I'm Gotropic, first fist of the Northern Star clan. You're just Urk." I flew out of the night and slammed a foot into the talkative one's throat, using the impact to launch myself towards the bloody body with my dagger buried in his neck. I rolled across the still feebly struggling giant's throat and retrieved my blade before spinning lightly back to my feet to finish this fight.
Chapter 59. That's pretty disgusting, bloke. Villis Humano, slain times 37. 1,850 souls gathered. I was crouched down near the last and largest camp of the giants that had been following me. I'd already killed the rest and was feeling pretty happy with the results. These bastards didn't trouble my code at all, and they were even more profitable than the vile mammoths. I could see myself spending most of next winter hunting the cannibalistic monsters down while the tribe continued to grow in strength. That assumed I'd get another year to prepare. Mortimer had most likely realized he had a competitor on his northern flank by now and would move in force once the summer campaign season came around. 11 of the giants were laid out in a circle, feet pointed into the center like hands on a clock face. Some were stretched on their backs, others on their fronts, and a couple had curled into a fetal position to keep their furs tight around their bodies. Even the ones wrapped around themselves like babies were longer than I would be stretched out on my back. "For Eresk!" I called. Some of them started awake and began to get up. I cast Burning Skies. In an instant, red clouds gathered 100 feet above me and began to glow menacingly. A second later, the first of the fireballs began to fall, building into a barrage that lasted for 15 seconds and must have included nearly 100 of the meteor-like attacks. The ground shook as the dirt and dust that managed to avoid incineration were flung out with each impact. I had been braced to speed forwards and put down any of the giants quickly enough to escape the area of effect, but I ended up standing slack-jawed and waving the smoke out of my face. I stood still, senses alert for any movement, as I waited to be able to see what the hell I had just unleashed on the tundra. Villis Humano, slain times 11. 550 souls gathered. Well, shit. Synthesized spells were not to be taken lightly. In a daze, I walked forward into the blasted landscape. A 50-meter square area had been bombarded with fireballs that matched the spell enhancements on my projectile ability. It looked like a scene from the First World War after a heavy artillery barrage. I couldn't even identify the remains of the giants. Perhaps that was a toe, just at the edge of the devastation? Maybe it had been thrown clear early on, so it had managed to survive intact? On closer inspection, it was just a weird rock. Nothing organic had survived at all. I moved through the craters until I emerged from the smoke on the southern side of the Urvile's camp. Jesus. If I could do this, what the hell would Mortimer be capable of? If he had taken fire as well, or ice,
Or, God forbid, lightning. The sense of supreme power that had filled me faded away as I once again recalled that I was most likely the weakest of the 6 souls exiled from Earth. I couldn't be sure that was true, but I had to assume that was the case. If I went against them, thinking I was the strongest, it could be catastrophic. Glimpse flew down and landed on my shoulder. I would really need to get some kind of padded cloth added to my clothes. Whether it was all the fist-sized eyeballs he'd eaten in the last few hours, or if his strength somehow scaled off my own, his talons bit sharply into my skin. Maybe I should put some bloody clothes on and stop running around the night like a naked murder hobo? Probably the latter. The crow nuzzled my cheek, then took to his wings to orbit above me. He hadn't seen any more bands of giants following me, but that didn't mean there weren't any, and my latent paranoia must have infected his mind, causing him to double-check our surroundings. I made a note to advise the guards at the mine to keep scouts out to the north. I had more souls than I'd hoped to gain on this little hunting trip, and I was more than happy to head home. Exhaustion should be affecting me by now. The moons had set, and the halo behind the clouds they'd cast had faded hours ago. But I felt fine so far. I picked up my feet and ran back towards home. As the light began to creep into the sky to the east, I paused and pulled my clothes and some food out of a storage ring. Once dressed and no longer feeling hollow inside, I resumed my easy lope, covering a couple of meters with each stride. By noon, I had entered the northern end of the pass and waved at the sentries up on top of the cliff walls as I passed them by. Indistinct calls echoed out in my wake, bouncing back and forth between the walls of the pass. After exchanging arm clasps with the guards and telling them to spread the scouts out further to the north, I made my way to the orange glow of the smelters and furnaces. "Clip!" I called, as I found him berating a hapless apprentice, whom I was pleased to discover was female. If he was already giving the ladies a shot, that was the best I could hope for. "Lord, you need to talk to that prick in town. He's causing problems," Clip began without a preamble. I held up both hands to stop what I suspected would be a string of invective against whomever this prick might be. "Whoa there, bloke! Who are you talking about?" I asked. "Sulk is a fucking charlatan and a conman. My master would have used him for bellows work and nothing more." So Sulk was here. That meant the Jaggernon had come north. "Who has been dealing with the new tribe?" I asked quickly. "Please don't say Krill. Please don't say Krill." "Hatrakan. He's got them camped half an hour's ride south of Mondit," he replied. "The man is a complete buffoon. He doesn't even—" "I'll deal with it," I cut him off firmly. "How is the Horn Project coming along?" I demanded roughly. "This way, Lord." His eyes sparkled. I had needed a better way to issue battlefield commands than having Glimpse squawk at people, and had fallen back on ancient techniques from Earth.
Clip led me into one of the cave systems and pulled a wrapped package from where it leaned against a wall. As he removed the cloth, a 6-foot-long curve of gray steel was revealed. The top was carved into the shape of a horse's head, mouth open wide to transmit the sound. It flowed in fluted waves, narrowing down to the mouthpiece at the bottom, which curled in the opposite direction to the horse head. He passed it to me, and I weighed it in my hands. Stepping out of the cave, I raised it to my pursed lips and blew deeply, eliciting an embarrassing farting sound that caused the workers nearby to glance over and smother their smiles. "Not so easy," laughed the smith as he took it from me. He put his own lips to the mouthpiece, and a brassy shriek rang out to bounce between the walls of the canyon. The head of the horn was nearly 10 feet above the ground when he held it up to blow. With some banners floating in the wind from the main tube, it would make an excellent device for passing simple coded orders to units on the field. This time, the workers scowled instead of smirking as they rubbed at their ears.
Excellent. I'll need a couple more. How long? I asked. Don't want much. Thousands of fucking stirrups, hundreds of coats of armor and helmets. Same again in daggers and spear tips. Tens of thousands of bloody arrowheads. And what does old Clip get? Just orders for more, he grumbled. I wasn't entirely sure how to react. What do you want? I tried. More workers! And a fucking water wheel like you promised, he snapped back in an instant. I've offered you every worker who wants to learn your craft. How many have you accepted? I asked, as I glanced at the dozens of people working bellows and pounding metal around us. Most of the good ones, he sighed, and rubbed a soot-covered hand across his brow, leaving a darker line in the sweat. I'll need your support with Sulk, Lord.
He's going to cause a stink when he gets let in here and sees what I've been up to. Clip waved a hand across the proto-industry of the pass. You'll have it, but why will he cause a problem? I asked. He's blessed by Velkit. If he doesn't like it, he'll... I don't want the god to drive me mad so soon. I know it's coming, but not yet, he snapped. Surely Velkit would approve of all this industry and innovation. He seems to like that kind of thing. When a priest winds his loincloth too tight, he can shape the god's opinion of others. I don't want to go mad yet. His eyes flicked to a woman working the bellows for a fraction of a second, but I caught the movement. So Clip had a paramour, and he feared the inevitable fall into the madness all of his kind ended up suffering from, arriving prematurely, simply because Sulk left him a bad review with the boss. I'm not sure I can intercede with Velkit. Aresk owns me. I carefully hid the bitterness I felt at the words. But I'll speak to Sulk. Maybe take him to see the water wheel and explain how it will work. It's ready? Why the fuck am I still here? I need to see it first, Clip barked. I raised an eyebrow, but he didn't back down, just glared at me from under his own bushy brows. It should be ready by now. I glanced up, and Glimpse wheeled away to the east to confirm if Krill had been on top of the project as I'd asked. I'll make sure you're there when we go to inspect it. In the meantime, 2 more of those trumpets and as many helmets and arrowheads as you can churn out. Please and thank you. He nodded his head reluctantly. It was almost a bow, but not quite, and went back to his workers. His semi-sotto voce grumbling swelled into barked orders and harsh critiques as he got near the smelters and forges. As a result, the pace of work resumed its usual brusque rate. The Jaggernin were here, and they'd brought Sulk. This was a bad time of year for the wagons on the steppe. The ground was partially frozen, but the early spring melts made it muddy and treacherous. They'd have moved slowly through a morass of their own creation, and wouldn't have done so without a good reason. I needed to find out what had driven them north. Stretching my legs, I moved quickly back to Mondit. The palisade was guarded by dismounted lancers who threw me crossed-arm salutes as I passed, to which I nodded in reply. The atmosphere felt different from when I'd left. I was hardly the most observant when it came to reading the room, outside of an uncanny ability to avoid attention, but there was a taut sense to the air, and the interactions I noticed as I hurried towards my tent seemed strained and uncomfortable. Something momentous had happened while I was away. I arrived in the open space in the center of the camp. The handful of prisoners who hadn't moved into the caves of the pass were to the north and were busy with carpentry and leather work. I ignored them as my eyes landed on Feala, her coven behind her, as she stared down at a short warrior I recognized, even though he was facing away from me. "King Jagapan!" I called as I made my way to Feala and swept her into a hug. "How are you?" I asked quietly, before I received the kiss she'd withheld before I went north. It was worth the wait. "King Mond, you've brought a shower of shit down on the Southlands," Jagapan grumbled. As I put Feala down and turned to him,
He levered his bronze eye out and wiped it on his sleeve, then popped it in his mouth. After swishing it around for a couple of seconds, he spat it out into his palm and shoved it back into the empty socket. "That's pretty disgusting, bloke. What's caused you to come north during the melt?" I asked. "Shouldn't I fight you again or something? I'm pretty sure this is a breach of etiquette." He gave me a crooked smile and shook his head. "I meant no offense, Mond. Things have turned ugly in the south."
Bandaged men moving en masse, supported by wizards like the one you killed in my camp. So I hadn't gotten away with that then. No matter. Some tribes have joined Urkash, and others have fled north. If they didn't take one of those options, they're fucking dead, and their women scattered. We don't have magic to counter them," he finished with his real eye glaring at me. "Jagapan is interested in an alliance, but he's reluctant to bow his head to you," Fela added from my side. The other king growled deep in his throat, but didn't contradict her. "We've been working out the details for the last couple of days." "Yeah, and the old bastard is trying to drive a hard bargain," cackled Krill as he emerged from my tent. I gave him a suspicious look that earned a snaggle-toothed grin in response. "How is the project I left you in charge of coming along?" I demanded. "Well enough. Tomorrow we'll release the stoppers to drop the wheel and see how your little machine works." His voice shifted and became serious. "It's bad down south, Mond. This lot isn't the only one that's fled north. If we hadn't broken the Capregan, there'd be a lot more slaves and fat cannibals on the steppes." "It's that bad?" I asked the old man. He turned and spat to one side, thankfully away from my tent. "It's worse, Mond. Half a dozen tribes have bent the knee to Urkash. The rest are fucked or fleeing. We need to deal with it," Krill said flatly. I looked at Jagapan, who met my stare with his mismatched eyes. I removed the storage rings I'd loaded with ivory and mammoth meat and flicked them to Krill. He snatched them out of the air and gave me a quizzical look. 28 tusks, as well as the meat and hides. Some of it's in my own storage space, so there's a bit more to follow. Get the smokers lit and the tanners ready before you start pulling stuff out of them." He cackled and scurried off towards the tanners. "King Jagapan, you don't need to bend your neck to me. All I would ask is that if I call, your warriors will ride to war with us, under my command. And if you call, we will do likewise. Does that seem fair?" "No, it fucking doesn't," called the voice of a certain blacksmith from somewhere in the crowd, making Jagapan flinch. The mob parted, and the hunchbacked figure of Sulk shuffled through. "Who the fuck showed you how to make steel? Clip is a Velket-damned moron. That milksop couldn't make pig iron before. I should bloody know, as I taught his master how to work the bellows. Not a chance that idiot could produce so much gray metal so fast on his own. What the hells have you been up to, you bloody savage?" Jagapan managed to roll both his real and his metal eye as the outburst went on. "Sulk, I'm glad you decided to come north in the end. Kayla, how are you?" "I'm well, thank you, Lord. I'm intrigued about what has happened with Fayala and her friends. Perhaps I could join their little group?" Her warm voice was familiar, and a pleasant shift from Sulk's grating grunts. Sulk seemed to melt as it rang out across the crowd, and all the fire went out of him. I grinned at the poor bastard as he shrank in on himself. Chapter 60. What fresh madness is this?
"You need to share the souls, Mond," Krill called over his shoulder as our chariot rattled towards what I hoped would become my first industrial center. Sulk was not happy in the vehicle next to us. Clip was riding the contraption on his flank and grinning broadly at the old man's discomfort. "I know. I'm going to spread them wide among the warriors before we head south to the festival," I replied. "Wide?" Krill asked suspiciously as he guided the cantering horses around a dip in the ground. "Yeah, I'm going to give lots of the warriors one level each."
The anticipated blast of invective did not disappoint, and I smirked to myself as my mentor fought to catch his breath. "What fresh madness is this? You damn fool. We need to keep the strength among those you can trust," he barked as a finale, earning sharp looks from Sulk and Kilp. "Once they take the souls, they can't betray me." I found the link to Krill in the back of my mind and leaned on it slightly. The chariot slid sideways, and he shot me an angry look over his shoulder. "You can control us? Excellent. Give a level to as many warriors as possible. Make sure you include Jagapan and his honor guard as well." The old man crowed in delight. Glimpse circled down and replied with a caw of his own that mirrored the old man's delight. For some reason, I wasn't terribly surprised that Krill was happy at the idea of my being able to mind control my minions. "I've got enough to get 200 warriors to level 1. I'm thinking the rest of the lancers, then 25 from each of the archer squadrons. The rest goes to the women," I yelled into his ear. The bastard had sped up now that he knew I could control him. Mutually assured destruction seemed like a reasonable response from the mystic. "Use what you have left to boost up Kayla and bring her into Faye's coven. Tie that prick of a smith to us for good," Krill muttered quietly to me as the first sign of my latest settlement came into sight. I can't deny that a sense of smug pride swept over me. The water wheel was about 3 meters in diameter and was currently held out of the water on blocks that would be knocked away. The river ran deep and fast where the prisoners had built it, then swept away to the east. When the wheel was finally dropped into position, it would drive a crankshaft that led out to a wooden gear wheel. From there, the 3 drive shafts were poised to be connected, one for grinding, one for a drop hammer, and the last was as yet unallocated. Clip had half a dozen ideas for it, but hadn't made up his mind. Construction was underway to make covered work areas at the ends of the soon-to-be spinning beams. We were entering the early Iron Age, and the prospect of increased productivity beckoned, like an easy mark walking alone at night on a badly lit street. A shiver ran down my spine, and for a moment I felt the aura of Velkit, hammer striking anvil, encompass my body. 2 gods on your side were surely better than 1. Both smiths stared, Clip in glee and Sulk in confusion. Our horses slowed and stopped outside the nascent town growing around the wheel, and we jumped off the chariots. "What the fucking hells is that thing?" snapped Sulk. Clip opened his mouth, but I spoke before he could rub salt into the older man's wounds. "It's a water wheel. The flow of the river drives the wheel, making it spin. That movement is sent down the primary drive shaft before being split off by the gearbox assembly into 3 separate rotations. Once it's up and running, this wheel will provide constant power for grinding grains, a drop hammer for beating metal, and something else. We haven't decided what the 3rd drive shaft will be used for," I replied in a rush. "The first mechanical hammer is mine," Clip added quickly, preening as Sulk's face went a curious shade of red. "Velkit's hammer it isn't."
"I felt his aura. It's meant for me."
The hunchback barked. "It's not meant for either of you. You'll have to be big boys and learn to share. We could use the 3rd shaft for another drop hammer, though. It's not a bad idea, but it needs to be worth it. I've got a lot of metalwork to be done in the near future," I replied. "How much?" Sulk glared at me. "More than your old bones can cope with, Ancient," chuckled Clip, earning a snarl from Sulk. "Easy now, old man. You can't match my arm," he added as Sulk stepped towards him. "I'd be happy to offer you some magic, Smith Sulk. Kayla would be welcome to join my wife's coven as well. We need more talented metalworkers, and you would be an excellent master to teach them." As I finished my sentence, I saw Krill slap a hand over his eyes for a moment. "Teach, eh? You want me to curse more, to be like me? Crippled and mad like my god?" Crap. How should I handle a self-loathing craftsman? "Sulk, I know why your kind go mad and end up crippled. I can show you how to avoid it." This was half true at best. I knew early metalworkers were exposed to fumes from lots of reagents, mercury possibly the worst of them, and some decent ventilation would ameliorate the worst of those problems. But honestly, I wasn't sure this was a promise I could deliver. "What's the secret, boy?" Whelp, who's never swung a hammer or worked a forge, wants to tell a master smith how to avoid Velkit's fumes, he snarled at me. Fumes is the right word. If we make sure you work in the open and get fresh air while you mix materials, you'll get rid of most of the curse. A mask over your mouth and nose will help for some of it, but the real secret is not being cooped up in a secretive little room away from the blue sky, I said, and once again Velkit made his presence felt. Sulk glanced upwards, and Clip grinned broadly. "I take it your god agrees?" asked Krill. "Good. Refined iron is going to be shipped here by wagons under escort, and then you'll work it here. It won't just be arrows and spearheads. Mond has plans for metal tools and something called barbed wire. When the wheel drops, you'll be able to work faster than ever before." "The god approves," Sulk said reluctantly. He eyed Clip sideways. "Your master wasn't the worst, you know. He was a decent apprentice." Clip stuck out his arm, and Sulk shook it. "He spoke highly of you," my pet smith answered. But even I could sense the lie in his words. Sulk snorted and took his arm in a firm shake. I offered my own arm and spent 20 souls to give Sulk a level and access to his first affinity. "Krill can explain it," I muttered, as Sulk swiped at the writing only he could see. I was focused on the new defenses. Wooden towers stretched 5 meters above the steppe, giving the defenders excellent lines of sight over the surroundings. A small village of yurts had grown up nearby. The absence of wagons looked strange to me now, but they would come, flowing back and forth with cast metal to be worked and charcoal from the foresting parties, then taking finished goods back to Mondit. I nodded in satisfaction. This would work. They had 25 magically equipped mounted archers as guards, enough to keep the people safe or provide enough warning for them to fall back to the main settlements in advance of an attack. This little town was looking like it would do well across the summer. "Krill, let Clip explain the rest. We need to get home," I called, as I made my way back to my chariot. The dreamer shrugged at Sulk with a cackle and skittered over to our ride. "Home, then?" he asked happily. "Will they be okay?" I nodded towards the 2 smiths who were already starting to bicker loudly. "They'll be fine. Nothing we can do about it either way," he cackled as he cracked the reins, and we lurched into a canter home. As we raced back, I tried to plan out my next moves.
I left Krill to park the chariot like a good chauffeur and made my way to my tent. It was more Faye's tent than my own at this point, which was fine. I moved the flap aside and had to catch Halen's fist as it swung towards my nuthers. I glared at her as I pushed her away, and she just smiled demurely back at me. Jandak had my eternal sympathy. "Ladies, how are you doing with the shield trinkets?" I asked as I moved over to Faye and planted a kiss on her cheek. 80 a day, love. We'll be able to equip all the warriors by the end of tomorrow." "How's the wheel?" Faye asked, as she took my hand and led me to my throne. It looked good. "How are the Jaggernans settling in?" I asked as she sat next to me. "Don't bother worrying about them yet," said Krill as he gracefully sidestepped Halen's fist and let the flap fall down behind him. She scowled at the elusive shaman. "If they're with us, we should give them steel gear and trinkets. I know I promised to ride to his aid, but the reality is he'll be riding with us." "I thought as much," said Habini, as she made herself known from among the small group of women working to carve the acorns and wooden trinkets that were intended for enchantment by the coven. "I understand. I've spoken to Jagapan, and he understands we should merge our herd with yours. But he's proud.
A token of goodwill would go a long way towards securing his allegiance. If there was one thing the myths on Earth taught, it was that a wife was to be respected. Clytemnestra taught Agamemnon that lesson. I would be willing to serve as a soul-bound servant, she finished. I shot a look at Faye, who shrugged. She knows what it entails. You'll have some level of control over her, and she's happy with that, Faye said with a soft smile. Ask her why. I looked at Habini and raised an eyebrow. I've lost 4 children in childbirth. 3 others lived a few years, and only 2 became adults. Your life magic could have saved them. There's also this. Her hands reached up and pulled her veil aside. Her eyes were bright and intelligent, deep brown and full of wisdom. As the veil was pulled away, her face was revealed, and it had been ravaged by some disease. The skin was scarred and pockmarked. As quickly as it was revealed, she pulled the veil back across her face and clipped it in place by her ear. I would give anything to prevent this from happening to anyone else. All I want to do is heal. The thick emotion in her voice made my conscience twitch and prod my mind. I tightened my grip on the emotions her scarred face had stirred up. Pity warred with revulsion. I don't have enough to raise you up to match the rest. I have to make sure the warriors are strong enough to survive what's coming, I ground out reluctantly. The souls I'd earmarked for the women were intended for Kayla, so I could bind Sulk to my cause. I wasn't proud of my pragmatism, but it was the pragmatic choice. Do this for my older sister, and I'll ensure my husband becomes a true part of your faction, called Kayla, who had been lurking in the shadows. I wasn't sure if these women could read minds. Sulk has already joined us. This might be the better move, Mond. Split the souls for the women between them, and they'll be able to heal others. Enchanting items will be beyond their power, but they can help the dreamers, Krill added thoughtfully. You haven't been doing much in the way of dreamer work for a while, I said wryly, and his mustache bristled. Dreaming isn't something you can control. And herbalism is a waste of time when you've got magic healers running around, the old man grumped. I agree. Kayla, Habene, if you want to join Faye's coven, I'll split the souls between you. The bulk is going to the warriors, though. Soon we'll have to go to the festival, and I'll need all the strength we can muster. The women nodded. Kayla smiled, but Habene's face was once again hidden. I gave them each 100 souls, losing 400 in the process. I was down to just over 4,000, enough to give a single level to 200 of the warriors. Krill, I need all the lancers and 50 more from each of the archer squadrons. They'll each get 1 level for now, enough to give them self-heal and a weak enhancement. I get the feeling there are more than a few things about the festival you've not explained to me yet. While I hand out the levels, maybe you can explain the things you've somehow neglected to mention? Krill looked sheepish, then smirked and scurried out to gather the warriors together. It took less than an hour to hand out their first levels. The Fangs and the Coven were kept busy explaining the meaning of the strange writing floating in their vision. I sat down to glower at my less than forthcoming mentor. Spill it, I ordered. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Well, the tribes are kind of democratic in a way, more like the shit-sitters in the far southeast than they would ever want to admit out loud. I didn't like the sound of that, and I liked it less and less as he explained. Chapter 61. Fine then. Fists. Seen from above, the festival site lacked something. It was impressive in scope, don't get me wrong, but it just looked like a low hill surrounded by concentric rings of upright stones. However, as we got closer and I saw it with my own eyes, the scale of the construction stole my breath. The barrow loomed in the distance, far more imposing from ground level than it had been when seen through Glimpse's eyes. The first ring of stone pillars was spaced 50 meters apart and stretched dozens of kilometers in circumference around the artificial hill at the center. Each one was elaborately carved with geometric shapes and animal designs. Horses ran beneath birds, and raised spots on the stone above them showed the stellar configuration each beast was linked to. All of this was fitted into what looked like someone had taken an ice cream scoop to the surrounding hills, carving out a sheltered expanse surrounded by hills on 3 sides. On 3 sides, maybe 20 miles from the barrow, steep, heavily forested hills rose up, and misty clouds clung to their seemingly barren tops. Whatever geological forces had shaped this place had done an impressive job. About 500 meters closer to the barrow was another ring of cruder, older, and more heavily weathered megaliths. But the carvings were still clear and distinct enough to make out details. This ring showed human figures fighting fantastical battles against giant beasts and what could only be Urviles. The next ring was even older and was covered in something I took to be a script of some kind. Angular lines arranged in pictograms that were clearly some form of writing. I doubted there was anyone alive who could decipher them, except perhaps for Patricia, wherever she had ended up. We had chosen to arrive fashionably late at Krill's insistence. The other tribes had already set up their camps within the innermost circle of monoliths. Hundreds of wagons and thousands of warriors were moving back and forth between the camps, ostensibly for trade and to arrange marriages, but mostly so they could boast and challenge each other to mock fights. Sometimes tempers flared, and still smoldering pyres marked where the losers had been burned, but it was considered shameful to sully the sacred site with bloodshed. The warm spring rains had come and gone. Enough time had passed for the ground to dry sufficiently for the wagons not to get bogged down behind the aurochs, and the tribes had come together for the Helath festival. The spring equinox was tomorrow night, and the next day would be the final celebration before the nomads dispersed and prepared to move to their summer pastures. We'd traveled light, no wagons to haul our goods and accommodation. With storage rings, we didn't need them. In contravention of tradition, Faye had accompanied us as well, riding in a chariot pulled by a pair of white ponies and driven by her brother Koss. As we arrived at a free space, I sent Glimpse out to investigate the nearest camps first. Then he was to move outwards and lurk on the roofs of the chief's yurts to gather intelligence. Our arrival wasn't unnoticed, and the sight of my wife pulling disassembled yurts and stored food from thin air caught the eyes of the nearest camps that were perhaps 50 meters from our little circle. The warriors began hammering in a palisade and linking the poles with strands of iron lined with twisted knots of metal. Barbed wire was a bitch, and I was happy to have it on hand to deal with any overly nosy neighbors. Packs of dogs had run alongside the chariots as we traveled, and their handlers set about tying them to the circle of chariots we made, instead of the wagons the other tribes had brought along. As our goods and supplies appeared as if from nowhere, the warriors who'd come to investigate our late arrival hurried off back to their own camps after a few perfunctory greetings to establish which tribe we were. The conversations I was overhearing via Glimpse made me smirk. Shock and fear, not quite as good as shock and awe, but close enough, ran through the nearby camps. "It won't be long," Krill muttered, as he bounced from foot to foot next to my chair. We'd set up a pit, and a pre-butchered aurochs that had been kept in storage was now slowly turning on the spit. Dogs barked and horses whickered in the distance, as our warriors settled down to gamble and challenge each other to tests of strength. "The first lot is setting off now." "Hair like a Mohican?" I asked. "A what?" he snapped, narrowing his eyes at me and going still. "Shaved at the sides, but long on top and greased into a ridge along the skull," I clarified. "The Fawapin. Good folks. They were constantly at war with the Capregan.
Krill replied thoughtfully. Bunch of assholes, grumbled Jagapan from his own chair to my side. Panny! They're honest travelers, snapped Habine from behind her gauzy face mask. She stood behind Jagapan and rested a hand on the back of his throne. Most honest travelers are assholes, he shrugged in reply. At least we're free from the Smiths bickering, eh? They were becoming insufferable, Jagapan finished, pulling out his new steel-gray prosthetic eye and swishing it round in his mouth before shoving it back into the empty socket. He tossed the old brass one up and down in his free hand, as though he needed a spare close at hand. Lord Jagapan, called a bull of a man sporting a greasy-looking mohawk as he pushed his way through the crowd. Where are your wagons? Surely you aren't so beggared by the shit-sitter raids that you lost them all. Calpactor, you old rascal. Of course not. King Mond and I have found a better way. Come join us.
If please fetch a stool for our noble friend. Jagapan sounded sincere, but I'd taken an immediate dislike to this beady-eyed nomad. He was assessing and weighing everything around him with each swivel of his eyes. No need. I'm here to offer a friendly challenge to your friend Mond. An unarmed fight to see who's the superior warrior. Will you face me, King Mond? He asked. I stood up and moved past the fire to face him in the space my snickering warriors quickly cleared. Bets were called back and forth. Calpactor scowled as he realized that all the betting was on how many moves I'd need to win. When he realized they were betting with slices of worked ivory, which had become something of a currency since my trip up north, his eyebrows lowered even further. So you're the outsider who split the Eriskin. Hakubin isn't very happy with you, he chuckled as he offered me his wrist for the traditional greeting. As my hand closed on his forearm, he tried to yank me off my feet, throwing his weight down and left to roll me over his right shoulder as he ducked low. I may or may not have increased my weight by 30% just as he touched me. He skidded round and ended up hanging from my arm in a tangle at my feet. I pivoted and tossed him 6 feet through the air so he tumbled across the dirt, but he sprang back to his feet immediately. Huh. Ivory chits were being passed back and forth, and my warriors were laughing at his expense. The gentle mockery clearly got to him, and his ears suffused with blood, turning them bright red. Easy, Chief Calpactor. You walk into my camp and challenge me? Would you have gone easy on me if I'd done the same? He was a hothead, not suitable for significant command, but perhaps a good leader for a small squadron. As long as I didn't care if they charged to their deaths or not. I probably wouldn't care about that. When had I begun assessing the other tribal leaders in terms of command potential? Jagapan was a canny old bastard. His reputation was largely a lie that masked a calculating mind. And he had joined Khan and Atas as members of my close council. This new king? He might be good on the front lines. I suppose not, he spat. Fine then. Fists! He advanced on me as I carefully held back an inappropriate retort. I stood still and swatted his hands away as they crawled towards me. I'd been sparring with the Fangs a lot recently. Faye and Krill had focused their stat points into mental statistics, but my Fangs had gone almost entirely into body stats. They weren't a match for an Ervile one-on-one, but they would be soon, and if they worked together, they could handle a giant safely enough. Perhaps I was doing them a disservice? If they used their, albeit limited, magic, they might well be able to take one of the creatures single-handed. I stopped using both hands and just batted away his attacks with my left. He was strong, fast, and experienced, but he was only a man. As I thought it, I froze and nearly missed a block. How far had my new powers changed me that I'd think that so casually?
He tried to exploit my momentary slip, but I punched out with my right hand to strike him in his chest and sent him tumbling away from me. A roar went up from the watching warriors, and Kalpakter rose to his feet and straightened his now horizontal mane of hair with both hands, putting it back to its proper form. "Mond, well fought," he said with a nod of his head. "Perhaps you have some food and drink, seeing as I don't see a fight getting us anywhere further." He smirked, and I noticed his front teeth were filed into points. "Please," I gestured to the stool that had been brought out for him, as slaves carried platters of sliced meat and a pot of yolk for my guest. "Hakubin's out for your blood, both of you," Kalpakter muttered around a mouthful of meat. He took a long swig of fermented milk and ran his sleeve across his mouth. "Don't suppose it will make much difference, all this metal. What do you want in trade?" "The steel is only for allies," said Faye from where she stood behind me. Her hand rested briefly on my shoulder, and I turned to look up, but those hazel eyes were fixed on the neutral chief. "Bringing women is a bad business, Jagapan," Kalpakter grumbled. "Not a fit place for them. The Helethmoot is tonight. Are you going to spit on old traditions and have them join the chiefs and dreamers at the circle?" "No, but there was no reason for them not to come this far," I replied. "A man is always happiest when he knows his wife is safe." I couldn't conceal the threat in my voice. Any move against my people while I was at this bloody chinwag of chiefs would be met with what I could only describe as ultra-violence. "Shouldn't be here, then. You've got enemies. Aside from Hakubin, there are half a dozen kings looking to tarnish your crown, Mond." "We don't wear crowns. Mond is more of a first among equals," said Jagapan sharply. Kalpakter glanced up and smirked, then nodded. "A fine way to be as long as no decisions need to be made in a hurry. I'm interested in trade. Aresk only knows how you've got so much metal. Sulk couldn't have done it all by himself, but I won't press. While I'm interested in trading, some of the others are more interested in taking. A friendly warning I trust you'll remember in the future?" He cocked an eyebrow at me, and his mohawk sagged slightly to one side. "Thanks, bloke. I think anyone who tries anything against us won't live to regret it, but thank you for the heads up." We talked a little more. It mostly involved Kalpakter trying to figure out how much steel we had to trade, and if any of our warriors would be interested in marrying his daughters. He headed off back to his camp with a mixture of hope and disappointment. Various members of other tribes had approached and spoken to our warriors, but no other chieftain had come to visit us. As word got around, I was expecting more, but that would have to be for tomorrow. "It's time," cackled Krill as the sun began to fade behind the barrow that loomed over us. Jagapan and I said goodbye to our wives and set off with the Krill and the Jagernan Dreamer to make our way to the giant's stairs. Massive slabs of stone had been laid on their sides to form a series of steps that wound around the hill to the summit. Krill and Hastakark, the Jagernan Dreamer, began an atonal hum as we reached the first step. It was a 4-foot difference in height. Krill and I leapt effortlessly up, but the others had to clamber over the lip. Each of the stairs was intricately carved with wavy lines that ended in something that resembled an open Pac-Man mouth. "Are these snakes?" I asked, pointing at the engravings. "Shh! And yes! Don't speak until we reach the summit," hissed Jagapan as the two dreamers ignored me, bar Krill shooting me an angry look. As we headed up the stairs, I would offer a hand to Hastakark and Jagapan to haul them up to the next 6-foot-wide step, all while trying to ignore the gradually increasing buzz of the dreamers humming. Dozens of chiefs and dreamers were on the stairway, and by some freak of acoustics, the wordless drone seemed to echo back and forth to fill the air all around us.
When we reached the top, we found a dozen old men waiting for us. They pointed without words and directed the leaders of the nomads to spread out into a circle around some ancient standing stones. These stones were far more ancient and withered than even the inner circle below. I couldn't make any sense of the markings, beyond that they had once been carefully carved, and they must have been standing atop this artificial hill for so long that Mother Nature had robbed them of any intelligible designs.
"Another cycle has passed," intoned an ancient relic of a man, his once thick beard faded to wisps of its former glory. "As the stars wheel above us, so we come back to this ancient wheel, built by our ancestors, to witness the setting of the final winter sun. Tomorrow is the start of the true spring, and a new year for the Sikareskin."
He intoned his words slowly, as though he'd said them 100 times before, and, judging from his appearance, it might not be far short of that number. The dreamer's atonal hum that had accompanied us up the stairs, which reminded me of Sami nomads from Earth, had built into a crescendo once we reached the top, suddenly died down as the sun finally set, and a beam of light passed between the two tallest uprights of the henge atop the barrow and illuminated a flat, horizontal stone low to the ground. A gemstone of some sort had been set on the altar, and as the last beam of winter light struck, it was refracted and cast across all the other uprights of the stone circle. For a moment, it was like a primitive disco ball had been lit at the gathering. "There's an outsider among us," called a voice I didn't recognize. "The time of the ceremony is over, archpriests." I watched from the corner of my eye as he bowed his head respectfully to the old men who'd overseen the ritual. "Now we need to talk as kings. Mond is unworthy of the honor of being present and should leave."
"Will anyone vouch for the new lord?" asked the head druid.
I will," called Jagapan.
"Me also," Kalpakter added. "He has 2 chiefs who vouch for him. He can stay," shrugged the old man.
"Hatlatek, it isn't right. He's brought ruin down on the winter pastures. Kortaklith, Namatgur, mighty Boretnil, you've all been raided by the minions of Urkash this winter. Fell magic has ravaged our warriors. Not all of us could flee north like whipped dogs." This voice was familiar. Hakobin shot an angry glare at Jagapan, who removed his eyeball to suck it clean.
"So your misfortune is our fault?" I asked, staring blankly ahead and not even bothering to look at him.
"It is when Urkash wants your head. Whatever you did to earn his ire."
I phased out the rest of Hakubin's rant as Glimpse called for my attention.
Shadowy figures were creeping through the dusk light towards my camp. Dozens, no, hundreds of gray-painted warriors were moving slowly to encircle my people. I looked at Hakubin and narrowed my eyes as I saw the red letters floating over his head. Should have looked for that shit earlier, damn it. "Krill, kill Hakubin. He's working for the enemy. I'll go deal with his troops attacking our camp," I snarled at my mentor as I took off towards the edge of the plateau. I wasn't going to bother with the winding stairway this time. I reached the lip of the almost sheer drop and cast enhancement before reducing my weight by 30%. I shot into the air, leaving the ground behind me, and began to fall down the sloping side of the half-kilometer-tall barrow. As my legs windmilled beneath me, I quietly regretted this particular decision, but as the shadowy warriors rose to their feet and hurled small objects into my camp, I grimaced at how slow gravity's acceleration was. Where the thrown objects landed, walls of orange leapt up and wound through the yurts of my people. Horses screamed and men bellowed in pain as they rushed to counter the attack. I bounced off the slope 50 meters from where I'd started and launched myself faster and further this time. 2 more jumps, and I'd be on the flat.
Not all of the attackers had thrown things at my people before rushing forward to enter melee, a decision those unlucky individuals would quickly and briefly come to regret as my warriors began to put them down with inhuman grace. Some of the invaders had stayed well back and waved their hands to cast their spells. My eyes narrowed, and I headed towards the group of 50 or so wizards.
I would kill this lot, and then punish whichever tribes had betrayed their brothers to Mortimer.
Chapter 62. Betrayal. I took off across the kilometer or so of grassland that separated me from my wife and my warriors, in a sprint the likes of which would make Olympians weep in jealousy. Each step threw me forward 5 meters, leaving deep prints in the soil and throwing divots of turf up behind me. The first barrage of stones from our enemies had landed, but the second wave bounced off broad discs of ice and fire as the members of the coven deployed their magic. More numerous but much smaller shields appeared as warriors activated trinkets to throw up hasty defenses. I felt some of the links in the back of my mind disappearing one by one as warriors took mortal injuries. It was only a handful so far, but I sped up even more to get to the soul-bound servants that represented the real threat. I used enhancement again to boost myself as I closed the distance. I carefully stared at Mortimer's minions as I shot towards them. A dozen with body at D rank, the rest had mind at a similar level. I launched 3 fireballs from my rings to incinerate half the casters as my left hand closed around the skull of the first fighter I reached and squeezed. Eyeballs popped out as his skull collapsed, and I let go to catch another man by the shoulder. My dagger buried itself in the face of the man on my right, and I swiped sideways, cutting clean through the bone and killing him instantly. The man I'd caught with my left hand screamed as I tightened my grip, and bones ground into fragments before I threw him at his comrades, sending him spinning through the air to knock them off their feet. Soul-bound servants slain times 14. 280 souls gathered. Another ring-launched fireball caught a group of mages who were only just turning in response to the screams my arrival had caused, and turned them to ash. I still had 400 mana to play with, enough for something that would sway the balance back in our favor. Soul-bound servants slain times 7. 140 souls gathered. Normalis humano slain times 3. 30 souls gathered. What remained of the wizards and soul-bound were now fleeing as fast as they could. I smirked slightly as I watched them scamper away like rats, just as Krill appeared at my shoulder, soaked in blood down his right side and carrying a pissed-off-looking jagapan slung over one shoulder. My mentor dumped the king to the ground in a heap. "Are you okay?" I asked quickly, earning a chuckle in reply. "This is Hakubin's blood, not mine. I might have killed his new dreamer as well by accident." "That was undignified," grumbled Jagapan as he rose to his feet. "We need to cut our way through to the camp. Are you ready?" "Pan, just stick close behind us," I ordered, but he smirked, pulled his bronze eyeball from his pocket, and tossed it up and down before popping it in his mouth, making his cheek bulge like he was eating a gobstopper. The wiry little man grew nearly half again as tall, looming over me, and he caught the silvery ball as it escaped his eye socket. He broke into a loping run, moving far more quickly than ought to have been possible. Haldine had gone for space and time with the souls I had given her. Krill howled at the sky like a mad dog and ran after Jagapan faster than even I could move. I slapped an iron pendant hanging on my chest and activated the haste enchantment on it, and suddenly my own speed outmatched his. We blurred through the crowd of warriors attacking our friends. Jagapan just kicked the hapless bastards out of our path, while Krill and I followed in his wake, fists crushing bones and skulls, our blades flickering out to remove limbs and slice through soft tissue. Krill cackled like a loon as he danced between men half his age, leaving ruin in his wake with his twin steel knives. The amusement I felt at seeing the wrinkly old murderer having such a good time was a weird juxtaposition with the fear I had for the rest of my people. I bullied my way through. If an enemy got in my way, they were knocked over, usually with broken bones or cuts gushing blood down their bodies. Jagapan must have had multiple casts on his enchanted eyeballs. I resolved to turn a blind eye to Habini's nepotism on this occasion. I was hardly innocent on that charge myself, and it saved us having to carry him through the melee. Every time he slowed or shrank, he quickly regrew and sped back up until we broke through and found ourselves fending off the spear tips of our own warriors. Normalis humano slain times 126. 1,260 souls gathered. Snatching a spear aimed at my chest out of one of my warrior's hands, I glared, then tossed it back to him. "Mount up!" I roared, cutting through the din of battle. "Get the women to the chariots! Where the fuck are my fangs?" I turned to face the throng of traitorous nomads pressing us and cast burning skies. The night was suddenly illuminated by glowing red clouds rapidly gathering above me. Shaping the spell so it was longer and narrower than the base version, I unleashed it on my unfortunate enemies. I didn't need a square of destruction. I wanted a firebreak to give my warriors time to reorganize so we could break out. A long line of fireballs fell from the sky into the mass of warriors still swarming towards my camp from the west. Hideous screams rang out from those caught on the edge of a blast as they lost arms or were horribly burned down one side of their bodies. The lucky ones were reduced to ash and never felt a thing. The barrage stalled the attack as warriors at the rear balked at the suddenly cratered landscape, while those at the front screamed in terror and broke. It bought me the time I needed. I ran through the camp to the marshalling area where the lancers were already mounted and released a quiet breath when I saw that Faye, Haldine, and the other women were already on chariots, being rapidly hitched to pairs of ponies. "Mond! A fine night for it," laughed Jandak as he reined his pony up next to me. The lancers were all mounted and filing out of the camp to form a line across the plains. Small troops of horse archers were already spread out in groups of 5 and 10, working to clear the immediate area. "They'll pay for breaking the moot peace," snarled Cause as his ponies skidded to a halt nearby. "What's the plan, Mond?" "Where's Mune?" I asked. "He's out on the field already, keeping the grass clear so we can form up. He'll fall in as we advance," Jandak said. "So who was it?" "Hakubin. Probably a few others as well. We circle out and cut away free for the chariots with the women. Forget the tents. 20 archers go with the women as escorts as they break for the north. Then we are going to pay our old friends a visit and burn their fucking yurts down around their ears," I snapped. "I'll run. I'm faster than a horse anyway." Stooping down, I ripped the leather boots from my feet without undoing the ties. Faye would be annoyed. They had been finely made, and she'd gotten me them as a gift. But I might need earth-shaping this evening. "Mondin!" my lieutenants yelled as they kicked their heels into their ponies' flanks and cantered out of the palisade. This was a shit show. The people were more important, but there was a lot of metal in the form of wires on the barricade, and trade goods we would have to abandon. Whoever claimed the site after we left was in for a windfall. It would make figuring out who benefited from this betrayal a lot easier, though, and a grim expression crossed my face as I considered the fate that would await them for pillaging my camp. The chariots with the ladies rumbled out and moved north, peeling around the next camp without incident as a squadron of archers rode alongside them. I checked with Glimpse, who was still circling overhead. It was a mess. Multiple tribes had taken the breaking of the truce as an excuse to settle old scores. Fights were raging all around the artificial hill. Most were small pitched battles between groups of warriors, but a few had spilled over into slaughter as one side broke into another's camp and put it to the torch. I was watching my hoped-for power base crumble as the tribes attacked each other. I strode out of my former camp and jogged to where my 50 lancers had formed into a wedge. The ponies could smell the blood in the air, and they snorted, pawing the ground in anticipation of the charge. "Gentlemen, we will repay like with like. Archers, move on the lancers' flanks! Lancers, on me!" I screamed, and a bloodthirsty cry bounced back to me from my people. We were small in numbers compared to most of the other tribes, but we had the advantage in mobility, morale, and magic. Krill rattled to a stop, driving a chariot with Japagan grinning in the secondary position. I didn't order a charge. I just started sprinting. I knew which camp I was aiming for. It was the next but one to the west, and the intervening camp had sent soldiers as well, judging from where some of the cowards had fled to when they retreated. The broken remains of the swarm were stopping there to snatch up possessions and rush to the paddocks with the horses. The earth shook as my cavalry picked up speed to match my pace. I caught a spear that Japakan tossed to me as he grabbed one for himself, its steel head matching the blurred reflections coming from the whirring blades of the scythes on the vehicle's wheels. With a wedge of lancers behind me, just ahead of the chariots, we thundered across the grass towards our foes. I sent half a dozen fireballs from my rings into the crude barricades to break the rough-shod defenses. As the wood splintered or vaporized, we were left with a clean entry point. My dagger flashed as I cut through the camp. Whichever idiot tribe this was had made a bad mistake allying with Hakoban and Mortimer.
As I approached the far side, I sent out more fireballs to clear a path so the lancers and chariots wouldn't lose momentum, excising a portion of the defenses with incandescent flames. Normalis humano, slain times 59. 590 souls gathered. We burst out of the camp and pounded towards the warriors of their former tribe. Clearly, my people had zero reservations about slaughtering the people they had recently lived with. My barbaric tribe was not prone to sentimentality. As we crossed the distance to the Araskin camp, the archers pulled ahead on either side and began launching volleys of firewall arrows into the tents and paddock. Lines of blue and orange fire erupted and wound through the camp before I deleted their flimsy barriers with more fireballs. The archers spread out to either side of the camp and circled around to take any stragglers that broke out from the imminent slaughter, all the while launching enchanted arrows into the tents. I silently thanked Khan, Atas, and Trujillo for all the drills they'd driven into the heads of the cavalry. I burst into the center of the camp and ignored the fires. They hurt, but didn't do me any real damage. I checked my health. Health points. 247 over 250. Yep, none of these assholes had done me much damage yet. I began to think my dagger needed a name. It sliced, it diced, it amputated. I could see myself struggling to explain just how amazing it was in one of those TV ads for the latest and greatest kitchen knife on TV back home. I barged into a man, knocking him on his back and pivoting to kick him in the groin, while both hands flashed out. My left crushed an elbow in a vice-like grip, while the right lashed out to cleave through an arm with my as-yet unnamed blade. I tapped my chest and sped up again as the lancers began streaming past me, screaming and hooting as their spears smashed people aside. As the lances began to break, they pulled their now steel-headed maces from their belts and set about themselves. "Push through and come back! Don't lose momentum!" I bellowed, and they began picking up speed again, cantering through to land occasional blows rather than getting stuck in a melee. Mobility was their greatest strength. Besides, it left a few alive for the scythe chariots to cut down as they rattled into the enclosure.
I threw myself aside to avoid losing a leg to one of my own chariots, and rolled to my feet, looking for more targets. Normalis humano, slain times 34. 340 souls gathered. "Enough! Face me, you coward!" roared a voice. I did a quick double-take, as my first thought on seeing him was that this was an Ervile. He was nearly 6.5 feet tall, towering over me as I drew closer. Soulbound servant body D+. Mind E-. Souls F. I charged forward, and he sped up unnaturally as he moved to meet me. His iron sword moved like lightning as it cut towards my face. I ducked and threw a punch into his solar plexus, knocking him backwards with a grunt. Through glimpse, I could see the chariots were clearing out the rest of the camp, and Jandak had wheeled about and reorganized his lancers for a second charge. The ponies looked blown, sweating and huffing, but I expected they had one more good run left in them. The soulbound lunged with a straight blade aimed at my heart, and I twisted away again, my much shorter dagger slicing round to catch his forearm. The wound closed as soon as it appeared, and he spat at me before diving forward and tackling me to the ground. My ribs groaned as he squeezed, but unlike this idiot, I hadn't dropped my weapon as the grapple began. I twisted my wrist and stuck the blade into his kidney. He screamed, but only tightened his grip around my chest, pinning my arms to my sides. Enhancement activated, and I broke his grapple. He punched me in the face as he shoved himself back and rose to his feet. He spat blood at me this time. What was it with these people and spitting? His eyes glowed red for a moment, and suddenly beings of fire stepped out of nowhere and threw themselves at me while he scrabbled to recover his blade. I ducked and weaved, moving backwards. I had no magical counter for the summon fire spirit spell, and I made a mental note that I had badly neglected the potential of the spell. All I needed to do was outlast the timer, so I gave ground, leading the floating humanoid flames deeper into the tents and away from my troops. When they flickered out, I breathed a sigh of relief and looked around for my enemy, just as glimpse shrieked in my mind. All around us, under almost every camp, the ground was roiling and turning over. The grass burst upwards as gray flesh dragged itself into the moonlight and shambled towards the nomads. Shit. Bandaged men were disgusting enough, but unbandaged men who'd been buried underground for who knew how long were even worse. Worms and maggots fell away from their half-eaten faces as they came to the surface and began attacking anyone living, quickly putting an end to the internecine wars and sending most of the warriors into screaming terror. The other tribes melted away as their warriors bolted from the ghoulish horror as quickly as they could, grudges put back on hold in shared fear. Jandak! Kos! Munne! Krill, you mad old bastard! We are leaving! Fall back to the north! I screamed, my physical enhancement allowing my voice to cut through the other sounds of a camp being slaughtered and burned. I followed my own orders, my previous enemy forgotten as I sprinted back towards the plains. I had to pull my dispersed troops together so we could escape the second part of this abominable trap. Thousands of walking corpses had emerged from the ground, and every moment dozens more pulled themselves free of the soil and began attacking the tribesmen. Chapter 63. Holy moly. Having shouted myself hoarse, rallying my cavalry to reform outside the Eriskin encampment, I ran back and forth, chivying along the more bloodthirsty stragglers. It took 10 painful minutes as I watched the rest of the tribes disperse, the face of what could only be described as a tide of undead. The shambling masses had rushed the other tribes, and the dead, both the reanimated variant and those who had fallen during the fighting, littered the plains around the artificial barrow of Heloth. My lancers trotted forward, the chariots on their immediate flanks, with the archers safely protected behind us. I'd hopped up into the chariot Krill was driving, nudging Jagapan over to make room. "I won't be staying, don't worry," I told the other king in a ruined voice. "Krill, my throat is fucked. We barrage with enchanted arrows, cut our way through, and then move north to meet up with the others. Don't fuck about on this. No stopping to kill for funsies. We don't know for sure that this is the last arrow in Mortimer's quiver," I croaked. Krill mumbled and nodded as he carefully held the vehicle in position to the right of the wedge of lancers. I couldn't help but notice there were fewer of them than there should have been. In the heat of the fight, I'd lost track of the links in my mind snapping away as my warriors died. I checked as I yanked a spear with a steel shaft from the fixture in the chariot. The bright red banner streamed out behind as I swung the tip down to point behind me. I'd lost perhaps 1 in 20 of my soul-bound servants thus far. 5% might not sound like a lot, but seeing as I had so few fighters to begin with, every loss hurt more than perhaps it should have done. Was I getting soft? If I were going to command these people in a war, which now seemed both inevitable and less of a cakewalk than I'd been envisioning, I would need to harden my heart again. Glimpse metaphorically pecked my mind to get my attention, and I snapped back to the overhead view he was providing. The dead were congregating ahead of us. Why couldn't it be slow zombies? Why did they have to be able to run tirelessly and reposition themselves? If I could locate whoever had animated them, or wore the rings used to animate them, I could stop this in a moment. But Mortimer must have schooled his necromancers to avoid notice once the fighting began. Glimpse focused on the party from our camp that had fled the battle right at the outset. They hadn't had time to completely escape buried zombies lying in wait for us, though. They had gotten bogged down. Half the mounted warriors were either dead or dismounted, and the chariots had gotten bogged down, forced to an awkward circling motion so the wheel-mounted scythes could fend off the worst of the swarm from the warriors. My pregnant wife defending my warriors was not acceptable to me, and my blood ran cold at the sight of hundreds of undead closing in on her group. Spear in hand, I leapt forward, rocking the chariot and eliciting squawks of indignation from Krill and Jagapan. As I landed, my feet flashed, and I shot off ahead of the remains of my forces. The tip of the spear was largely unused as I ran. I swatted bodies aside, using it like a 7-foot-long club as I charged forward. Glimpse circled overhead, and I borrowed his sight as I hastily made my plans. 200 of my remaining mana vanished as I cast Burning Skies twice, shaping the spell into long lines ahead of my forces. The sky darkened, then glowed red as the clouds gathered and fireballs rained down 50 meters apart to either side of our line of retreat. For once, I was grateful to the ever-cursed shop. I bought a pair of normal mana potions, willing them to appear in my free left hand as I paid. I chugged one, pulling the stopper out with my teeth and tipping it down my throat. Mana, 350 over 430. Excellent. The earth stirred around me as I used my earth-shaping spell, and my legs stopped pumping. I rode forward on a wave of dirt and soil, pulling it in from the edges of my reach and from ahead of me. Zombies were tumbled off their feet and left fully or partially buried in the ground as I shot forward faster than I had ever moved in my life. Half a kilometer later, I cast 2 more Burning Skies, creating another set of burning railway tracks to either side of me. I glanced back to check on my troops, and they were funneling through the perfectly smooth and hardened lane I'd left in the dirt. Any zombies near the edges, or miraculously still standing, were cut down as the Mundan warriors chased after me. I drank the other potion as the surrounding dirt slipped from my mental control. Back to 350 mana. Mana potions were arguably worth the candle. I begrudgingly accepted. I was ignoring the kill reports for now, but I was confident I'd end up well in profit after this shit show of a day.
I'd been supposed to put myself forward as not only an accepted tribal leader, but as a warlord fit to lead all the tribes south against the real enemy. That plan had turned to ashes thanks to fucking Hakubin selling out his own people to the shit-sitters. Earth-shaping let me pass over a kilometer in 15 seconds. I wasn't far from Faye, so I bought another mana potion and cast another pair of burning lines in the sky that fell to the ground to thin the undead herd. Then I rose up on a tsunami of dirt and crushed my way through to secure Faye and her group. As I skidded to a stop, I spun, smacking the nearest zombie away with the spear, which was now looking a little bent and worse for wear, and drank the third mana potion. Glimpse had circled down and was zipping in and out of the melee to take zombie eyes, which he gobbled greedily. Sprinting around the circling chariots, I cleared the immediate area through brute force, then turned to Faye's driver.
The Lancers would catch up in a moment, but Faye's party needed to regain their momentum or they'd snarl everything up. I took a few bites and slashes as I cleared away the heavily armed zombies, but nothing that slowed me down. From now on, the only things I really had to fear would be my fellow contestants, it seemed. "Go! Let the Lancers overtake you!" I yelled, pointing north, and Glimpse landed a passing peck to one of the horse's hind legs as he flew past. The beast startled, and the driver cracked the reins at my command, launching the animals forward into a rattling charge. The horde had been thick enough to slow and eventually stop a handful of chariots and 20 horse archers, but now they had an opportunity to get back up to speed and would be able to cut through the fringe of the swarm. I planted my feet, leaning my weight against the spear in my right hand as the rest of my forces caught up. I waved them on, and they split like a stream around a pebble as they continued their mad dash north. Krill skidded to a halt next to me. His horses were blown and lathered in sweat. The stink of their fear might have been infectious to the other ponies, but to me, it smelled like motivation to get the hell out of here. "Don't fucking stop," I croaked at him. "Told you," muttered Jagapan. "What about you?" Krill snapped. "I'm the rear guard. You can't outrun me. And besides, I might as well make the most of all these free souls Mortimer has given us, right?" My grin was caked with dirt and blood, which must have only made me look even more savage. "Aye!" yelled Krill, as he whipped his ponies back into motion, leaving me alone in the cloud of dust. Glimpse landed on my shoulder, and I reached up to ruffle his feathers. "Now all the civilians are out of the way. How about we do some real damage?" I whispered. He cawed and shot off to fly above me. The horde had been badly disrupted by our passage through them.
Thousands had died, or been killed again, and the Brownian motion of the mob was being sucked away from attacking as they tried to fill the sudden smoking gaps in their formation. 2 more mana potions appeared in my hand as I cursed the shop out of habit. I drank one and made the sky glow once more, targeting the densest concentrations of zombies shambling in the wake of my army. The ground erupted, throwing bodies or parts thereof into the air and incinerating more of the swarm. I strode closer. I wasn't going to run. Well, I was, but not yet. I was angry, and it was time to take what I could to turn this situation to my advantage. The gods had seen fit to make it so I got stronger by killing, and Mortimer had provided me with an ideal opportunity to put it into practice. I chugged mana potions after every 3 casts, but every cast killed hundreds of reanimated humans, earning far more souls than I spent. I'd found an infinite loop. As long as the horde was sufficiently numerous, and I didn't need to eat or sleep, I could keep going continuously. I burned my way back to the hill, excising an arc of the horde from reality as I went. When I got there,
I found the horde trying to climb the steps carved for giants, but the chiefs and their dreamers were holding them off. A fireball cleared the immediate area, and I leapt in to take over as the exhausted mortals backed away in fear. The now twisted spear in my hand flashed back and forth, splitting skulls and breaking bodies. If I clear the way, will you run? Get back to your tribes. Come to Palliot Pass in the north if you want to take revenge for this betrayal by the Eriskin and the shit-sitters to the south, I snarled over my shoulder. All the yelling and smoke inhalation had made my voice guttural and harsh. I sounded every bit like the monster I must have seemed. "Mond! Which way?" snapped Calpactor. I was glad he had survived.
It seemed like a decent bloke for a primitive savage when we'd spoken before.
"Cut east a short way, then north. I've killed most of the horde in that direction. I'm going to clear this immediate area, and fireballs will fall from the sky. Run that way." I raised an arm and pointed the way I'd come from. "It will be easiest there. Then get back to your tribes. Urkash has declared war on the tribes, and I'm going to teach the king that this was a really fucking stupid decision." Calpactor gave me a fierce smile and waved his spear over his head as he turned to the men behind him. "Warlord Mond will clear our escape. I'll guard the wise man," he shouted. "I won't be going anywhere. I've lived 50 winters on Helath, and I won't run," snapped the old man who'd led the ceremony earlier. "I can't stay here to finish them all. I'm going to get most of them, but my own warriors are disorganized and escaping. I need to get back to them." I gave Calpactor a pleading look, and the man slipped his mace from his belt to knock the old priest unconscious with a single blow. "Oh dear, he fell asleep. I guess I'll just carry him. Anyone else feeling tired?" Heads were quickly shaken among the remaining priests. "It's better to live and get revenge than die pointlessly. I'll carry him." The Mohawk sporting chief's voice had grown surprisingly gentle as he scooped up the old man. I drank another mana potion and launched another barrage of fire from the sky. I worked my tongue around behind my teeth. The potions tasted funky, and the aftertaste reminded me of sambuca or something similar. Heavily aniseed in flavor. I had always hated aniseed. The only useful item from the shop, and it tasted like arse. Typical. "Now!" I yelled, and a blast of Aresk's aura washed over us, giving the seemingly broken men a much-needed morale boost. They took off at a sprint into the smoky, cratered ground I'd left behind me as I cut my way back to them. Glimpse trailed overhead, occasionally zooming down to remove an eyeball from an errant zombie that somehow survived my assault. I gave them a minute, batting away any zombie that came close with a fist or the spear as I waited for them to get ahead of me. Glimpse could see my army break free of the encirclement, and a wash of relief flooded through me. Faye was clear, as was the bulk of my forces. I had hoped my return would lure out the necromancers and the soulbound, perhaps even Mortimer himself if he was here. But it wasn't to be. No living person was left in the area, only the rotting corpses of men enslaved after their deaths. Sprinting after the escaping tribal leaders was a surreal experience. It was all smoke and craters and shambling dead men. The zombies didn't groan or demand access to my brains. This lot had all been concussed by my earlier attacks, so they shuffled along like typical movie zombies rather than the bandaged men I'd grown used to. I called out as I sprinted past the chiefs and moved ahead to keep their route clear of serious threats. I didn't have to use burning skies again. Seen from above, the devastation I'd wrought was appalling. Multiple square kilometers had been blasted from the heavens, leaving them ruined and burned. Fires had caught in some of the grass and threatened to spread, but I ignored that as a problem for anyone dumb enough to still be here in an hour to deal with. Once I was confident the remaining tribesmen would escape, I took off north after my own people,
and counted my winnings. This didn't feel like winning. I'd lost my opportunity to unite the tribes, and no amount of souls would make up for that. I checked my kill tally and stumbled before skidding to a stop, leaving furrows in the dirt with my bare feet. Reanimated humanos slain times 6,403, 96,045 souls gathered. Holy moly.
I was so stunned I was unable to swear for a moment. But then a barrage of profanity erupted from my lips in a rasping, gasping chuckle that built rapidly into howling cackles. Glimpse orbited my head, adding his own cawing laughter to the mix. Poor old Mortimer had fucked up with style. He was down most of one zombie army, and I was up enough souls to make the Sicarescan nomads into absolute terrors. I might even spend some souls in the shop for once.